Life just kicks you in the balls and you have to deal with it. Rome's Secret Thoughts. Rome. RP's biggest fan. I'm not sure how you became my therapist, or how we even got to the point of being pen pals, but I'll take what I can get. I could use a friend. So you want to hear about my life? How it's nowhere near as glamorous as everyone makes it out to be? Where should I start? How about the paparazzi? They're awful. They follow me home, they follow me to work, they follow me to my son's appointments, though technically they don't know he's my son. Luckily, that was one thing I did manage to do right, keeping him out of the limelight. Lucky for me, too. Or at least for him. And if the paparazzi wasn't bad enough, my ex was only with me for my money because she knew that I had it. If there was one thing I could erase from my life, it would be her. But if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have my son. And at this point, he's the single bright light in the sea of darkness that is my life. Last week, she threatened to sue me because I broke the custody agreement we have for our son. Do you know what I did? Nothing. Not a damn thing. I stayed at her house while she went away for the day, and I put a drink on her coffee table. Let me repeat that. I put a drink on her coffee table. Okay, so it was a Coke can, and I didn't use a coaster. But I'd finished the damn thing. It was completely empty. It wasn't sweating, and it didn't leave any sort of mark. But with the way she reacted, you would have thought that I'd carved my initials in the table using a screwdriver or something. Oh, and let's not forget what my team manager wants me to do. He wants me to pose naked, except for a strategically positioned football for Sports Illustrated. When did Sports Illustrated stop focusing on sports in favor of selling what's sexy? You told me last week that you weren't sure that you were going to write anymore. I realize that this back and forth we have going on isn't normal, but if it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother me. I hope you write to me soon. RP's biggest fan. Rome. Part 1. Chapter 1. I do all my ironing in the dryer. Rome's Secret Thoughts. Rome. I can't do this anymore, Rome. Tara's sad eyes met mine. It hurts too much to watch him suffer. I have to go. She transferred my sleeping son into my arms as she spoke. I looked at my baby mama, the woman that I was never really in love with but had given me my son. The same woman who had literally taken everything I'd ever loved away from me. First and foremost, she had been the reason I lost my best friend, Tyler. What about Matthias? I asked, trying to think of something, anything else but Tyler. What am I going to tell him when he wakes up? She squared her shoulders and then shot me what was her best attempt at a pain-filled expression. I don't know, she admitted. But what I do know is that I can't watch my baby die. I just can't. Then she pulled her suitcase into the entry and turned around, going through the door, never once looking back. I knew what she was saying was a lie. That whole scene was nothing but a big, fat lie. The only reason she stayed with Matthias as long as she had was because doing so gave her access to me and my wallet. I'd been a professional football player when we met, but after I announced my retirement at the end of last season, Tara changed. Then I went and joined a motorcycle club, and, well, that, as one would say, was all she wrote. She thought she'd signed up for a life of fat paychecks, the notoriety of being a professional football player's wife, and everything else that came with that life. What she did not sign up for was a sick kid, a washed-up football player, and a man who was slowly losing everything he'd been given. The one thing that had saved me was my motorcycle club, the Bear Bottom Guardians. Bear Bottom, Texas, was a small town between Longview and Kilgore, right in the middle of nowhere. At least at first. The town was founded by the MC, and growing a hell of a lot faster than anyone ever imagined it would. The population had started small, a few hundred souls, and had grown to almost 20 times that, and almost all of them had been bikers, their old ladies and their families. Bare-bottom guardians had been just an idea at first, but slowly, over the course of the years since the club had been formed, it turned into something much more. A place to be without having to worry about who you were. We had a police station, we had a firehouse, we had an excellent school system and several bars. Hell, we even had our own transit system, even if it was just vans instead of real buses. And the club was responsible for making this town what it was today. Though technically we were affiliated with the Dixie Wardens, we had broken off from the main club to become more independent, or at least a few of the original founding members had. I'd come later, once all the fun stuff had happened, like telling the Dixie Wardens that we didn't actually want to be Dixie Wardens. We were the bare-bottom Guardians MC through and through now. And I wouldn't even have the bare-bottom Guardians MC if it wasn't for my ex-teammate Link James. Link had given me a gift, and he didn't even know it. I'd been struggling with life 8 months ago. I'd lost nearly everything. My child, my reason for living, had been diagnosed with leukemia. My best friend, the man who had been a constant in my life for the majority of it, hadn't spoken to me in over 4 years because of Tara. Tara was a lying, deceitful bitch, and the catalyst that caused my life to go down the shitter. Then Link had taken me to a party while we were home that just so happened to be at the bare-bottom clubhouse. That night, I made some friends. The little idea of becoming a member of a motorcycle club, a part of a club like Tyler and I had promised each other we'd do one day, had taken root. When I'd gotten out of the NFL, retired early due to an injury that just wouldn't go away, at least that was what the media thought anyway. The real reason was due to my son being extremely sick and me not wanting to chance not being able to see or spend time with him while I was working and gone for days and weeks on end. I'd been floundering. Then, one morning, I ran into Liner while I was having breakfast at a diner, and he'd fanned that ember, reminding me that I didn't have to be alone. That was when I started to prospect. 6 months later, I was a full-blown member of the Bare-Bottom Guardians MC, and that was all she wrote. My phone pinged, and I looked down at the screen to see a message from Tyler. Grinning at the meme he'd sent me, I replied, then dropped my phone onto the coffee table. The coffee table that I had to leave clean every time Tara left me with Matthias, or else I'd face her wrath. Tara hated me, even more so lately, and that was because of one man, Tyler. Tyler, my best friend since before I could walk, had been stolen from me. How had he been stolen from me? Because of Tara. Tara was a greedy, devious, and cunning woman who didn't care who or what she had to trample over in her rush to get what she wanted. Sure, I wasn't completely innocent in what happened, but I was only guilty of being stupid, careless, and reckless. Stupid for thinking only with my dick that night, and careless about who I took to bed. I hadn't cared who she belonged with, just as long as I was taking someone there. It was ultimately my recklessness, though, for letting a woman that I knew nothing about lead me by my dick to my bed that was my demise. I'd been celebrating at my home with a couple of the boys from my team when she walked in. After a few drinks, I'd been drunk and happy, and Tara came on to me. Not one to turn a pretty lady down, I took advantage of the easy pickings. As it turned out, those easy pickings also happened to be dating Tyler, although I hadn't known that at the time, seeing as we hadn't exchanged a single detail about each other before we'd hopped into bed. The next morning, as I was walking her out, Tyler had been walking in. That's when my friendship with my best friend in the entire world had blown up right in my face. Words were said by both parties, me trying to salvage a friendship that I needed more than anything, him saying that what I'd done was unforgivable. And before I could backpedal, Tyler was out of my life. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for Tara. 40 weeks later on the dot, A bouncing baby boy had been delivered into the world by a pleased Tara, although that had more to do with money and less to do with the fact that she just became a mommy. Unfortunately for me, in her mind, my son would net her a lot of money and influence. The sad part is that I wanted nothing to do with Tara, and I never really did. If I ever wanted to have Tyler back in my life again, and I prayed that it would happen one day, I had to steer clear of her, which I tried to do. Well, at least as much as I could, considering that I did have a baby with her. But every time I tried to breach the gap with Tyler, he'd just pull farther away. It wasn't until I'd managed to run him out of the city in my desperate attempt to get him to understand that I saw the light. He'd have to be the one who'd come back to me, and it had to be on his terms. Meanwhile, I'd felt like my heart had been ripped out of my body for a couple of reasons. First, I no longer had my best friend, the man who had been with me through everything in my life at a time when I needed him more than I ever had. Second, my son, Matthias Tyler Pierce, wouldn't know his uncle, my brother, although not by blood. Another ping, this time with a message from Tyler's woman, lit up my phone. Reagan, if you're laughing at that meme he just sent, you're going to hell. Snickering, even though I was on the verge of a complete meltdown, I replied back. Reagan had been the woman who got through to Tyler. She healed him. She helped him work through what happened, and she orchestrated the rekindling of a friendship I'd given up hope on, which couldn't have come at a better time. When they came back into my life a month ago, I'd been on the brink of losing it because my baby boy, my everything, was dying. The leukemia was winning, and I was losing my mind every day that he lost ground in his fight. Taking a seat on the recliner that Tara also hated me sitting in since I had taken it from her house, I stared at my son, who was sleeping on the couch. Then I looked down at my hands and felt the first drop of wetness hit my thumb. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't fight something that I couldn't see. Daddy? I sat up and rubbed my eyes, looking over at my son, who was picking his little head up from the bathroom floor. Hey, buddy. How you doing, buddy? I asked, running my hand over his little bald head as he breathed softly, easily. I want to watch the Dragon Riders. He looked at me. Can we do that? I felt a lump in my throat. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Are you sure you don't want to try to go to bed? About 2 hours ago, Matthias, lately known as Ty-Ty, thanks to Tyler coming back into my life, had started throwing up. Throwing up so violently that we couldn't even leave the bathroom because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to let me know that he wasn't feeling good in time. Matthias had done a lot of growing up over the last 6 months or so. No longer was he my little buddy, my toddler. No, he was my little man who said and did things that were beyond what you'd expect from a 4-year-old. No, Matthias shook his head. I want to stay here. Can I watch it on the phone? I handed him my phone, as I'd done many times before, and I watched as he expertly navigated the electronic device. Moments later, my phone was playing his favorite show, and my eyes again started to droop closed. I idly wondered what Tara did when things like this happened. She didn't seem the type who would care whether he was sick or not, and that thought was making me a little sick. But now wasn't the time to bring that up. He was doing well, not asking why I was with him instead of Tara, and I had a feeling that I didn't want to know why he wasn't asking. A sense of dread filled my chest. I wasn't sure that I'd ever be ready to hear the answer. Tomorrow, or later today, I'd have to contact my lawyer and get some papers drawn up to make sure that this was all done legally. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if Tara tried to come back and shake me down for more cash by making it out like I was the one in the wrong and not her. Daddy? I looked down at my son. Yeah. I asked, trying to drag my thoughts off of Tara and the awful person that she was.
Mommy usually calls the cleaning lady to come clean up after me when we are at her house. Can we call her? I like her,
Matthias said suddenly. I blinked. You like her?
Yes. Her name is Isadora.
He paused.
She brings me cookies. And she makes sure that they're the kind that'll still taste good in 2 or 3 days because that's how long it usually takes for me to get hungry again.
I felt my heart warm at that. You didn't make a mess. But I'll call her if you want me to. I'm sure she can just do a general cleaning. I hesitated. I was all for doing anything that made my boy smile, so if he wanted Isadora here, I'd find a way to make that happen.
Are you going to work tomorrow?
He questioned. I closed my eyes and thought about my job. I'd taken a position at the prison as a guard, not because I needed to work, but because I was fucking bored. I'd originally planned on hiring on at the police station, but with Matthias being so sick, I needed something with more flexible hours. Not tomorrow, I told him. But I'm supposed to go back to work on Thursday. I'll have to see about finding someone to cover that shift. Matthias didn't ask why. And that feeling in my chest grew. He knew that Tara wasn't coming back. I didn't know how he knew, but he did.
Don't quit.
I looked down at my boy, who still had the phone blasting away, but his eyes trained solely on me. I don't know that I have a choice, I admitted. Without Tara, someone needs to watch you, and
we'll figure it out,
he said solemnly.
We always do, don't we, Daddy?
Yeah, we fucking did. I moved until my head was resting on a new package of toilet paper, the length of my body spread out along the tub, my feet next to the toilet. I love you, Tai-Tai. Matthias's eyes took me in, and finally he smiled.
I love you too. Dear Rome, I can see how your life would be complicated. What I don't see is how you waste what you've been given. In my previous letter, I was in no way saying that you led a glamorous life. I was just saying that you've definitely got possibilities that I'll never have. I have a boring job, one that doesn't require a college education, or really require any skills at all to do. It was never my intention to belittle your life, and I'm sorry if it came across that way. I'm also sorry to hear about the paparazzi and your ex. Neither one sounds good. One day, I hope you find you're happy. From RP's biggest fan.
Chapter 2. A Southern goodbye is saying goodbye 20 times and exchanging 4 hugs as you slowly inch your way toward your car. Izzy's secret thoughts. Isadora. Hey there, Isadora Rosalind Solis. I looked over at my brother and raised an eyebrow at him. What do you want? I asked carefully. Oscar grinned. I have a last-minute clean for you. It's the football player's house. I felt my heart jump into my throat. What? I asked, feeling my stomach drop. The football player's house, the one that you love. I flipped him off. Fuck you. I didn't love the football player. I loved the football player's house. Big difference. When our family had moved to Bear Bottom from El Paso, one of the places that had been on the listing sheet had been the house that the football player now owned. It was a mini mansion, and while it was something that we definitely noticed and even walked through, it was also something that we could never have dreamed of affording. But that didn't stop me from admiring it. I usually clean her house on Wednesday, but she hasn't called yet. I paused, a scary roll of fear pouring through my gut. Did she call? Oscar shook his head. No, Rome Pierce called and gave me the address. He's the dad, correct? I nodded. Then maybe they just moved the boy to his house, he offered. I doubted it. The mother of that cute little boy was a real witch. There was no way that she'd have allowed the football player to move the little boy there, unless she was getting something out of it. What time do they want me there? I asked carefully. Oscar checked his watch.
"In 20 minutes.
I looked up at the ceiling. "Oscar, what?" he asked, sounding annoyed with my tone of voice. "You can't just spring a cleaning job on me in 20 minutes. I paused. "I'm still in my running clothes, for God's sake." Oscar shrugged.
"Since you're already sweaty, who cares?"
He had a point, but still. "When did the call come in?" I paused. "And why me?" Oscar gave me that "are you stupid" look.
"The call came in this morning before I was here."
Which meant fucking 7 in the morning at least, and now it was 10.
"And they asked for you."
Everyone asked for me. I didn't know why. When my parents had started this cleaning business years ago, they'd had multiple people on staff. They had started their first cleaning service in El Paso, and all of the children were expected to help. Once we were old enough to get to the jobs on our own, we were officially hired and forced to work with them for real. And from that day forward, I started to get requests. I didn't know if it was because I was nicer than everyone else, because I had to try so hard to be personable, or because I just got the job done faster because my coworkers cleaned just as well as I did. Whatever the reason, I was the employee requested most often, and I was always freaking tired from all the extra work I was being forced to do. I wouldn't have run this morning if I had known that I was supposed to work, I told him. Not to mention now I don't have time to go change if I want to make my 4 o'clock appointment with Abuela's knitting group. It's unprofessional. Oscar shrugged.
"Who gives a shit?"
I didn't bother to try and convince him or change his mind. My brother was a stubborn little shit and always had been. I could argue with him until I was blue in the face, and it still wouldn't change a thing. I learned that the hard way.
"If you hurry, you can stop by your favorite store and get yourself a cup of water."
Oscar shooed me with his hand. My favorite store being Sonic, and it wasn't a cup of water that I got there. It was a lemon slush. My brother didn't know me well at all. Or maybe he did, but he just didn't care enough to get my interests right. Whatever the reason, I didn't have time to waste. That little boy had a special place in my heart, and I wouldn't pass up a chance to see him. Looking at my watch, I realized that I'd have just enough time to stop and get some of Abuela's cookies if I left right then and skipped going to Sonic, which was exactly what I did. 31 minutes later, I arrived at the mansion that I loved and tried not to drool. The place was so beautiful. It looked almost haunted with its Victorian design. Huge pillars held up an even taller front porch. Stately trees shaded the house from view until you were standing almost directly in line with the driveway, which I did upon occasion because I thought it was so beautiful. Honestly, it reminded me of the Addams Family house. I almost expected Lurch to answer the door with a "You rang" the moment I pressed the doorbell. I waited on jittery feet, hoping that I wasn't dressed too badly. Honestly, it was just black workout pants from Victoria's Secret, black tennis shoes, black socks, and a plain black racerback tank. There really was nothing wrong with it, unless I was going to the football players' home. Then I would rather have been wearing long sleeves, jeans, and combat boots, with my hair braided and a plait down my back. Instead, I looked like I was a cheerful, approachable person, which I most assuredly was not. I, Isadora Solis, was not a people person, at least when it came to sexy football players that made my stomach feel like it had a hive of bees residing in it. And as I'd found out, this particular football player did that more than most. I'd seen him for the first time in person at the gas station when he'd been filling up his motorcycle. At first, I didn't get a good glimpse of him. He'd been hidden by the gas pumps, and what I could see of him, which was the top of his head, wasn't anything all that great. His head had been shaved, and I couldn't even make out the color of his hair because it had been so short, although it appeared to be dark. I'd gone about my business, going inside to find something to eat. It had been when I made my way to the candy section when I saw him again. His back had been partially to me, and that was when I'd seen his leather vest. He was in a motorcycle club. The top rocker had read Bare Bottom Guardians. Then there was the psychotic-looking bear, just like the ones I'd seen on the other Bare-Bottom Guardians members' backs. I'd heard that the cuts had changed recently, and the bear that now was centered on it was drawn by one of the members. The bottom rocker said Bare-Bottom, Texas. All in all, that hadn't been what had made him so intimidating, though. It had been his eyes. They were an almost translucent blue that made my heart race, the color of a wolf's eyes. And as I stood on his porch, I mentally prepared myself for the power of that gaze, which was why I'd managed to stifle my gasp when he answered the door, shirtless.
"Sorry," he said. "I thought you were a friend. Come in."
I blinked. "I'm with Pixie Dust Cleaning Services." He smiled then, showing off a row of perfectly white teeth.
"I know. I've seen you before."
He had? I smiled tightly. "Cool. Is Matthias here?" I had a bag in my hand, and I wanted to give him the cookies if he was here. If not, I'd give them to the father and hope that they got to him.
"Yeah."
Rome Pierce, the sexiest man in Bare-Bottom, or hell, maybe even the United States, said.
"He's in the living room."
Swallowing my fangirling, and yes, I was a freaking fan. I followed the shirtless hunk until we reached the living room. Further proof of just how beautiful and enticing Rome was that I didn't look around the house and instead looked at him. God, I was such a loser. Not only had Rome Pierce been my favorite football player, and I didn't even like football, he was also a really good dad. When I talked with Matthias while I was cleaning his mother's house, I always heard how much he loved his dad and what an awesome guy he was. It also helped his case that he said this in front of his mother, who, might I add, I disliked with every fiber of my entire being. Rome's big body led the way through the massive house, through 2 rooms, down a hallway, to arrive at the sunniest room in the entire place. I looked around as I walked, liking the house even more from the inside. There was a wall of windows, and on the couch in the middle of that sunshine was Matthias. "Matthias," I called, seeing the little boy's eyes open and staring at his tablet. Matthias didn't just play on his tablet, though. He learned. He was on ABC Mouse, and he was working on his letters and numbers. He was the only kid I knew who didn't just get on the device to play something stupid, like Candy Crush. Matthias looked up, and his smile brightened the room impossibly further. "Izzy, did you bring me cookies?" His voice was weak, which was normal at this stage of his treatment. If my guess was right, he had a treatment a few days ago, making this the day that he was the weakest and most nauseous. Rome made a noise in the back of his throat.
"Matthias Tyler Pierce, you're supposed to greet a visitor and ask how they are before you ask if they brought you anything."
Matthias looked over at his father, then back at me. "Hi, Isadora. How are you? Can I have one of your cookies?" I snickered and looked over at the amused man standing 2 paces away from me. "May I?" I held up the bag, and Rome dropped his eyes from my face to my bag, then nodded.
"Yeah."
I walked over to one of my favorite little boys in the world and offered him the bag. "Don't eat all of these at once. I'm trusting you." He snickered. "Mama's not here anymore. I can have more than one now since she's not here to pitch a fit." My eyes widened, and I looked over at Rome, but didn't say a word. Rome wasn't looking at me, though. He was looking at his son with a worried frown on his face. I patted Matthias's hand. "Well, still, I don't want you upsetting your tummy any more than it already is. So just go slow, okay?" At Matthias's nod, I got up from my crouch and turned to the man. "Now, tell me what you need, and I'll do my best to accommodate you." Rome turned to me, his eyebrows high.
"Tell you what I need?"
He turned and started out of the room, but I could have sworn I heard him mutter,
"Your pretty face making my kids smile again."
But surely that wasn't what I heard. "I'm sorry, what?" I asked, hurrying after him. I said that you can do whatever you think the place needs or what you normally do at Tara's place. I don't care. Honestly, he just wanted to see you. I'm not here enough to really get this place dirty. The kitchen and living room are really the only 2 rooms that I use. All the other rooms, except for my bedroom upstairs and Matthias's down the hall, don't even have furniture. Rome waved a hand around the kitchen. The fact that his son wanted to see me, and that Rome had gone out of his way to call my business to get me here, had me feeling all warm and happy. I was sure that my smile lit up my face. He frowned then, something catching his attention. You okay? He pointed to my hand, and I sighed. I fell running. Some car nearly ran me over, and I had to dodge and weave to miss getting plowed over. The man didn't even stop. This was the result. I held up my wrist that was scraped up one side and down the other. There wasn't any visible blood anymore, but that was about all that I could say. Tomorrow it had hurt like a bitch, and I was damn sure that I'd be wearing my gloves when I used the bleach. Are you sure you can work like that? He asked, looking concerned. I snorted. Yeah, I can work. I've had worse than this before and still managed it. My father had beat my ass when I was an impressionable teen because I'd refused to help him clean without compensation. Then, when he was done, he'd force me to go clean anyway. That day had been hell. The scrapes on my arm, it was nothing. Rome frowned, and when he looked like he was about to ask more, I was thankful that his son called his name. Comin', Rome called, then looked at me solemnly. If you need anything, we'll be working on our ABCs. Smiling at his words, I went to work, only minorly aware that my wrist was a little more sore than I'd first realized. But I stuck it out, and I had nearly finished the entire house, sans the empty rooms and the living room, because there was no way in hell I'd have time to tackle all 10 of them today. When I saw Rome again. This time, he was coming out of Matthias's room, which I had just cleaned before I started the hall bathroom, closing the door quietly behind him. I smiled. Is he asleep? Rome looked up and nodded, coming my way before he responded. The treatments take a lot out of him. I think he sleeps more than he's awake nowadays, he murmured. I was scared to ask him if they were working or not. I never got up the nerve to ask Tara either. I kept hoping that I'd see improvement in the little boy, but it had been 4 months now that I'd been cleaning for them, and I hadn't seen any sign that he was getting better. And that just sucked so bad. I wanted to walk in here one day to that little boy, wrapping his arms around my waist and telling me that he was feeling better, instead of seeing him struggle to lift his little head off the couch. Then again, at least he was on the couch this time, and not alone on the bathroom floor. I'd seen that, too. Too many times. Tara would help him there, and then she'd leave him. Rome? Well, I doubted he even realized how much better he cared for Matthias. I'm sorry to hear that, I murmured, looking at the closed door. I'm almost done upstairs. I have the living room downstairs to go, and then I'm done. At least for today. I have another appointment this afternoon that I can't miss, but if you want me to come back and finish all the bedrooms that I didn't get to today, I'll probably need to block off an entire day for you. Rome's light blue eyes, an unusual color that never failed to captivate me, regardless of whether I saw them in person or in a picture, stared at me. He looked like he was trying to take in everything that he could about me, see inside my soul. I pulled back and started downstairs, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. I didn't want him to know my secrets. They were dark and debilitating. Even I didn't examine them anymore. To acknowledge them gave them power, and nobody would have that power over me ever again, not even me, through my memories. Is this all you do? Clean houses? He asked from behind me. I paused with one foot on the stairs and the other on the top landing, and gave him a look over my shoulder. It was the, "Did you just say what I think you just said" look, and it wasn't a nice one. Yes, I answered tightly. This is all I do." He winced. "That's not what I meant." He blew out a breath. I was... The fact that he was tongue-tied had my ire calming almost immediately. My ex, the second worst man in the world, had said that to me a lot when we'd been together. "Isadora, is this all that you want out of your life?" He'd say, "To clean up other people's messes? You're never going to get any money cleaning houses the way you do. Don't you want to own a house, a car, something nice one day?" I was just trying to think about what I was going to do over the next couple of days. He sounded sick to his stomach. Tara's gone." Now that had me turning around to stare at him in astonishment. "She's gone?" I asked. "But why?" Rome swallowed. "Tara says that she couldn't handle Tai-Tai's illness anymore, that it hurt her too much to see him so sick." It didn't sound like he believed her excuses, and I wasn't sure that I did either. I'd lost the one and only baby that I'd ever had. She was stillborn, and to this day, years later, it still broke my heart. I just couldn't understand how any woman could leave their child when that child was fighting for his life. I mean, one day would mean the world to me. If I just had one more day with my baby, my soul would be happy. What I wouldn't give for just one more day. But Tara had given him up without a second thought, as though she left him without a care in the world. How could she do that? "I'm sorry," I apologized. What else was there to say? I mean, I didn't know this man well enough to say anything else without it sounding half-hearted at best. Of course, I knew of him. I knew that he was an ex-football player, though many in this town didn't, since he'd grown a beard and had joined a motorcycle club, something you'd never expect a famous ex-football player to do. But again, nobody followed his career like I did, compulsively. "The reason I asked if it was all that you do, because you know who I am." He looked at me like he knew what I'd been thinking. "And you know Matthias's situation. I need help watching him on the days that I have to work." I gave him a look that clearly said exactly what I was thinking. If anybody could afford to watch their kid all day and not work, it was him. "Matthias doesn't want me to quit." He answered my unspoken question. That was what I was going to do, but he asked me not to. I pursed my lips. "And there are those times that I'm called out on the volunteer fire department." "You're on the fire department?" I asked in surprise. Rome smiled slightly. "Volunteer, yeah, as of 2 months ago. I got my peace officer's license when I started working in the prison. Some of the other guys are on it too. You're lucky I haven't gotten on the bomb squad. Yet." I wasn't touching that comment with a 10-foot pole. Maybe if I didn't acknowledge it, it wouldn't happen. "Most people, when they're bored, don't do dangerous things," I pointed out. "At least not that dangerous." I felt a flutter of panic hit my chest as the thought of that perfect body of his being burned during a fire he volunteered to help put out. Then I immediately cut that thought off at the knees. I would not care what happened to him. I would not care what happened to him. Karen led to liking, and I didn't like people. At least not anymore. But a certain little boy had slipped under my defenses, and there was no way in hell that I'd tell him no, especially when he'd asked. "What days?" I asked carefully. Rome swallowed. "You tell me what days you can watch him, and I'll have my schedule worked around yours." I looked at my watch. I had an hour to finish up the living room and get to the next job, which I sure as hell couldn't be late for. "I can do Monday, Wednesdays, every other Fridays, and Sundays," I said, sounding snippy. Rome looked like he was defeated. "That'll work. I'm going to go part-time, so in all honesty, I should only need you 2 to 3 days, as long as there isn't an emergency," he explained. "And I have a friend who'll watch him too. It shouldn't be too bad. And if you want, just charge me your cleaning rate, and I'll pay you at the end of the week. Is that okay?" I looked at him. My cleaning rate is $29 an hour. I'm not going to charge you that much to sit on my butt and watch your cute kid. Rome snorted. I don't care what I have to pay. Matthias has talked about you on and off since you started cleaning for Tara. I only realized who exactly he was talking about just last night. I felt something warm slide through my chest again. Do you want me to start this Friday, or wait? I questioned as I started down the stairs. He followed behind me, his silent steps like a hunting cat's as he ghosted quietly down the stairs. In comparison, I sounded like I heard a buffalo running from that hunting cat. Not tomorrow, no, he said. I have a few days off still. I'll get the new schedule set up on Monday after I talk to my boss. That won't be a problem? I inquired. I was practically my own boss, and even I didn't make changes like that to my schedule without first consulting a few people. My boss is the warden of the prison. He paused. And he's also the Bare Bottoms MC president. I'm fairly sure Bayou won't care. I didn't have anything to say to that. I knew who Bayou was. I saw him every Wednesday during visiting hours, though he likely didn't know who I was. But everyone knew Bayou. It was hard not to know who Bayou was. He was a very distinctive man. Big, burly, hard inside and out, and he had curly brown hair that didn't detract from his scariness in the least. He wasn't huge or anything, just a little over 6'2" or 3, but he had this air about him that clearly said, "Don't fuck with me." And no one did. I guess he'd have to be that way if he was a prison warden, a prison that housed some of the worst criminals in Texas. The man in front of me trumped Bayou in size, but when you put the two side by side, I could still see the goodness in Rome. But Bayou, well, I wasn't sure he even had a soul. I honestly didn't think he'd give Rome a break on his schedule. He didn't seem like a nice man at all. But I didn't want to get into that subject with him, because if I did, then he'd ask why I knew Bayou as well as I knew him, and then I'd have to tell him other stuff. And, well, that was a vicious cycle I didn't want to start with him. It was better just to leave it be and hope that he never broached the subject with me. I honestly liked that little boy, and I liked this job. I'd rather not lose it. If my parents knew that I still visited that prison every week, I shuddered internally at the thought of what I'd lose. And I didn't just mean my job, but my family and my heart all at the same time. Anyway, I should be able to get it all worked out on Monday. If any of it changes, though, I'll call you. If you give me your number, that is. Rome's eyes were on me, and he was making me feel like I was a deer in his headlights. I felt those eyes of his piercing right through me. I walked over to my purse and pulled out a business card. Grabbing a pen next, I scratched out the number, which was my mom's because, God forbid if every single booking didn't go through her first, and wrote my cell phone number down. Handing it to him, I dropped the pen back in my purse. If those numbers are bad, you should get new cards, he commented. I shrugged. They're business cards, and they go to the business phones, which are my mother's. Plus, I don't see the point in giving people my direct number since I don't know from one day to the next what my schedule will be. His brows rose. Then how are you? I waved him off. I'll fix it. Don't worry. I hesitated. I'll come here, but you can't expect me to drive him anywhere. His brows rose at that. I'll be taking him to his appointments. Other than that, he can't go anywhere anyway because of his immune system. Which brings me to the next point. If you're sick, you're going to have to let me know so I can find other accommodations. I can't have him being around that. I nodded. What about if I'm around someone sick? He shrugged. Do the best you can. If you think you've been exposed to something or you're starting to feel off yourself, then call and let me know. I'm not God, though. We can only do the best we can. That was true enough. All right, I said as I picked up the spray bottle as I turned to tackle the windows in the living room. Sounds good. With that, I went back to work. And when I left later that afternoon, walking down the street with my big bag of cleaning supplies over my shoulder, I had the distinct feeling that I had no clue what I was getting myself into. RP's biggest fan. Let's start over. I hope you didn't take offense to my last letter. I think you caught me on a bad day, and I'd never want you to think that I was mad about anything you said. Are you happy with your life? Other than a few problems here and there, I'm happy with my life-ish. There are definitely things I would change, but through that change, I might not have my son, so it's definitely a catch-22. One day I hope to fix the things that I've broken. One day I hope you fix your broken too. Life's too short to be unhappy. At least that's what my grandmother always said to me. Hope you have a good day. Rome. P.S. If you could change one thing, what would it be?
Chapter 3. There is no quiet anymore. There is only how to train your dragon. This is your life now. Things Rome says to himself every morning. Rome. I'm not sure how the hell I ended up actually writing a goddamn letter to one of my fans, but I'll be damned if that letter didn't change my life. This woman, a woman I didn't know in real life, knew everything there was to know about me. She knew my secrets, my fears, my woes, and my doubts. She knew about my best friend Tyler. She knew about Tara and Matthias. Hell, she even knew that I didn't like blueberries. It had all started out fairly innocent, just a fan letter that my publicist, who usually handled my fan mail, thought I'd like to read. I did that on occasion, but I hadn't read any fan mail since I'd left the game because there wasn't any. Everyone was pissed at me. The last day that I was still technically an NFL player, I got tons of fan mail, at least 50 letters, if not more, a day. Then, after suddenly announcing my retirement without really giving a reason, that fan mail had turned to hate mail in the blink of an eye. But the letter my publicist sent me didn't have any hate in it at all. I carried that letter around with me everywhere I went, and when I got down or felt discouraged, I'd read it to remind myself that my life wasn't as bad as it could be. Pausing in the middle of the letter I was writing, I pulled it out and started at the beginning, admiring the way my name was spelled in pretty cursive writing. Rome. I know that you're probably not going to read this, but I had to try. Everyone hates that you left the game. I applaud you. Though it hurts that you won't be out there playing anymore, I know that you had to have had an important reason for leaving. Probably something much bigger than the excuse that your publicist gave about a recurring injury that everyone, including someone like me who only watches football when you're playing, knows you've played through before. Anyway, long story short, I wanted to tell you about me. I wanted you to know that despite cutting your career short, you gave me hope just knowing that there were kind men out there. You changed the way I thought about life. You made me believe. When I was 12, my father beat the absolute crap out of me because I dared to look at a boy. I suffered a fractured orbital socket and a dislocated jaw, along with a new understanding when it came to boys. They were no good. Not my father, and not any of those boys who I had crushes on. At age 16, I got pregnant. At 17, I delivered my baby stillborn. At 17, 2 days after I delivered my baby, I was thrown out of the house and forced to move into a halfway house for teens until my 18th birthday. At age 18, I graduated from high school, joined the Army, and then was medically discharged a year into my service because I'd suffered pelvic stress fractures after a male officer threw me off an obstacle course climb. At 19, I was back home and forced to work for my parents because I had no experience doing anything but cleaning, and they'd offered for me to move in with them to recuperate as long as I agreed to work for them for 3 years. During year 2 of my indentured servitude to my parents, I met a man who I thought was my everything. When I was 20, my brother went to jail for killing the man that killed his partner. He's a police officer. His partner also happened to be his girlfriend, whom he couldn't bring around our parents because they're so freaking biased in their opinions about what they would consider proper women for their sons. And white American girls weren't it. At 23, 2 years after meeting the man I thought I'd spend the rest of my life with, I left him at the altar and tried to run.
I got far enough away that nobody would hear me scream, but not far enough to escape him. Needless to say, he showed me what he thought about me running away, and I realized that I'd almost married my father reincarnated. While he was beating me, you were on the screen. Your face and those eyes were all I could see, and I was staring at you while he kicked me repeatedly in the head, stomach, and ribs, anywhere he could get to. You got me through, and you didn't even know it. After I was healthy once again, I continued to watch your career. Your eyes haunted my dreams, waking and asleep. I realized, the more I watched interviews and saw you playing the game, that you were one of the good ones. A man with eyes so gentle-looking would never treat a woman poorly. You got me through my all-time low, and then you got me through some highs. I just wanted you to know that you impacted my life. Regards, RP's biggest fan. The letter still made my heart ache whenever I read it. I hadn't been able to stop myself from writing her back. Surprisingly, she'd written me back, too. And that was how the weird pen-pal relationship that we now had started. She knew my hopes and dreams, my fears. Everything there was to know, she knew it. I hadn't spared a single detail from her. I wanted her to know that she wasn't the only one out there with a shitty life. "Daddy?" I looked down at my son, whose head was resting on my thigh. We were vegging out on the couch, and I had a pad and pencil resting on the arm of the couch. "Yeah, buddy," I asked. "Is Uncle Tyler coming over tomorrow?" he questioned. I felt my stomach warm. "Yeah, he said he was. He's bringing Reagan, too. They're going to sit with you for a couple of hours while I go get groceries." Matthias smiled. "Will you get me some of Izzy's cookies?" I thought about that. I can try. I'm not sure I know where to get them, though. She said something about a bakery her grandmother owns, but I have no idea where it is. If I can find out from her and they're open tomorrow when I go out, of course I will. I'd do anything for you. "Cool," Matthias breathed. "Do you think Hiccup is a good name? I want to get a box tortoise and name him that. Or maybe a dog. What do you think?" I thought that dogs were a pain in the ass, and I really, really didn't want one. I hesitated. Box tortoises are okay, but I read at the pet store when we went last year that they live for like 150 years. That's going to be a lot longer than both you and I combined. "You can give it to your grandbabies," he said. "You can leave him to the nicest one in your will." I felt my heart palpitate at the knowledge that my baby still had such hope even when I did not. I think they'd probably like that. "Or," he paused, "you can go get one that's already old. One that's like 100, and we can put him in the backyard like a big dog. We can feed him entire heads of lettuce." I'd do anything for you. Even find 100-year-old box tortoise. "I'll see what I can do," I promised him. "I'm not sure how easy it'll be to find 100-year-old box tortoise, but I'll do my best." Matthias's face was serene after that, and what he said next, after a few long minutes of watching his show, shattered my heart. "That way you're not alone when I'm gone," he whispered. "I'm tired, Daddy." I touched the palm of my hand to his soft, bald head. "I know, buddy. I know." I felt like throwing up. I wanted to scream at the top of my lungs. I could just break down and cry like a child who wasn't getting what he wanted, which, in my case, was my son to be healthy. I hated, absolutely loathed, seeing my son so sick. Hated it with so much passion that sometimes I felt consumed by it. It had been so long since I'd laughed, since I'd even cracked a smile. And that was because the little boy resting his head on my thigh was being taken away from me. One smile and one laugh at a time. How could I find joy in this world when something so innocent and beautiful was being taken away from it?
If there was a way, I'd trade places with him. If there was a way, I'd give him every single cell in my body to make him healthy again. But I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that there was only a matter of time left. Matthias wasn't going to be on this earth much longer. I'd gotten a call from the doctor who'd tried to get Tara to come in over a week ago, saying that he'd wanted to talk to me in person before Matthias's next treatment. And I knew what he was going to say. Doctors didn't call at 8 in the evening on a Sunday if they didn't have something bad to say. What I didn't know and couldn't figure out was why they'd want me to wait until then to hear what they had to say. I knew without them saying it that it was going to be bad news.
"Did you text Izzy to come over tomorrow and watch me?"
Matthias asked. I cleared my throat. No, Uncle Tyler's coming, remember?
"Oh."
He paused.
"Can you call her and tell her to come too?"
I felt like I'd taken a sledgehammer to the sternum. He was forgetting lately. A lot. There were times that he'd say something, like just then, where I'd have to remind him of what we'd just talked about 5 minutes before. And this wasn't just a kid being a kid, asking the same question over and over again. Matthias hadn't done that in a long time. He was highly intelligent, and there were times when I felt like he was wiser than me. I could ask her, I finally said through a lump in my throat.
"That way,"
Matthias continued.
"you can ask Uncle Tyler to go with you, and then Izzy and Reagan can be friends. I don't think that Izzy has many friends. She told me I was one of her only ones once."
I couldn't even muster up the courage to care if Matthias was one of Izzy's only friends or not. I was just happy that she was there for my boy when he needed her, unlike a certain other woman. I hadn't even bothered calling Tara. What would be the point? The first 10 times I'd tried to get into contact with her, my calls went right to voicemail. After leaving messages after each call, the next time I tried to reach her, her phone had been disconnected entirely. It was at that point that I truly understood that Tara wasn't coming back. At least not in time. And I'd never, ever forgive her for that. "I'll try calling her," I murmured. Then I did just that, remaining on the couch exactly where I was. She answered on the 3rd ring, sounding breathless.
"Hello?"
I swallowed. "Hi, this is Rome Pierce.
"I know who you are,"
Izzy interrupted me.
"What's wrong?"
I'd already called her yesterday and explained what days I would need her again, and then reconfirmed with her that she'd be able to take them. After hearing that she could, I'd told her I'd call her the day before to remind her, and then had hung up, even though I'd longed to continue talking to her. I cleared my throat. "I have a few errands to run tomorrow. I had my best friend and his wife coming over, but Matthias asked if you'd come so that Tyler could come with me." Matthias likely didn't know that he was inconveniencing anybody, but I'd rob a convenience store just to see him smile. Calling this cleaning lady that he loved, that gave him cookies and told him stories just to see him smile, was the easiest thing in the world for me to do.
"I can't."
She sounded stricken.
"I have a big cleaning job that I've had scheduled for a month at a department store downtown."
I felt my stomach drop. Shit. "It's okay," I immediately assured her. "I know that you're busy. He knows that you're busy. It was just an idea." She breathed out a sigh of relief.
"I'm sorry."
I smiled, letting my fingers trail along the line of Matthias's jaw. "I promise it's okay." She groaned in frustration.
"If I can get it moved, I will, but it probably won't happen. Tell Matthias hi for me, though, okay?"
After we hung up, I looked down at Matthias, who looked resigned.
"Izzy's a busy woman. Did you know that she works 3 jobs?"
I blinked. "She does?" He nodded.
"She works for her parents doing cleaning and owns her own cleaning business, too. And she also works at her grandma's bakery 3 times a week, too. With her watching me, that'll make 4 jobs.
Now I felt like shit for even asking her. God damn it. I murmured. Well, we'll have to make it worth her while now, won't we? Matthias's eyes lit up.
Can we order something off of Amazon?
I grinned. Of course, I agreed easily. But I think it'll mean more to her if you make her something. Other than the fat paycheck I'd be giving her, I really did want her to know what it meant to me that she was doing this, even though it was more than obvious that she did what she wanted to do when she wanted to do it. Hell, it'd probably take an act of God for her to accept anything we bought for her. But I knew a little boy who was damn good at getting anyone to do anything. Chapter 4. Do twins ever think about the fact that one of them was unplanned? Rome's secret thoughts. Rome. I opened the door to find Izzy standing there looking frazzled. Hey, I paused, feeling a sense of excitement pour through me at knowing that she'd gotten here. I thought you were working. She shrugged and pushed inside.
I was, but I finished early.
I frowned. How did you accomplish that? I heard her answer as she pushed through me and then started walking into my house like she owned the place.
I got up at 3 and I did it, making me available to get here now.
She looked at me over her shoulder.
Where's Matthias at?
I gestured in the direction of the living room with the jut of my chin. Couch, watching his favorite show again with Reagan. Izzy stepped through the door, pulling out a bag of cookies as she moved, and I found myself smiling, despite feeling like I wanted to cry.
You ready to go, man?
Tyler asked. I looked over at my best friend. It was still a start to see him anywhere in the vicinity of me without him wearing a go-fuck-yourself expression aimed toward me. Honestly, our reconciliation couldn't have come at a better time than now. I knew without a doubt that I'd need him after this meeting we were about to walk into. 30 minutes later, we arrived at Matthias's doctor's office, where there was no wait. Instead, we were ushered straight back to his office and showed inside. It wasn't the sad looks from the office staff that gave away what we were walking into, nor was it the expression on the doctor's face. They were all trained professionals, and they gave nothing away. Thankfully, the doctor didn't beat around the bush when we entered his office. He made no attempts at small talk, nor did he ask how I was doing. He got right to the point. That is, after he asked where Tara was.
Your Miss Tara isn't coming?
He hesitated. I shook my head. Tara decided that being with her son in his condition is too emotionally draining for her. I didn't elaborate, but there was no hiding the derision in my voice or the fact that I was pissed off all over again by Tara's selfish actions. Tyler tensed beside me. I hadn't really had a chance to tell him over the last 3 days that she'd left for good, and when I did have a moment, I'd purposefully not broached the subject. See, I still wasn't all that confident when it came to everything that happened between Tara, Tyler, and me. I knew that he was trying to get over it, but that didn't mean I needed to rub salt in that wound or reopen it if it was healed over. I didn't want to hurt him anymore. Hell, I didn't intend to hurt him back then either. And I needed him now. Sure, I had the men in my club, and although they knew me well, they didn't know me quite like Tyler did. Tyler was like a brother to me, and had been for the majority of my life. Which was why I was so fucking relieved to have him here with me. Although I did have the distinct feeling that my club was outside, or would be momentarily, seeing as the doctor's receptionist was also Liner's on-again, off-again girl. Liner was the one who found me reeling and alone. At any other time, I don't think that Liner would have given that first fuck about a man who looked like his dog had just died. But the more he saw me at Tara's house, he was Tara's neighbor, and she had hated him, the more he got to know me. And since I didn't like Tara any more than he did, a bond had formed between us that slowly grew into something much more. When I started prospecting with the Bare Bottom Guardians MC, I never expected to finally find a home where it just felt like a perfect fit. It had been perfect. Or, well, almost perfect. I still missed Tyler. We always said we were going to join a motorcycle club together. However, with him being the chief of police, I didn't see him joining one now, despite the fact that we had plenty of police officers in the local chapter that I was in, as well as the sister branches of the Dixie Wardens MC all over the South. Well, that's unfortunate, Dr. Zapata sighed. I won't keep you hanging, Mr. Pierce. I'll just begin. I nodded at him in thanks. Dr. Zapata bent forward and laid a few papers down in front of me on his desk. I glanced at them, but the numbers on them meant nothing to me. You don't know what any of this means, he said softly. But all of it indicates that the treatments are no longer working. I swallowed. What does that mean? Tyler asked carefully, noticing that I couldn't breathe, let alone speak. It means that treatment is no longer an option, and now all we can do is make him comfortable for the last few weeks of his life. And just like that, the bomb was dropped, and my soul was obliterated just like I knew it would be. A couple of weeks ago, I'd come to a very similar meeting with Tara and Dr. Zapata. He'd told me then that this treatment, depending on how Matthias responded to it, might very well be his last. I'd had hope, though. I'd hoped and prayed and cried and raged. Yet the end had always been resolute. I'd known, deep in my most secret of hearts, that this was the end for my son. That Matthias wasn't going to make it. His disease was just too advanced, too aggressive. He never responded to the treatments as we'd hoped. He'd always taken longer to bounce back after them, and we'd have to wait longer to start the next round. If I were being honest, this had always been what we'd been moving toward. I just didn't want to admit it. Not until right then. What now? I questioned, voice rough, sounding like I'd swallowed razor wire. Dr. Zapata pulled out another paper, this one a list of different hospice agencies. Now we get him into hospice to handle end-of-life care, he explained. We'll make him comfortable. We do everything we can to keep him at home, where he's the happiest. And when we walked out of the doctor's office 20 minutes later, a single piece of paper, the only thing in my hand, a list of the people who would help my son die in peace. I could no longer deal. I looked up at the 8 members of the bare-bottom Guardians who were lined up on the bottom step, all of them looking like they were hoping for the best. But they saw my face, and the truth hit them just like it did me. Matthias Tyler Pierce wasn't going to make it. Dropping down to my knees right there in the middle of the goddamn sidewalk outside the doctor's office, I lost what little hope I'd been clinging to since that dreadful day when we first were told of our son's diagnosis. I couldn't fucking breathe. All I could do was fucking sob, but that still didn't take away the ache in my chest. I knew going in what I was going to hear today. I'd honestly have been more surprised if I'd heard something else, but still there is no preparing for this kind of news. The confirmation that my son was going to die, and soon, was a tough pill to swallow. I drew in a shaky breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. I needed to get home. You want to go get a drink? Tyler asked, looking at me like I was about to lose it. Hell, maybe I was. I got up off my knees, not bothering to dust myself off, and shook my head. No. I want to go home to my kid. Daddy? Matthias, my little boy, asked. I looked down at him, unsure how to deal with what I was feeling. Yeah, but, I rumbled, feeling the choking sensation of tears once again in my throat. Are you okay? He asked. I felt like a fraud. Here was my dying son, and he was asking me if I was okay. Yeah, Tai-Tai, I croaked. I'm okay. Are you in any pain? Matthias's eyes closed. A little. Remembering the doctor's earlier words about how he was likely in extreme pain, but probably trying to hide it, made me want to vomit. Are you sure? I asked carefully. You know you don't ever have to be brave for me, don't you? I'm your dad. If you need to tell me something, anything, I'm here to listen. Whatever you want to tell me. Matthias smiled, his eyes returning to the television. While he watched Hiccup, I watched him, wondering how I could ever go on with my life without him. It hurts a lot, Daddy, came Matthias's whispered reply a few minutes later. I heard someone suck in their breath and realized it was me. It does? I licked my dry lips. Ty, I said, waiting for him to look up at me. I know that you wanted to fight. But I think it's time for me to do the fighting for you, okay? The relief on my kid's face made me feel like an utter failure. 6 months ago, when this had all started, I'd told him he had to fight for me. And he had. My little boy had fought so hard, so fucking hard. But now his time to fight was up. I don't want you to be sad, he murmured softly, sounding lost and alone. I pulled him up so that he rested in the cradle of my arms. Do you know that 4 years ago, when you were born, you fit so perfectly in my arms that I knew that you were made for me to hold, to love, to protect? I asked. He smiled, and I felt his breathing hitch against my neck as he said what he said next. I want you to have another little boy who can run and play, who you can teach to catch a football. I didn't realize that I was crying until the tears met my lips and I tasted them on my tongue. Yeah, I barely contained the moan. Yeah, he sighed. I want you to. I'd never have another kid for the rest of my life. Matthias was it for me. I'll see what I can do, buddy, I lied. I have to find myself a woman to have one with first. Izzy, he whispered. Izzy will have one with you? I made a sound in my throat. I don't know, bud. Izzy already has 4 jobs. There's no way that she'd have time for me. She'd make time for you, he murmured sleepily. She promised. When Matthias finally fell asleep, I felt what was left of my heart shatter into a million pieces. He was wrong. Even if Izzy did make time for me, I was broken, and would be for the rest of my life.
Chapter 5. Why do I bother putting a potato masher in the drawer? Is it just because I enjoy torturing myself as I try in vain to open the drawer? Izzy's secret thoughts? Isadora. I've been crying for hours. I'd intended to leave right along with Tyler, Rome's best friend, and Reagan. But once I'd gotten all the way to the end of Rome Street, I turned around and walked back. I stared at his home for hours, thinking about the beautiful little boy it housed. And then I'd walked around aimlessly for what felt like forever. It was only after I'd gotten to my abuela's house that I realized what I was looking for. Knocking on her door at 6 that evening wasn't something I usually did, but I knew she'd be awake. She owned a bakery which was attached to her house. She was up every morning baking cookies, cakes, breads, and other goodies for the crowd of people that would rush into her place looking for their fix. She would do prep work in the early evening and be in bed by 8. I knew that she would open the door to me. And she did just that moments later. Her eyes missed nothing as she took me in. "What's wrong, baby?" I swallowed past the lump in my throat. "That little boy that I get the cookies for is dying." Abuela's eyes fell. "Oh, no." Her accent thickened, and she didn't hesitate to pull me into her arms. I found myself sobbing all over again. And for me to sob in the first place, my abuela knew that he meant a whole hell of a lot to me. Isadora Solis did not cry. Isadora was a survivor, a hellcat, a woman who refused to do what society said she should do. Crying was one of those things, so Isadora Solis didn't cry. At least not since her father had beaten that urge out of her. Crying got me nowhere. It accomplished nothing. It was pointless to cry over my problems. The only way to fix them was to face them head-on and do whatever it took to resolve it. But this was a problem with no solution. Not now, and not ever. "Come on, help me make bread." She squeezed me one last time. "Just don't let your tears fall into my bowl. I have the perfect amount of salt already in it." I laughed a watery, garbled laugh and followed her into the bakery, stopping when I reached the table where she'd been kneading dough. Knowing exactly what to do, I washed my hands and then started to pound out my frustrations. The one thing that my grandmother did was make everything she sold in the bakery by hand. There was no industrial mixer for Abuela. Nope, everything was done manually, or it wasn't made at all. "Harder," Abuela ordered. I laughed half-heartedly, but did what I was told. It wasn't until about 2 hours later that I was finished with everything that she ordered me to do, and my eyes were drooping. "Now, go up to my bedroom and sleep. In the morning, go speak to your parents and tell them that you'll need a month off," she ordered. I opened my mouth to argue, but she only raised a brow, waiting for whatever pitiful excuse I would try to muster up. She was right. I had plenty of money. I had no pressing jobs, nothing that required it be done by me alone. And honestly, I'd earned the time off. I was taking it. "Thank you, Abuela," I whispered. "I love you." She touched my cheeks, flower hands and all, and pressed her forehead to mine. "I love you more, precious girl." I swallowed past the lump in my throat, then turned to head into her bedroom, where I had 4 hours of fitful sleep. Mostly because my parents and Oscar wouldn't stop calling me. After turning the ringer off, I fell back asleep. And this time, it was dreamless. I stared at my angry father, waiting to see what he'd do. "You can't just leave, Isadora," he snapped. "You have a duty to the family. If you leave, that leaves us down an employee." I didn't say anything, at least not at first. Then he had to go and say more stupid stuff that I'd been hearing for my entire life. "You're such a disappointment." He shook his head. "Just when I think that you've turned your life around, you turn back into that wild thing who cares only about herself." I narrowed my eyes. "I've worked for you since I was a child, Papa. I'm asking for some time off now because a little boy who means a lot to me is dying. And I'd like to spend some time with him before he passes. Is that so hard to understand?" My papa shrugged. "I don't care. If you stop working, that means your mama will have to work." I honestly didn't give a flying shit. My mama could work. My father could work. I didn't care anymore. They didn't care about me, so why should I care about them? Honestly, I was sick and tired of their games. They didn't appreciate me. All they saw were the requests they got for me and the dollar signs those requests meant. "I'm taking the time off," I said as I pushed away from the wall. "If you want to reschedule my appointments, I'll be more than happy to take them when I get back." "You won't have a job with us when you get back," he growled. I felt something in my chest snap. Turning, I narrowed my eyes at him. "If that's how you want it to be." I'd take half my clientele with me, and he damn well knew it. He was a stubborn old goat who had always thought of himself first, everybody else second. "Isadora," my mother called. I looked over my shoulder a second time, but I didn't like what I saw. What? Don't do this. I shrugged. I'm not doing anything, and you know it. It's acceptable for a person to take a vacation. I haven't taken one in years. I think I'm due. With that, I walked out of their house and straight out of their life. I had a feeling that I'd never be welcomed back. Unfortunately for them, I'd be taking my abuela and my brother with me. At least the one that was in prison. Oscar was too much of a kiss-ass to ever defy my parents. He liked his cushy air-conditioned desk job that allowed him to provide for his 18 children. Okay, so it was only 7 from the comfort of his office. Not only did he get everything he wanted paid for, but he could also escape his horde of crazy children, his wife, and all the responsibilities that came with them by saying he had to work. I didn't have high hopes of ever talking to Oscar again either. Not when he liked his job too much, and his parents gave him everything he ever could want. Oscar had the exact opposite of the shitty childhood that I had. He, being of the male persuasion, hadn't had to worry about the things that I'd had to worry about. Getting the woman, who was now his wife, pregnant at 16 hadn't been anywhere near the big deal it was when I got pregnant out of wedlock. And when his second child came along, thankfully with the same woman, at age 17 and a half, they still didn't care. It was the exact freaking opposite reaction with me. "Are you fucking crazy, Isadora?" Oscar hissed from his chair as I walked past. I looked over at him. "Whatever do you mean, Oz?" Oscar narrowed his eyes. "All of this over a kid you don't even know all that well?" I looked him straight in the eye and nodded. "All of this over a kid I don't even know all that well." On that pardon comment, I walked out of their lives and didn't look back. Breaking free of their hold on me felt exhilarating. The entire time that I'd been working there, I'd felt like I'd owed them. But I didn't owe them anything. They owed me something. Half of my paychecks every week went to this or that, they'd say. What it really meant was that they didn't feel that I was worth what people were paying for my services, so they kept half of it for themselves. That was why I'd started cleaning on the side in my spare time, and slowly but surely, my side business had started picking up steam over the years. Now, I had more than enough clients to allow me to branch off on my own. And, I smiled deviously, I also had clients through my parents who only wanted me. They loved me, adored me, really. I had each and every one of them programmed into my phone, and I'd have to call them quickly before my parents tried to call them and spin a different story. Which was what I did for the hour that it took me to walk to the mansion on the hill. When I finally arrived at Rome's front walk, I was breathless from talking to everyone, but happy nonetheless. All but one of them had agreed to come over to the dark side, meaning they'd switch to my company instead of staying with my parents. And they also agreed to be flexible with me after I'd explained more of what was going on. Which led me to now, standing in front of a door, wondering if I should knock. I didn't get my fist halfway raised when the door was wrenched open, and his tired blue eyes were on me. He didn't say a word. He just wrapped his large hand around my wrist, causing my heart to race for multiple reasons, and gently pulled me inside. I was in the living room when I realized I'd forgotten the cookies that I normally brought with me. Shoot! I snapped my fingers in frustration. I forgot the cookies. Rome's smile did nothing to hide his exhaustion. It's okay. He hasn't been able to hold anything down today anyway. He looked over at his son where he was laying on a pile of blankets that were covering the couch. There was a large silver pot on the floor, I assumed for easy reach. And Matthias was laying there in only his underwear with his arms sprawled up over his head. But the kicker? He was smiling in his sleep. I've never seen him smile as much as he has over the last few days, I told the silent man at my side. I've never cried as much in my whole life as I have over the last few days, he mumbled. I wasn't sure that I was meant to hear that, but I had. I turned and, without thinking, walked forward and wrapped my hands around the man's middle. The moment I touched him, my entire body locked. I hadn't touched a man who wasn't related to me, at least willingly, in a very long time. And Rome? Well, he was most certainly a man. A big, thick, hard-all-over man. I'd intended it to be a quick but sweet hug. Then he wrapped those muscular arms around me and pulled me in tight. I never knew what the heroines meant when I read in my books about feeling protected in a man's arms. But now, with the way that Rome felt surrounding me, yeah, I finally got it. I now knew what that protection they described felt like. We stayed like that for a very long time. So long, in fact, that I wasn't sure he was capable of letting me go. Not until his son started to stir on the couch. Only then did he drop his arms from around me and head to the chair beside the couch, leaving me to feel like I'd just lost something precious.
Chapter 6. With enough caffeine, I can dress myself and use my big boy manners. Rome's Secret Thoughts. Rome. The beginning of the end. That's what they say, anyway. We, or I, since Tara was no longer around, knew that this was going to happen. When the leukemia was diagnosed, the doctor was brutally honest and told us that his prognosis wasn't good. But he did say that kids were the most resilient patients and that if there was anyone who could fight this disease and beat it, it was Matthias. So I didn't give up hope. I tried my best to stay positive and strong. Until today. Until I woke up this morning to a son who couldn't even lift his head. It was as if once I'd given him permission to stop fighting so hard, to let me take on the battle, he'd degraded exponentially. It started with him not even waking enough to make it to the bathroom. Then it degenerated from there. Now I was on the phone with the doctor, keeping my end of the bargain that we'd made the day I left. "We suggest palliative care," the doctor had said. As of right now, his body is too weak for any more treatments, and to be honest, the treatments haven't been helping in quite some time. When he shows signs of deterioration, call me, and we'll get him started. Izzy, who'd kind of moved in since she came the first time so I could go to the doctor a week ago, was on the couch talking to Matthias while I was speaking with the doctor about the hospice care in the other room. Some of my club brothers were also over, but they were holding down the fort in the kitchen. I think they were here more for me than Matthias. Even though they loved Matthias, they didn't know him well. It was hard to be around a kid knowing he was so sick, plus the fact that his immune system was compromised, making it difficult to be around other people. A simple cold for them could be a deadly illness for Matthias. They never had a chance to know my boy. But as was my boy's nature, he'd welcomed them all with open arms when he was allowed. He already knew Liner, the hard-ass of the club, fairly well, seeing as he's lived next door to him for over a year now. Bayou fascinated my boy with his hulking nature and brash personality. But it was Castile with his beard that truly fascinated my boy. Then there was Wade, Carver, Rhett, and Ezekiel. 7 men in total, at least currently in the state, and not off working or roaming, were at my house, keeping watch. Tyler had been, and gone, unable to stay away from his job for long. Reagan had stopped in without Tyler as well. But it was Izzy, with her constant vigil at my son's side and the taking over of almost every other duty, except for getting me to bed, that had been my lifeline through it all. "I'll contact the hospice," Dr. Zapata promised. "They'll probably call within the hour, and most likely they'll come right out within a few hours. They're very good and discreet, I promise you. If you need anything more or have questions, I'm only a phone call away."
After saying my thanks, I hung up and shoved the phone back into my pocket, double-checking to make sure it was set to ring since I had been leaving it on silent lately so as not to disturb Matthias's sleep. Once I entered the living room again, Izzy's eyes found mine. She raised one brow at me in question. I nodded, knowing what she was asking me without her voicing it aloud. We'd gotten good at nonverbal communication lately, too. "Daddy, are you going to work?" Matthias asked. Was it me, or did his voice sound weaker, too? I swallowed past a lump in my throat and shook my head. "No, Tai-Tai. I'm not going to work today. I have the next 2 weeks off." Matthias didn't ask why. He knew why I had the time off just as well as I did. It didn't make it any easier to swallow, though. My boy. My beautiful little boy was dying. The doctor said within the next 3 to 4 weeks. But from the way Tai-Tai was rapidly declining, I knew that it wouldn't even be that long. A week and a half, if we were lucky. Maybe even less. I just knew that he wasn't fighting to hold on anymore. He'd already fought a long, hard fight, a fight no child should ever have to fight. And his little body had given up. "When is Uncle Tyler coming back?" he asked, sounding sleepy. He had just woken up from a 2-hour nap, and it was only 11 o'clock. He shouldn't be that tired yet. This was all just so fucking unfair. "He's going to try to come back after work, but he caught a case this morning." "Do you know what happened?" I asked, trying to find something to distract him from falling asleep. I wanted him to talk to me for hours. I wanted every single second with him I could get. But one look at his drooping eyes, I knew that wasn't going to happen this time. He was just too tired. I walked over to where he was laying on the couch and lifted him in my arms. Once he was settled in deep, he sighed and moved to lay his little bald head on my chest, tucked underneath my chin. "Daddy, do you think dragons are real?" he asked, sounding wistful. I pressed my lips to his smooth scalp. "I think that if they're real, they're very, very good at hiding, so I don't think we'll ever know if they're real or not." He let out a breath of sound that was close to a laugh. "I think you're right. I think they're real, though. How else would anybody have any idea what they might look like?" This kid never failed to astound me with his insight. How had he gotten so smart? I know that he didn't get it from his mother or me. Granted, both of us were smart, but the kind of intelligence that Matthias had was something of genius levels. And I knew neither Tara nor I had that. At least, not from what I was aware of. There were times that I wondered if Tara even realized that she was an adult, so I doubt she registered high on the IQ scale. "Daddy?" "Yeah, Tai-Tai." I slumped down farther into the couch, feeling my own eyes get heavy. "Do you think that it'll hurt?" I knew what he was talking about, and I felt yet another freaking lump lodge in my throat. "No, buddy," I answered immediately. "I called your doctor today. He has someone calling me today to discuss how we can manage your pain over the next few weeks." Few weeks. God. It was hard to think about the fact that my son would no longer be here in just a few weeks. My entire life had revolved around him for so long that I wasn't sure how the hell I was going to function without him. No more doctor appointments or grocery store runs. No more hiccup or dragons in general. No late-night discussions on the phone about who I thought was the best superhero and why. No more waking up to find that he'd wet his bed or puked on his sheets. "Good," he said softly. "That way you won't hurt if I hurt." I squeezed my eyes shut tighter, willing my tears not to fall. The fact that he cared more about me than he did himself fucking sucked. I hated that he loved me sometimes.
It would be easier if we'd never met. This pain in my chest wouldn't feel like my entire world was ripping apart piece by piece. Then again, if I didn't have my son, I wouldn't have had 4 years of his smiles, hugs, and little boy giggles. I wouldn't have watched him learn how to army crawl, or seen him take his first steps. I wouldn't have held his trusting body while he slept for hours and hours on end. I wouldn't have fed him peas and carrots that he'd just spit up all over my shirt. I wouldn't have learned how to live. And that in itself would have been the biggest tragedy of my life. "I love you, buddy," I said suddenly. "You know that, don't you?" He made a tired sound of agreement. "Duh. I've known that since forever." The rumble in my chest sounded like laughter, but only I knew that it was my body's attempt to hold the screams of denial at bay. I wanted to know why him. I wanted to know why God had decided to take my son. I wanted to know why. So many fucking whys. "I want you to tell Mommy that I'm not mad at her, and I don't blame her for being scared," Matthias whispered. I felt a tear slip out past my clenched eyelids. "And don't be too hard on her. There's more than you can see," he continued. His little hand clutched into my shirt, and he sighed. "And don't push Izzy away. She needs you as much as you need her." Then he was asleep. I don't know when it happened, but at some point I'd fallen asleep too. When I woke up, it was to find my phone ringing. I shifted, feeling my son's limp body shift with me, and only then realized that he was no longer the little ball of heat he'd been when he fell asleep. Now he was like a ball of ice. My eyes startled open, and I felt panic hit my chest. I looked over to find Izzy sleeping next to me, her head laying on my thigh. My son's foot was pressed against her forehead. And it was blue. My phone rang again, and Izzy opened her eyes. When she saw Tai-Tai's blue foot, she gasped and got up onto the couch on her knees, a stricken look taking over her face in a matter of moments. Our eyes met. And that was when I knew that my baby didn't need palliative care at all, because he'd passed in my arms while I was asleep. And I didn't even know it. Still, she scooted forward until she could press 2 fingers to his throat, her eyes staying locked with mine. And I knew then that she didn't feel a pulse. I felt my heart drop somewhere between my knees. You're sure?" I asked. "I'm sure." That was when Romero Pierce, father of Matthias Pierce, ceased to exist too. In his place was a shell of a man that would never be the same.
Chapter 7. I don't care what your religion is. Just use your goddamn turn signal. Izzy's secret thoughts. Izzy. Planning a funeral was hard. Planning a child's funeral was even harder. I wasn't sure how I ended up being the liaison between the funeral home and Rome, but the man was in no shape to plan something like this. At first, he'd said he didn't want one at all. After convincing him that he did indeed want one, he was just too devastated to plan it. So I'd taken over. "What color casket do you want?" the funeral home director asked. The funeral home director, a beautiful blonde with long curly hair that hung down to nearly her waist, even when it was bound in a ponytail. She was not at all what I'd expected in a funeral director, but she sure knew her stuff. I looked at all the options. "If money is an issue," I held up my hand before she could finish. "It's not an issue." I shook my head. I'm just trying to remember what his favorite color was. I paused. Can we have a custom casket made? She nodded. With children, that happens a lot more than you'd think. They're decorated with their favorite animals, movie characters, that sort of thing. I looked at my phone and then called Tyler, Rome's best friend who'd been staying with him since last night. Hello? Tyler answered quickly. Hey, I said softly. The director just asked me what color casket I wanted. I know from looking at him that his favorite color was red, but could you do me a favor and put me on with the big guy? I think that his name was Ezekiel. Moments later, a rumbly voice came on the line. Last night, I'd watched as Ezekiel had drawn Matthias a picture of Toothless and Hiccup, and I saw the huge smile on Tai-Tai's face as he'd accepted it. Then asked if he could hang it up on the living room wall. Rome hadn't missed a beat, and had gone and dismantled an old photo of what looked like an older couple and immediately replaced it with the drawing. It had been on lined notebook paper, but neither Rome or Matthias cared. Hello? I startled. Oh, sorry. I was wondering, those bikes that you were talking about painting last night, do you think you could do it to a coffin, too? There was zero hesitation in Ezekiel's voice when he answered. Absolutely. If they have the coffin, I can start it tonight. I looked over at Jubilee, the funeral director, and asked her, Do you have one available right now? She nodded. Yes, he can pick it up any time. Yes, I said. You can come pick it up any time. I'm on my way, he said. Then the line was dead. What's the next item on the list? And on it went. Detail after detail was hammered out until nothing remained but one thing. Payment. I handed her Rome's credit card that he'd thrust at me as I walked out the door and said, I don't know what kind of limit this thing has, but let's try it. $17,200.03 later, I realized that there was probably no limit at all. My next stop was my abuela's. I need food enough to feed like 200 people, I told her. It needs to be comfort food. There needs to be all different kinds, too. Do you think you can handle that in 4 days? My grandmother gave me a look that clearly said she wanted to laugh in my face. For anybody else? No. For you? Yes. She paused. I'm sorry to hear of the little boy. I was too. In fact, sorry didn't even begin to cover it. Devastated was more like it. What made it worse was Rome's reaction. If I could ever take a look off of someone's face, it'd have been Rome's face when he realized he'd been holding his dead son in his arms for hours while his lifeless body grew cold. The look on your face makes me want to shove some of my tamales down your throat, then wrap you up in a blanket like a little pig and cover your face in kisses while I rock you to sleep, Abuela said. I smiled sadly. Honestly, I could get behind that right now. Admitting that was akin to spilling my guts, and her eyes widened in shock. I don't like this, she muttered. I'm 80 years old. I should die first because I'm the next in line. The young should always outlive the old. I agreed. Unfortunately, life didn't freaking work like that. It wasn't always fair or kind. Shit got real, and miracles didn't always happen for the ones who deserved them the most. I'll get the food ready. You'll come with the man's truck and pick it up. She paused. You okay to walk home? You look tired. I smiled. I wasn't going to go home, but she didn't need to know that I was walking another 3 miles back to Rome's place. All she needed to know was that I was going to go home, eventually. Yes, Abuela, I murmured. I'm headed home. Can I have a hug? She didn't miss a beat. And I carried the warmth of that hug with me as I walked down the street, with the nippy air biting at my ears, nose, and cheeks. By the time that I arrived back at Rome's place, it was to find it just as busy as it was when I'd left. only everyone was outside and none of them were inside. I frowned as I walked up the driveway and came to a stop next to the closest man, Liner. "What's going on?" I asked carefully. Liner's dark brown eyes looked down at me with not even a hint of emotion showing. "Rome's calling people," he said, telling them what happened. I scrunched my brows up in confusion. "And y'all didn't offer to help?" Liner raised a brow at them. "We don't know any of them." I shrugged. Then, without another word, walked into the house that was uncomfortably quiet, except for Rome's deep voice from somewhere that sounded like the kitchen area. I followed the sound of his voice and didn't stop out of respect right outside of hearing range. Nope, not me. I walked right up to him, gestured at him to give me the phone, and said, "Go get a shower. Do you have a list of people that you want called?" Rome looked at me blankly. "That's my mom. My dad's next, then my brothers." With that, he walked away and didn't come back for so long that I began to get worried about him. After making the calls, searching in his contact list for the rest of his family, I realized that Rome's family were a bunch of assholes. None of them seemed overly upset that a little boy had lost his life. Rome's mother, after her fake sobbing finished up, said that she'd be there if she could make it. The same went for Rome's father and 3 brothers, all of whom were apparently too busy at work to make it down. The final person I called was someone that said grandmother in his phone. She answered in a matter of moments, exclaiming with so much hope in her voice that it was almost really hard to tell her that I wasn't Rome. "I'm sorry," I apologized, "but Rome isn't able to come to the phone right now. I just wanted to call you with some news." It wasn't until I'd hung up on the sobbing old woman that I realized that maybe I shouldn't have called that particular person, seeing as Rome hadn't expressly told me to. Worried that I'd overstepped, I went to find the man himself, stopping when I saw him still completely dressed in the same clothes I'd sent him up here an hour ago to change. He was standing in the room that had been Matthias's for only a short period of time. "Rome?" I called hesitantly. Rome looked at me, his expression blank. "Yeah?" "Do you want me to help you wash your hair?" I wouldn't get in the shower with him, but it was more than obvious that he needed some direction. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking so freaking lost. "No," he admitted, sounding just as lost as he looked. "I'm okay." With that, he walked into his room and shut the door, and I waited right outside of it for what felt like 2 hours before he appeared again, this time freshly showered. Deciding to count my blessings, I held my hands out for the clothes. "I'll take those." He gave them to me without protest. "You need to take a nap," I told him. He laughed. "I'll have plenty of time to sleep when I'm dead." With that ominous comment, he walked back down the stairs and started doing other useless things that he didn't need to do. This time, I left him to it. It was only later that I approached him and asked him if he'd called Tara. His answer had been an instant, hard no. But my abuela didn't call me hard-headed for nothing. "Would you want to know?" I asked softly, waiting for the anger that I knew that wasn't far in coming. His answer was vicious and felt like a whip against my sensitive skin. "I would have never left my child in the first place." His snapped words made me brace myself for the next words that would follow once I said the next thing that was on the tip of my tongue, and I knew it had to be said. "Have you looked past the anger and the hurt of her leaving to question why she left in the first place?" I asked. "Everyone deals with grief differently, Rome Pierce." Rome opened his mouth to reply, to slap me with his words, taking his anger and helplessness of the situation out on me. But he didn't get a chance to. mostly because I left before he could hurl any more words in my direction, but not before I said a few more words over my shoulder as I was leaving. Tomorrow we celebrate your little boy's life. I paused. And your son asked you to forgive Tara. Maybe you should question why.
Chapter 8. Nod and smile. Plot your escape. What to do during small talk. Rome. Funerals were depressing. What was even more depressing was when that funeral was for someone you loved. What was far more depressing than that was when that funeral was for a little boy who should have died well after you. The order of our deaths was reversed. The parent is always supposed to pass before the child. That's just the way it was. Didn't God know that? The big man upstairs had gotten a lot of things right over the years. He brought my son to me in the first place. At first, I hadn't wanted him. He'd been a constant reminder of something stupid I'd done while I was drunk. He might have been a mistake, but I'd warmed up to the idea of him over the course of his gestation. I'd been given that little boy, and I hadn't even known that I'd needed him. But the moment his little fingers wrapped around my one, I realized that I'd needed him from the beginning, and someone upstairs had known it. They'd known that my life was meaningless. They'd known that I was on the fast track to caring about nothing and nobody. Matthias had forced me to slow down. Matthias had taught me lesson after lesson in humility, kindness, and perseverance. I'd only had him for 4 years, but his presence in my life altered me to my core. I thought I had no more tears left to cry, but I did. 4 years after he'd been given to me, he'd been taken away. Today was the day that we'd celebrate his short life, and today was the day that I finally realized that he wouldn't be coming home ever again. I sat alone in my pew, at least at first. I wasn't left there like I'd asked to be. The entire row behind me was filled with members of my club, while my pew was filled by first Tyler, then Reagan, followed shortly by my grandmother, whom I hadn't spoken to in well over 4 years, when I fucked up and lashed out at the one blood relative I had who'd ever given a damn. It was nice of her to come, even though I hadn't called her. I knew that she'd seen my son. She'd been a part of his life. Tara had allowed that, even taking it a step farther by inviting her over to help with Matthias when I wasn't there, knowing that we'd had a falling out. Which was why a part of me was convinced Tara wasn't all that bad. Tara was a good person, even though she did some bad things. So that had been why I'd called her to explain what had happened, hoping that she would answer my call when she hadn't answered Izzy's. She hadn't called back, but I knew she'd listen to the voicemail. I also knew that she'd be at the funeral, though she wouldn't come up here. Last night, I'd had a lot of time to do some thinking over the matter of Tara, since being awake was way better than what I faced in my dreams, reminders that I'd lost something great, and what I'd come up with was that Tara hadn't wanted to leave. I'd gone back through the signs, remembered the way her eyes had looked bloodshot and her face and skin pale. Her mouth had been drawn, and every step she took looked like she'd been slogging through mud up to her knees. Izzy had helped me figure out the rest. Not that I'd been super kind to her or anything. I'd tried my level best to get her to fight with me, mostly because she was the only one treating me like I was an adult and not some broken doll who would completely shatter if given half a chance. Speaking of the devil, I saw her walk in the church, and when she went to sit somewhere in the middle, I stood up and gestured her over with my head. Izzy looked taken by surprise for a few moments. She swallowed, and then nodded once before heading to me. She went to sit down at the end of my pew, the farthest away from me, but I caught her before she could get past me, and deftly maneuvered her to where she was sitting on one side of me, with Tyler on the other. Together we sat silently and stared ahead. My gaze bounced back and forth between the picture of my beautiful baby boy to the coffin that was painted so beautifully to match Matthias's favorite movie. Hiccup and Toothless flew together in the black night sky, nothing around them but stars. I was glad that I had Izzy there over the next hour, an hour that I'd remember for the rest of my life. The last hour with my son before he was laid to rest, where there would be no more pain, where he would no longer throw up, no more needles jabbing into him to force poisons through his veins, where he was able to be the little boy he was always supposed to be. Little did he know that by leaving, he'd taken the best part of me with him.
Part 2, Chapter 9. Sir, are you lost? Things not to say when men flirt with you. Isadora. I read the letter with a smile on my face. I wasn't sure how the hell I found myself in the situation that I was in, but I blamed it on my obsession, at least at first. Then I blamed it on the fact that Rome was a really, really nice guy, and just when I was about to tell him who I was, I learned that Rome had moved to town, my town, and joined the Bare Bottom Guardians MC. It had been 6 months since Tata's death, and I finally realized that Rome wasn't built in a day, nor was he going to fix himself. So this was my last-ditch effort. I was going to fix the man that I had fallen in love with. Rome was mine, I was sure of it. But he wouldn't let himself heal. He was still mourning his son, and he was allowed to do that. But he also didn't have to die for that to happen. I was going to make sure that wasn't going to happen. We'd all, Tyler, his MC brothers, hell, even his grandmother, tried to fix him, to help him. But he'd refused everyone's help. He didn't want anyone anywhere near him. When we tried to gather around and pull him in close, he only pushed further away. Needless to say, I was pulling off the gloves, so to speak. It was time for Rome to stop wasting the time he was given and stop fighting against Matthias's ghost, which was why I'd loaded up on Abuela's tamales, and I was going to see Rome at work. At work. I tried his house, and he just didn't answer the door. Now, I was literally going to try the next best thing, the place where he went and stayed for too many hours, trying to work and ignore the pain he was in. Taking the last few steps, I opened the door of the prison and smiled at the front desk guard. I hadn't realized until just last week what area of the prison Rome actually worked in, but it worked out for me. Why? Because my brother was imprisoned at Bare Bottom Correctional Facility and had been for the past 5 years. Over the last 5 years, I'd been a frequent visitor here of one of the favorite prisoners in the place. It was hard, after all, not to love a prisoner when he was in there for killing a cop killer. He was also an ex-cop himself, and had been a cop for 5 years before the day he'd lost his shit after his partner had been killed. When Slate's partner had died, Slate had run down her killer. But instead of doing the right thing, which was taking him into custody and letting the justice system figure it out, Slate had done his own thing. His own thing included torturing the motherfucker and then killing him because he could, which led my brother to getting 15 years in prison with the possibility of parole at 7. The only reason my brother hadn't gotten more time was because his attorney claimed that he was suffering from PTSD due to being present at the time of his partner's murder, which was the truth. After his partner was murdered, Slate kind of went off the deep end. To make matters worse, Slate had also been seeing her for over 2 years at the time of her death, without anyone being the wiser. Needless to say, it was understandable that he'd lose his shit when the person who was not only his partner but also his girlfriend was murdered. The judges who had presided over his case had obviously agreed because they were very lenient, and it could have been a whole lot worse than it was. Anyway, long story short, I knew the men and women who worked at this particular facility like they were my own family. All of them except for one very ordinary man who refused to talk to me or open his freaking door. Hence the reason I was where I was when I was. I'd gotten some inside info from Murray, my favorite guard, that said Rome took lunch for an hour and 15 minutes during this particular time of the day. Smiling at the little informant, I walked straight to him. "Is he eatin'?" Murray nodded his head, looking smug. "He is. I'll buzz you back. Once you're back there, follow the corridor, and Yates will buzz you in from there, okay?" I grinned. "Your secrets are safe with me, promise." Murray winked. "I'm glad, seeing as Rome is twice my freaking size and could probably snap me like a toothpick." Murray was small, and when I say small, he was about 5 foot 5 inches of nothing. My right arm was bigger around than his thigh. "If I'm not out in an hour, come looking for me because he probably locked me up," I teased. Murray rolled his eyes. "He wouldn't hurt you." Murray had been at the funeral. Hell, almost the entire B and C shifts had been, which were the shifts, apparently, that Rome worked. Which explained why I hadn't known that he was there since only the A shift worked on the days that I came to visit Slate. Luckily, Murray was one of the ones that switched in between all the shifts and worked his ass off. He liked to buy expensive stuff that he couldn't afford if he didn't, meaning he knew me well. The buzzer sounded, and I took a deep breath before letting it out slowly. Then I went down the long hallway and hoped I wasn't making the worst decision of my life.
Rome. I took a bite of my food and looked at the upcoming schedule. If I worked this Friday and next Monday, then I would be able to pick up the C shift for Knox and the A shift for Sharif. The door to the break room opened, and I looked up, surprised. Nobody normally took lunch with me due to the fact that all sectors had to be covered at all times. And when one of us took our lunch break, that meant nobody else in this particular part of the prison could take theirs. Only instead of my fellow guards or an administrator coming in, it was the woman I'd been avoiding like the plague. The scowl that overtook my face was nothing short of ferocious. I'd been avoiding her along with quite a few other people for a long fucking time, and I didn't intend to start talking to them now. I stood up, sandwich forgotten, and crossed my arms over my chest. There was no hiding the fact that I wasn't receptive to her being there. I should have expected it, though. Goddamn Murray, for being such a soft-hearted man. I should have known when he asked about my lunch schedule that he was trying to scheme. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "I'm at work." Izzy snorted. "I know you are, numbnuts. I'm here because I knew you would be here." I gritted my teeth to keep the growl out of my voice. "I don't want you here," I countered. "Nor do I want to talk about my feelings." I wanted to shoot myself in the foot more than I wanted to do that particular thing. Plus, I knew that if I gave in, I'd rely on her way too much, just like I did when Matthias was dying, and I couldn't do that, be that weak person all over again. I just didn't want to be that reliant on someone. She walked to the table and set down two things. One was a bag of what looked like food, and the other was a bag of what looked like papers, but since I couldn't see in it due to the sack's color, I couldn't be 100% sure. "I brought you some lunch," she said, taking a seat. "I hope you like tamales." I looked down at the broccoli and grilled chicken I'd brought for my own lunch and shook my head. I brought my own lunch. She looked at my food with disgust. "Don't think I haven't noticed that you're working your ass off." She looked pointedly at where my ass was, and I narrowed my eyes. "This is real food, not that shit." She gestured to my food with a look of revulsion on her face. "I'm not sure that my ass is any of your business," I admitted, trying not to allow my amusement to show. "In fact, I know it's not." When I retired from the NFL, I'd put on quite a bit of weight. Sure, it wasn't necessarily bad weight. While I'd been in, though, I'd had to be super strict with what I did and didn't put in my body. It was only when I no longer needed to be as strict that I'd changed the way I ate. My workout routine had also become inconsistent. I hadn't been fat, but I sure as hell hadn't been in tip-top shape either. Ever since Matthias's passing, I had nothing else better to do, meaning I'd been working my ass off to get back into shape, better shape, than I'd been in. I wasn't back to 100% yet, but it was close. I felt better, at least physically, and looked better too. As long as you didn't look at the frown lines on my face or the deep bags under my eyes indicating that I barely managed to get 5 to 6 hours of sleep at night, and definitely not consecutively.
"Whether your ass is or isn't any of my business doesn't really matter," she said lightly, opening the bag that contained the food. "I had my abuela make us some food. I can cook, but I don't necessarily have all that much time, in case you're wondering."
I wasn't. I was also a liar. I wondered about her constantly. There was never a point where she was ever far from my mind. I'd seemed to shift my focus from my son to her. I'd become obsessed, and I wasn't sure that it was entirely healthy at this point. Yet, it couldn't be helped. She started pulling out foil packets, and I felt my gut tighten. I could resist a lot of things, a lot. In fact, had she pulled out any other thing than what she did, I would have curled my lip up at her and told her that I didn't want it. But she knew my weakness. How she knew my weakness, I didn't know. But she did. And I couldn't stop myself. I groaned. Izzy's smile was nothing short of beaming.
"Knew you couldn't resist this," she said, a small laugh tingeing her words.
I frowned. "How?" She blinked innocently at me.
"How what?"
"How did you know that tamales were my weakness?" I asked. She licked her lips nervously.
No idea."
The little liar. But since I didn't want to talk to her, and I sure as fuck didn't want her to think that I was interested in holding a conversation with her when I sure as fuck wasn't, I held my tongue. And my accusations. Instead, I tried to fight the temptation of reaching for one of the tamales that she unwrapped and shoved to sit directly in front of me. I managed to make it through about 4 or 5 seconds of it wafting up into my nostrils, and then I caved. "Fuck you," I said, reaching for it. Izzy didn't give me a smug look. In fact, there was no smugness in her appearance at all. She just smiled at me and reached for her own tamale. I went through about 8 of the little delicious bastards before I came to my senses. It took everything I had to put the one down that I hadn't finished yet, and I leveled Izzy with a glare to end all glares. "Why are you doing this to me?" I asked, sounding just as frustrated as I felt.
"Because you're ignoring me," she answered. "And I don't like being ignored."
I glared. "I'm not sure if you know this or not, but the world doesn't revolve around you." Izzy laughed.
"Oh, I know it."
"Then why are you pushing when I don't want to be pushed?" I crossed my arms.
"Because someone needs to," she answered. "And I'm tired of how you're acting. You didn't die, Rome. Yet for all intents and purposes you did. I realize that you've lost something great, but ignoring everyone and everything isn't going to make that heartache go away."
I knew that. But hearing my best friend's voice reminded me of Matthias because I'd named my son after him. Hearing Izzy's voice reminded me of Matthias and how he'd wanted her there with him because she brought him cookies. Hearing Liner's voice reminded me of Tara, which reminded me of Matthias. It was a vicious fucking cycle, one that was just easier to ignore than to admit that it hurt. The only people who didn't remind me of Matthias were complete strangers, and even then it was a crapshoot. Hell, there was a girl that was 18 or 19 that had been visiting her father at the penitentiary that had shaved her head for some fashion statement. She'd been spouting about feminism and how she shouldn't be labeled by her hair, so she'd done the unthinkable and had shaved it off. And then she reminded me of my boy with his peach fuzz head. Both when he was a baby, and again when he was a little boy. "You don't know me," I snarled, pushing back from the table. Tamales forgotten, I stormed up from the table and ran my hands viciously through my hair, hating the way it had gotten so long, but still unwilling to go cut it because I just didn't care to go see my barber and see the saddened look on his face when he saw me for the first time after Matthias's death. But before I could work up too much anger, Izzy stood too. And then did the last thing I ever expected her to do. She hugged me, threw her arms up around my neck and pulled me in close. I inhaled deeply, and I was once again fighting to draw breath through a closing-off windpipe. God damn it. Was it too much to ask for a little fucking time? But the longer Izzy hugged me, the more I started to calm down. The faster the anger leached off of me. I blew out one final breath, and then gave up. Wrapping my arms around her tightly, likely too hard, I hugged her to my chest and dropped my face down on top of her hair. Her hair smelled like peaches. Peaches and cream. Her body also fit inside my arms perfectly. Feelings I'd been denying since the first time I saw her roared to the surface, and all of a sudden, it wasn't just a hug anymore. It was more. It was everything. But before I could get too comfortable in that hug, she had to open her mouth and ruin everything. I need to tell you something. I dropped my arms from around her and lifted my head, unsure that I liked the tone of her voice. She sounded like she was battling with something, and she really, really didn't want to tell me that something she had to tell me. What? I asked. She backed up some more, and then reached for the other bag she'd brought with her, pulling it across the break room table like it was holding venomous snakes instead of the papers that I could now see since the bag's tie had come loose. And what I saw was familiar handwriting. My handwriting. I stiffened, a feeling of unease shifting through me. Then I had my worst nightmare confirmed. Because the letter that I'd written last week, the one that I'd written to someone that I thought was anonymous, was the first paper in a stack of similar papers. All my handwriting. All of them to some random fan that had become just as much of a lifeline after Matthias's death as she was before. The letter that I'd written last week, the one that had shared how truly alone I was staring me straight in the face. And there was no doubt in my mind that Izzy had read it. Because as I started to put two and two together, Izzy was RP's biggest fan. Izzy was the person that I'd been writing to. Izzy knew everything that there was to know about me. My hopes and dreams, my worst fears come true. My entire life had been in those letters, and she knew. She knew. I swallowed and then looked up at Izzy, unsure what to say. But what I knew was that I couldn't look at her right then. I just couldn't. Please leave. Izzy's shoulders slumped. Then without another word, she left, leaving everything that she'd brought with her behind in her haste to leave. Even her jacket. I watched her go, and all the while I wondered what the feeling in my chest was. Disappointment or anger? The first thing I did when I got to my empty mausoleum of a house was go directly upstairs and find the letters I'd been getting over the last year. The moment I found the sealed lifelines, I started opening them, starting with the one on the bottom first. It was only when I was through the fourth letter that I realized how very stupid I'd been. I should have realized that my letter writer and my Izzy were one and the same. They were both brash, they said what they felt, and didn't have the time for bullshit. By the fourth letter, she'd also straight up admitted who she was, too. By the 10th letter, I was angry all over again. Irrationally angry. Why hadn't she told me any of this face to face before now? Sure, she'd given a pretty explanation as she had explained what happened and who she really was to me during my lunch break earlier. But that wasn't the real reason. Unfortunately, I was just too pissed off at her to ask her anymore. Luckily for me, she came looking for me. Otherwise, I might have held that grudge a lot longer than I ever intended to. Dear RP's biggest fan, I'm not sure this hole in my heart will ever heal. What I do know is that each and every day I wake up and he's not there, the hole grows bigger and bigger and bigger. One day I'm afraid I'm going to wake up and the hole's going to be so big that I'm not going to be able to pull myself up out of it and get out of bed. I don't know why I'm telling you this. Maybe I want you to tell me that it gets better, even though I know there's no way that it will ever be okay again. I'm sorry this letter is so short and depressing. I haven't found time or the desire to write lately. And now I remember why. Hope you're okay. Rome.
Chapter 10. Life changes. Sometimes it's easier to say fuck you than to accept it. Izzy's secret thoughts. Izzy. This walking everywhere bullshit had to stop. One day I'd get a car, but then again, a car would come in a lot handier if I knew how to drive this stupid thing. New goal. One day I'd learn how to drive. Then I'd get the car. The car that I could finally afford now that my mother and father had stopped getting my cut of the houses I cleaned. At least, walking kept me in shape. Round was a shape, wasn't it? I looked down at my too tight clothes and realized rather quickly that Rome wasn't the only one that was depressed. I was too. I hadn't realized just how dependent I'd become on the letters that Rome wrote until he'd stopped. It had been 6 long, miserable months since Matthias's death. Each day I missed the little boy, and I missed that little boy's father. And each day I realized how selfish I was. There I was sad about not getting a letter, and Rome was missing his son. There was no comparison. I had no right to be so upset about it. Yet my brain didn't care. When I'd gotten that last letter from him, I realized that I had to do something. If I wasn't going to get the letters, then I'd have to talk to the actual man who wrote them. I had to bring him back. Because what he didn't realize was that he was my lifeline. He was the man who was the only constant in my life, and had been for quite a long time. The man who, despite the fact that I felt like complete and utter shit 97% of my life, made that other 3% bearable. Which was why I found myself once again at the door to said man's house. My legs were tired. I'd walked over 18 miles today and hadn't gotten a single bit of cleaning done. But I hadn't had any scheduled. Today was my day off, and I'd used it wisely. If I hadn't made 2 long-ass walks clear across the damn town twice, then I would have had a much more relaxing day off. Admittedly, I would have just spent the day thinking of him, and I would have just wound up in the same exact place that I was in right now, fidgeting at the stoop, wondering if this was a good idea. I decided, fuck it, and knocked. I didn't expect him to answer the door, to be honest. After everything I'd said and done, I hadn't expected him to give me the time of day. But there he was, moments after I'd knocked, staring at me with such a blank expression on his face that it physically hurt to look at him. I felt this burning urge in my chest to throw myself at him, but I thought better of it once I saw the look on his face. "I didn't think you'd answer the door," I murmured, looking at him with pleading desperation in my eyes. Rome blinked, then looked away, studying the street at my back. "I'll always open the door for you, Iz. If you need me and come to me, I'll swing this door open like you haven't broken my heart into a million pieces and slam the door on your way out." It probably wasn't the best idea to point out that he hadn't answered the door any of the other times that I'd come, but I did it anyway. "I've knocked on your door 15 times since your son's funeral," I pointed out, "and each time I had to walk 4.5 miles each way to get here." Rome's eyes narrowed, and his eyes went over my head, as if he was searching for something. "You walk here?" he asked incredulously. I nodded. "I walk everywhere." I shrugged. My parents never saw fit to teach me how to drive. They said it was something I could learn later, since they didn't have the money to send me to the school or to get me a car. His eyes narrowed. "A lot of parents don't have the money to do that, yet they find a way to do it. I think your parents are just assholes." There was no debating that. My parents were assholes. Always had been and always would be. They looked out for themselves and themselves only. I snorted. You're not telling me anything that I haven't thought of on a daily basis. He looked away and swallowed. I'm still really fucking mad at you, Iz. I looked down at my hands that were twisting around each other. I never meant to hurt you, I whispered. But seriously, how the hell was I supposed to tell you who I was? Think about it. You would have thought I was a crazy weirdo. He shrugged. We'll never know now, will we? No, I guess we never would. But that didn't mean I wouldn't try to fix what I'd broken. Try to mend the bridge that we'd formed through some very tough times. I didn't want to lose Rome. Not because I'd done something stupid that he couldn't forgive me over. I told you things, he said, shaking his head. I told you things, too, I pointed out. Yeah, he agreed. But I thought I was talking to some virtual stranger over the last couple of months. There are things I said that I don't want you to hold against me. That's when I lost my temper. Do you honestly think that I would hold you being depressed that your son had just died against you? I asked furiously. Because let me tell you something, Rome. I'm not a bitch. I care about you. I've cared about you for a very long time, and you may think you know it, but you have no idea to the extent. He snorted. You don't. I do care about you, I told him. I fucking care about you a lot. So much so that I lie awake at night thinking about you. I walked 18 freaking miles today when it was hot as balls out here to make sure that you're okay. I text you, I write you letters, I care about you too much. He whirled, and my gut instinct was to protect myself. In my experience, a man with a big body moving that fast usually meant bad things for me. I didn't think that he would ever hurt me, but because this was such a deeply ingrained reaction that I literally couldn't stop myself, I crouched and covered my face and head with both hands, catching what I'd done within seconds as the silence surrounding us became oppressive. Coming out of the crouch with embarrassment written all over my face, it was to see him staring at me with horror in his eyes. I never hit you, he whispered, sounding heartbroken at my reaction when he'd made threatening steps toward me. You can yell at me. You can take out your anger on me. You can do whatever you want to do to me. But that, I whispered. You're a big man, Rome. 3 times my size. And I don't care how well I know you. Something that deeply ingrained isn't something that I can just stop feeling. He didn't say anything. I growled in frustration and then pushed past him, or tried to. He didn't move, and then before I could react, he had his arms around me and he was hugging the crap out of me. I'm a mess, I told him. He laughed. You and me both, sweetheart. You and me both. Have you eaten? I asked his chest, trying not to get too comfortable. But the appeal of wrapping my arms around him and getting lost in his scent was too appealing. I couldn't help myself. Wrapping my arms around his trim waist and trying not to pay attention to how hard his body was, holy abs, Batman, I snuggled into the hug. I hadn't realized how much I'd needed it. I'd have 5 men hug me in my lifetime that I could remember. Slate, Oscar, my father when I was a very young child, my ex-boyfriend, and Rome. Rome had, by far, been the best one. I'd give just about anything to give Slate a hug right now. But Rome's hug? I'd give up the breath in my lungs, the ability to walk, the ability to see. Rome's hugs were that special to me. And he likely had no idea what wrapping his arms around my shoulders meant for me. It meant trust. It meant forgiveness. It meant everything. Rome took a deep breath, then blew it out. No, I'm not hungry. Liar, he grunted. Someone left an entire bag full of tamales on the table from lunch today, and I ate every single freaking one of them. I laughed, rubbing my nose along his chest. I wondered if he was as affected by my hugs as I was by his. Probably not, since he was able to speak in complete sentences, whereas I was thinking about how beautiful his stomach likely looked, or how he probably had that V that drives all women wild. Then he let me go, and I felt like my whole world shattered. I held on for a few long seconds after he dropped his arms from around me, and I wondered oddly how long was too long before it got to the weird department. 10 seconds? 15? 60? I let him go and felt like he'd stolen all my body heat when he'd pulled away. "Come on in," Rome said, pushing the door open wide. I smiled and did as instructed, this time taking in all the sights there was to see. Though there still wasn't any decor on the walls, there was enough architectural character in the design of the house itself that it didn't really need any. The woodwork was damn near a work of art in and of itself. "I love this house," I told him as he walked past me to the living room. "You've seen it before," he pointed out sarcastically. I rolled my eyes. "I know, but I had other things on my mind," I answered honestly. "And I've had a crush on this house since we moved here years ago. I had hoped that my parents would buy it. It was one of the ones that we looked at. Well, they looked at. Slate, Oscar, and I weren't allowed to get out of the car." "Who's Slate?" he questioned, looking over his shoulder at me. To keep myself from staring at his ass, I continued to study the house. It had high vaulted ceilings, rough-cut lumber on the walls, huge windows that had to be a bitch to keep clean since you couldn't reach half of them, and cobwebs. "Dear God, Rome," I muttered, looking at the cobwebs. "Why are those up there?" He followed my finger and snorted. "I can't reach up there." I stopped at the fireplace and gave the mantel an evil eye. "What about this?" I asked, as I took a swipe over the rough-cut cedar with one finger, then held it up for him to look at. Rome had the decency to look embarrassed. I don't know." I rolled my eyes, then mentally went through my calendar to see when I'd have time to clean Rome's house this week. It wouldn't be today, or tomorrow for that matter. Wednesday, though, that could work. Mentally penciling him in after the troubadours, I came to a stop next to Rome. "I'll be here Wednesday to clean," I told him. Rome's lips twitched. "I'll work on Wednesday." "You don't need to be here for me to clean," I pointed out, then narrowed my eyes. "Unless you don't trust me in your house by myself. If that's the case, I can come on Saturday. It's the next day off that I have." Rome's eyes studied me. "You can come on Wednesday." He paused. "I just wanted to see you." I felt my lips twitch, and his eyes that had been on my face went to those lips and stayed there, studying them. I couldn't help darting my tongue out and licking said lips. I felt something deep in my belly flutter, and I worried my lip with my teeth, causing his eyes to once again meet mine. And what I saw there was definitely not the blank mask he'd been wearing for quite a long time. This new face, with his expression-filled eyes, had something deep in my belly unfurling. "What?" I asked softly. He swallowed, and I watched his throat bob with the movement. Then he blinked, and the moment was lost, but definitely not forgotten. At least by me, anyway. "I want you to have something." I frowned. "What?" He handed me something that was sitting on his table, and I recognized the bag of letters that I'd left in my haste to leave earlier that morning. I had never, not ever, wanted to leave those. I read them over and over again when I had a bad day, and lately, there were more bad days than good days. I was glad that he was giving them back. If they mean to you what yours mean to me, I don't want you to be without them, he said softly. I took them up in my hands and hugged them to my chest. They do. Our eyes met, and something else, something powerful passed between us, as if we were each other's lifelines, and we both knew it. Do you want to ride home? He asked softly. Would I like a ride home on the back of Rome Pierce's bike? Or would I like to walk another 4 miles home? That was a stupid question. And I told him so. He laughed. The sound was rusty and husky, but it was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. Let me get some boots on and find my keys. A shaft of sunlight shifted, spotlighting an object on the couch in its rays. And when I could make out that object, my stomach lurched at what I saw. On the couch, illuminated by those rays of sun, was Matthias's dragon. The big black night fury from How to Train Your Dragon. It was about 3 feet tall and was the most ungainly, large, stuffed animal in the world. But that had been how Matthias had wanted it, stuffed to the brim so he could be as big as he can be, according to Matthias. Picking up the dragon, I tucked it underneath my arm and carried it up to Rome's room. When he went to sleep tonight, he'd have it on the nightstand. Maybe if he woke up and saw it, he would remember the good, and not the bad. Rome, I want to tell you a secret. Today I saw my ex, and I didn't turn around immediately and run away. You have no idea how big of a deal that is for me. If I'd had seen him 6 months ago, I'd have run away so fast that you'd have smelled burnin' rubber. He scares me that much. Lucky for me, you've given me confidence that I never thought I'd have. Today is the 4th of July. I went to buy sparklers. The first thing I saw when I turned the corner was him. He had a basket full of crap and his arm around a new girl. It was the best feeling ever to know that he's moved on and has shifted his focus. Thankfully, I was able to get my sparklers and go before he confronted me. Because it was inevitable. He would have introduced the new girl, and he would have found a way to make me feel just as low as ever. That's what he always does, which is why I usually run. The good news was that it didn't happen, and I was able to be strong enough to buy my favorite things in the world. I took some extreme slow-motion shots. I printed them out and sent them with this letter. Hope you like them. Have a good week. RP's biggest fan.
Chapter 11. Funny guys are dangerous. They'll make you laugh and laugh and laugh, then boom, you're naked. Rome to Izzy. Rome. I don't know how she managed it, but the moment that Izzy forced her way back into my life, we became friends. It was a week after she'd confronted me, and not a day had gone by that I hadn't seen her. At first, it was just for coffee. Then it was for dinner. The night after that, she'd forced me to go to the movies, though at that point I wasn't sure it was because she wanted to hang out with me or just because she needed a ride to the movie theater to see the newest superhero movie. And so it went. Night after night, I spent it with her. When she got off, I got off. When we both had off, even if it was for an hour a day, we still spent our free time together. Which led us to today. After waking up the morning after our encounter with a cold, she'd pushed the day that she was coming to clean my house back to Saturday. Today. I was just finishing up my workout at the 24-hour gym when I got her text saying she was ready. Grinning, I pulled the phone out of my pocket, ignoring the way that sweat dropped onto the screen, and called her. She answered within moments. Hola, Romeo. I rolled my eyes. Very original, I teased. Are you ready to be picked up, or are you saying, You're ready just to see if I'll wait outside for you for 10 minutes. She let out a very unladylike snort. That's ridiculous. I don't do that. I narrowed my eyes, finding myself grinning despite the weariness rocking through my bones, and walked to my bike. Yesterday I got there at 6, and you weren't ready until 6:30. You didn't even have the excuse of work to use, seeing as you had the entire day off. She giggled, and I felt something inside of my chest thump. You were the one who asked for more tamales, she pointed out. It's not my fault I was waiting for the last batch to finish cooking before I gave them to you. She had a point. Whatever, I muttered, remembering the reason for the cardio this morning. I'd put away about 20 of her tamales, and I had to admit, they were even better than the ones she'd brought me at the prison. Her grandmother was good at what she did, but those tamales that Izzy made put her abuelas to shame. I'm done except for putting on my shoes, she continued. I'll be standing out on my porch when you get here. I would believe that when I saw it. I wasn't sure how the hell Izzy was ever on time for anything that she did. Not only did she walk everywhere she went, but she was also consistently late. The two together probably had quite the snowball effect in her life. I'll see you when I get there, I murmured. Izzy made an agreeing sound and then hung up, leaving me staring at my phone and wondering how the hell I'd gotten myself into this position. I'd been bound and determined not to let her get under my skin, but after only a week, it was more than obvious that I didn't have a choice in the matter. It was one of the reasons why I'd avoided her for so long, too. She made me feel things before I even knew her name. At first, completely innocent, just me replying to a fan. But the more we wrote to each other, the more I fell for her. Then I met Izzy in real life, but had no clue that she was RP's biggest fan. I liked her, too. Ever since my son's funeral, I'd done a whole fucking lot of soul-searching, and I knew that Izzy deserved a fucking medal for the way she took care of everything in the background during my son's last days. Caring for Matthias, and inevitably me also. She, at least, deserved a thank you. The one I hadn't been able to give because I was too deeply entrenched in my own pain. I also wasn't in a place where I could admit that she meant something to me, but she'd earned a place in my heart by taking care of both of us and bringing my son cookies. Those few minutes after I'd realized my son was gone, she'd held me and cried. At the time, I couldn't see or feel anything beyond the crushing loss of my son. But in the months that followed, I couldn't help but think about Izzy. And it was then that I realized that I was definitely feeling a strong attraction to her. But I also knew I needed to heal so as not to work my sorrow out on her and taint anything that had been developing between us. If I was going there with Izzy, it was going to be real, and for the right reasons. After all I'd been through with Tara, and then seeing Tyler with his true soulmate, I knew exactly what I wanted. But the problem was I was struggling with the letting myself move on to something that would make me happy. How was I supposed to offer my heart when half of it had died with Tai? Then there were Izzy's problems. I had no fucking idea if she actually wanted something with me, or if she was just being nice. Maybe all that flirting that we'd done over letters for the past year hadn't meant to her what it meant to me. That was another problem. Thinking that the author of the letters and Izzy were two different people, I would be able to hold strong. I would have probably held off, thinking that now wasn't the best time to get into a relationship because my perfect woman didn't exist. But now that I knew Izzy and my letter writer were one and the same, yeah, that was just something that I'd never be able to fight against. Both Izzy and my letter writer had helped me through some tough times. Izzy, through the death of my son, and RP's biggest fan, through my son's sickness. Learning that they were both the same person was something that I was still trying to process. A car's honk startled me from my thoughts and had me looking up. I waved at the car that I'd walked in front of and mouthed an apology to the driver. The woman narrowed her eyes at me, and then they widened as they moved along the upper half of my body, and across my cut, identifying me as a patched-in member of Bare Bottom Guardians MC. There was fear in her eyes, but also a little bit of attraction. I turned away and continued toward my bike. I got on it and headed in the direction of Izzy's place. When I arrived, surprise, surprise, she was not on her front porch. Sighing as I shut the bike down, I kicked the stand into place and got off, heading to the door that was hanging wide open. Walking in without knocking, I took a look around her place. It was a small duplex that shared a wall with a neighbor who never seemed to be home. The walls were white, the furniture was white. The decorations were white. Hell, the only color I saw was the red dish towel hanging over the faucet of the sink, and a black cereal bowl filled to the brim with Lucky Charms. Her place was immaculate, which I guess I should have assumed would be the case since Izzy owned her own cleaning business. "Iz?" I called loudly, not moving from the door. Izzy peeked out from the doorway just past the kitchen, and her face flushed. "I spilled my cereal on my shirt. I have to find another shirt and I'll be ready." I looked over at her cereal. "Your cereal's getting soggy," I pointed out, trying to keep my eyes from roaming down her body, even though the only thing I could see was the long column of her neck and one bare shoulder. Over the last week, I'd looked at Izzy's body a lot. I couldn't seem to help myself. It all started out the day she'd walked over to my place, and she was wearing those tight-ass yoga pants. Then the next day, after she'd been cleaning, she was wearing a pair of even tighter workout leggings. The day after that, she was wearing running shorts that molded perfectly to her ass. The next time I saw her, she was wearing workout leggings again, this time with fucking unicorns on them. "I know," she sighed. "I was really looking forward to that, too. Oh well." She peeked back behind the walls she'd been hiding behind, and I walked farther into her place, hoping that my boots weren't dirty and leaving black smudges on her white-tiled floor. Either Izzy liked white, or she hadn't decorated at all since she'd moved in. Either way, the place was so white and clean it almost felt sterile. "What's with all the white?" I called out, heading to her bowl of Lucky Charms. They looked really good, so I picked up the bowl and took a bite. I moaned. I hadn't had Lucky Charms in so freaking long that they tasted even better than I remembered. Just the right amount of sogginess to them, too. Meaning they hadn't been sitting there all that long, and Izzy had poured herself a bowl of them knowing damn well and good that she wouldn't be able to finish them before I got there. I took another bite and leaned my hips against the counter, startled by the fact that I could see straight into Iz's bedroom. And I could see her naked back, sans bra, staring at her closet with quiet contemplation. I looked back down at the bowl and tried not to look up again. Oh, I failed, but I did try. But then my phone rang, saving me from doing anything more stupid than what I'd already done. I grimaced when I saw the screen's readout and immediately silenced it. "Who was that?" I looked up to find Izzy hurrying out of the room, pulling her shirt down over her slightly rounded belly. Izzy wasn't a size 2. She was curvy, but beautiful, and everything I never knew I needed. She had delicious thighs, a full ass, and tits for days. On the shorter side, you'd never be able to tell that she walked as much as she did. She was in such great freaking shape that she could likely keep up with me and my appetites. That appetite growing day by day until I was worried it'd consume me. Seeing her now, smiling at me while I ate her cereal, I found it hard to breathe. "My grandmother," I murmured, not seeing the point in lying. She frowned. "Your grandmother? Why didn't you answer it?" I took another bite before answering. My grandmother loved Tyler. When she found out what I did, she was disappointed in me. To the point where she never let me hear the end of it. I paused. And I just was so fucking tired of it. I heard it from everyone. I'd lost nearly every part of my support system within days, and the one person I thought I was always able to count on wouldn't fucking stop. So I did what I had to do. "You stopped allowing her to be involved in your life," she said, sounding understanding. "That's something I still haven't been able to do with my parents. They fired me before. Well, you know. And though they're still pissed off at me, they call me every day just to tell me what a disappointment I am." When I'd heard that Izzy was fired from her job by her parents because she wanted to help take care of Matthias, I'd been disgusted. What kind of parents could do that to their child? But then I remembered my own parents and realized that not all parents were great. Mine certainly weren't. Mine weren't all that bad. They were just beggars. All through my childhood, they were the parents that didn't go to anything, not one single football practice or football game. No pep rallies or track meets, no graduation. Hell, when I signed with Notre Dame, they didn't come to the press conference that was held afterward. But then I was the number 4 draft pick, and all of a sudden they were doting parents. They cared. They cared so much that they begged me for money every chance they got, and eventually I gave it to them. But once they'd gotten the house on the lake and 2 brand new cars, I felt like my obligation to them was over. So I started to put distance between me and them. But they'd gotten what they wanted, their bills almost paid for, and I hadn't seen nor heard from them since. Only my grandmother had really cared about me. She was the one who had shown up to all of those events. At least she did until Tara came into my life and I lost Tyler's friendship. When the dust had settled, in the end, my grandmother had chosen Tyler. Not that I blamed her. "I really don't want to talk about it," I admitted. "It's been 4 years since I disappointed her so badly. I'd rather continue on like nothing's changed. Like my whole world hadn't imploded from the inside out." I felt her hand brush down my arm, leaving goosebumps in its path. "Where are we going today?" she asked, reaching for the spoon I had halfway to my mouth. I carried it over so that I could put it into her mouth instead, and like the doofus I was, I lifted the spoon up like one would an infant to ensure that she got it all off the spoon. Her eyes lit with humor. "Sorry. Habit," I admitted. She shrugged, then patted the arm that she was still touching. "And I have to go to a meeting with the club." I paused. "It's not supposed to take more than 10 minutes, and it's going to be at a restaurant, so we can discuss it over food." Her eyes lit up. Out of the week I'd been exclusively spending with her, I'd noticed that the girl didn't skip any meals. She also didn't skip any desserts. Oh, and she ate snacks. A lot of them. Really, it was no wonder she had a slightly rounded belly, and I loved her belly. It made me want to bury my face in its softness and go to sleep. I clenched my hands to keep from touching her. "Where else are we going?" she asked. I picked up her coat and handed it to her. I wasn't really fond of the shorts either, but since we weren't going that far and she was wearing tennis shoes, I didn't see any reason to get her to change. Not when we were staying on back roads with a slower speed limit, and I'd never let anything happen to her. "You got your keys?" I asked as we stepped out onto the porch. "Shoot," she said, running back inside. I stood there watching her ass wiggle and her thigh muscles flex in those shorts as she ran around frantically looking for her keys and felt something stir deep in my gut. A desire for a woman. But not just any woman. Izzy. I hadn't felt that kind of desire in a very long time. It had been years since I'd taken a lover. Not because I was on some self-imposed ban, but because I'd grown tired of fucking whoever struck my fancy. Like I'd done with Tara. I'd learned quite a few valuable lessons that night Tyler had found Tara coming out of my house. One of them was that there were some things more important than getting your rocks off. "Oh," she paused, tapping her finger on her lip. "Can you check the door handle?" I winced and did as she asked, pulling out a set of keys from the lock. "Yep." I held them up and jingled them. She grinned. "Great." not great. In fact, her leaving those keys in the door was a very unsafe habit, and I got the feeling from her that this wasn't the first time she'd done it either. But that smile of hers was disarming enough that I didn't reprimand her like I should have. At least not fully. "You do that often?" I wondered.
"Do what?"
She turned to look up at me. Her innocent eyes weren't enough. I knew what she was trying to do. "Try to be a little more conscious of what you do," I told her as I jingled the keys she'd left in the door. That could have been really bad. Her beautiful eyes were expressive, and her hair was a beautiful mess. It was up on the top of her head, and tendrils were falling down all around her face. She was free of makeup, and the only thing that I could see out of place at all was a sheen of chapstick that she carried around in her pocket like it was a lifeline. Yes, there wasn't a single thing about her that I didn't notice. I even noticed the birthmark on her left hand in the shape of a flying bird.
"Yes, sir. Now, giddy up,"
she teased as she settled on the seat behind me. I tossed her a look over my shoulder, and she giggled. She kept giggling throughout the entire night, and by the time I was dropping her off on her front porch step hours later, she'd only picked up the pace.
"Oh, God,"
she said, wiping away at her eyes.
"You have a big goose egg on your forehead."
We'd hit a bug on the way home, and by bug, I mean a small goddamn bird-sized mutant of a bug. It had hit my forehead and bounced off, and had hurt like a son of a bitch. But it was just one of those things when you rode a motorcycle. "I hit a baby deer once," I admitted. "And a possum." She snorted.
"I like your friends, Rome. I think they missed you."
I'd noticed that myself. Tonight, every single one of them had acted like I'd come back from a long vacation. And maybe I had. And I had the woman in front of me to thank for it.
Chapter 12. Dear Diary, today my friend asked me to go to the gym with him. I think I need to meet new friends. Text from Izzy to Rome. Izzy. I hated cleaning, which was funny since I owned my own cleaning business. But since I was so good at it, I did my job and I did it well. "Would you mind cleaning the baseboards today, dear?" Mr. Antilles asked slowly, enunciating each and every word like he thought I was hard of hearing. "They're looking a little dingy." I looked down at the baseboards that I'd already done and didn't see a single dingy part. But alas, I'd go back over them again. I didn't want an unhappy client, especially this one. He was a U.S. Senator who I cleaned for weekly, but only saw when he was in his residence in Texas. I was not, under any circumstances, pissing him off. I could just see him ruining my life, and my brother's for that matter, just because I told him to go take a flying leap off a freaking cliff and using his dingy baseboards as a pogo stick on the way down. "Sure, Mr. A," I said breezily. "Was there anything else you wanted me to focus on today?" He looked around, shook his head, and shrugged. "What you normally do, dear." With that, he walked outside to go swim his laps. In his Speedo. His way too small Speedo. His way too small Speedo that should never, not ever, be worn by a man with a barrel chest and a beer belly the size of a small Texas town. But whatever, if he wanted to swim or pretend to swim in his Speedo, I'd let him. As long as he had clothes on, I was a happy person. Mostly. The fact that he had so much hair on his body really grossed me out. It especially caused my gut to roil when he shaved himself and didn't clean up the hair, like this morning. I'd walked into his bathroom, unprepared to find almost a full body's worth of hair on the bathroom floor, counter, and on the rug. Hell, it was even in the sink. But these were only just a few of the things that grossed me out. Speaking of grossing me out, my phone vibrated with a text. I pulled it out to see that Rome had finally replied to the text I'd sent him. Rome. That better not fucking be pubes. Grinning, I replied with a gif and shoved the phone back into my pocket, getting back to work. My phone vibrated almost immediately, and I stopped only having taken one more sweep to pull it out and look at it. Rome. I'm having lunch with Bayou. He said to sweep it all up and put it in the air vent in his car. That way, when he starts it up later, it blows in his face. What a fucker. I grinned and typed out a message. Me. Don't get me started. That's just a little taste of what I have to deal with here. I think he thinks I speak only Spanish. He talks to me like my IQ is low. Oh, and he points and gestures a lot. Rome sent back a barfing emoticon, and I gave an inadvertent giggle before shoving my phone back into my bra and getting back to work. The next text message that came, I didn't bother to answer. Not when I had places to be, people to see, and things to do. All of those things centered around a tall biker with a really great ass. Luckily, we were both working today, or I'd probably be getting a whole lot less work done. Rome and I had turned into quite the chatty Cathys lately, not that I was complaining or anything. I was actually quite relieved. Having him actually going out of his way to talk to me was so much more than I ever expected, especially since he'd spent 6 months doing everything he could to avoid me. But I wasn't going to complain. My grandmother had been one of my only support systems for too long. I missed having companionship with people my own age. Even more, I'd missed Rome. I missed everything about him, and didn't realize how much until he'd literally come out of his cave these past few weeks. But as much as I wanted to pull my phone out and continue to have a conversation with him, I had work to do. And once I was done with the floor, I moved back to the baseboards and then began dusting. It was when I was pulling the drawers out of the TV cabinet in the living room to get that line of dust on top of the drawer itself that my eyes lit on something inside the drawers. What I saw made me slam the door shut, and my heart skip a beat. My heart was slamming 100 miles an hour in my chest, and my jaw was likely on the floor. I moved hastily to the blinds in the living room and looked out at the pool, wincing when I saw Mr. Antilles swim in his laps, slowly. I hurried back to the drawer, and then opened it up like what I'd seen would strike out and bite me. The photos did none of those things, at least not physically. Emotionally, I was scarred for life. I stared at the first photo, and then moved the photo over with the tip of my fingernail, staring with disgust at the next photo. The third and fourth photo were more of the same, but it was the fifth that had my entire heart not just skipping a beat, but stopping entirely. It wasn't because of the girl in the photo, but the man in the photo. My ex. Oh, holy shit. I licked my lips hastily and swallowed hard at what I saw, wondering if there was a way to move the photos back to where they needed to be, act like I hadn't seen what I saw. My stomach was rolling, and I wanted nothing more than to run out of the house and take off down the street as fast as my feet could take me. But with this client being one of my best-paying clients, and him also having quite a bit of influence in the community, I was hesitant to go. If I lost him, I'd lose about $200 of my weekly income, and that wasn't including the other clients that he likely would convey my lack of professionalism to. I bit my lip, and then looked at my phone. I had to take a picture of the photos. Then, once I had them, I'd take the phone to Rome after I was done here and ask him what he would do. Normally, I would have called my brother, but I hadn't been able to do that in a long time. And Rome had become one of the best friends I could ever ask for. After getting the pictures and trying to put them back into place without looking like I'd been in there, I finished my work at record speed. And since I normally didn't announce when I left because he was in his office working, I hurried the fuck out of there, collecting what was likely my final check from the refrigerator as I hauled ass as fast as I could move it without looking like I was escaping. My walk turned into a run. and the moment the bar Rome said he'd be at came into view, I felt something settle in my stomach. It wasn't completely better, but it was a hell of a lot better than it had been over the last couple of hours. I pulled the heavy oak door of the bar, bare-bottom bar, open and glanced around. I found him immediately. He was at the bar, his back to the door, talking to Wade, who was in his bare-bottom police uniform. I swallowed, suddenly feeling like I was walking into a viper's den, and trudged forward even though I wanted to turn around and walk back out and forget this day had ever happened. But I couldn't. Not with what was in those pictures. I owed it to the victims. "Not sure that I want to be here that long, man," I heard Rome say to Wade. "We haven't seen you in months, Rome. You've missed 6 meetings. I'm pretty sure that Izzy won't mind if you hang out here and fulfill some obligations you have to the club while she cools her jets." Once I was close enough, I reached out and touched my fingertips to Rome's back. Words on his tongue to whatever he was about to apply to Wade was lost. His muscles tightened, and he turned around, his face impassive. The moment he saw it was me, his face broke out into a grin. That grin slowly fell when he saw the look on my face. Wade, who was also turned, went on alert. "Is." Rome reached for me, his large fingers curling around my upper arm almost completely. "What is it?" I licked my dry lips, then decided to just go for it. Pulling out my phone, I started explaining. "I was cleaning Senator Antilles' house today and found something." I handed the phone to him with the pictures pulled up. He saw them and stiffened. I knew what he saw. The first photo I took was of some man getting a blowjob from a teenager. The second one was of some other man I didn't recognize. This man on his knees getting butt-fucked by another teenager wearing a strap-on. But she didn't look like she wanted to be doing what she was doing. The tears running down her cheeks attested to that. Then the last photo was the one of my ex. "The last one is my ex," I whispered. "He's a lawyer. His name is Rodrigo Bernaldez. The girl that he's with, that girl is the same girl that I saw at the grocery store with him. The mom was the new woman that I assumed he got pregnant. Remember that letter?" I remembered that day as if it had happened just yesterday. Rome had given me the confidence to be strong. That day, I'd gone into the fireworks store for sparklers. When I turned the corner to get them, the first thing I spotted was Rodrigo. The second was the pregnant woman, and a girl that had to be about 16 or 17, standing as far away as she could be, but still be with the group. My eyes had been so focused on Rodrigo that I hadn't given the other two more than a passing glance, and I hadn't hung around long. I'd gotten my sparklers and hurried out, not stopping to see if they'd noticed me or anything else. It might seem like I'd run, but technically I'd gotten what I'd gone in there to get. Before Rome had instilled confidence in me, I would have straight up left, never to return. Somewhere that Rodrigo frequented was not a place that I wanted to be. "Holy fuck," Rome whispered, tilting the phone to Wade, who took it. He went through the photos around 10 times before he said anything more. His eyes were lit with an inner fire that looked like he was about to start spewing venom any minute. "Did he catch you?" I shook my head and leaned into Rome when he pulled me under his arm. "He was outside swimming laps in his Speedo," I muttered darkly. "Unless he has cameras set up in his house, which wouldn't surprise me because he's paranoid. Then I think I'm in the clear." Both men tensed. "How do you mean he's paranoid?" Wade was the one to ask. I sighed and stood up straighter, turning so that my back was to the bar and I was wedged in between the two men. I was touching from armpit to thigh with Rome. Wade was a few inches away from me, but I could still feel his heat. I scooted closer to Rome, who twisted on his bar stool so that I was now in between his thighs. His arm was around my waist, and one large hand was spread out along my thigh. I would not think too hard about how close his hand was to my unmentionables either. "Well," I said, wiggling slightly so that I could find a more comfortable position, one which Rome accommodated by moving the hand on my thigh and wrapping it around my waist and pulling me even tighter into him. "He won't let me go into his office unless he's there with me, watching my every move. And the minute that I'm done, and he's not going to work in there, he locks it up. I'm also to keep all the doors to the house locked while I'm there. And if his wife is the only one home on the days that I clean, then I'm not allowed to clean his office at all." Wade hummed. Rome snorted. "I wouldn't have thought too much into that. There are things that I wouldn't want you to see on my home computer, like my vast porn collection or my bank work, but he is a U.S. Senator. He might very well have sensitive documents in his office. Which begs me to question, why weren't these in his office? Or better, hidden? It's like he wanted you to find them." I shivered. I sure hoped that wasn't the case. Why would he want me to find them? "I clean everything, and those weren't there last week when I cleaned. I would know. I pull that same drawer out every week to clean. It has this weird lip on it that collects dust. And if you don't pull it out to clean along the top, the crease gets this grayish tint to it, and Senator Antilles' wife complains about it." "That all seems very convenient to me," Rome admitted. Wade grunted in agreement. "I agree." "Then maybe you should do some quiet digging, Wade," Rome admitted. "I'm not sure where this is going or why she's involved in whatever she's found herself involved in. But it's more than obvious that he wanted her to find those." Wade grunted. "I know a guy." "Anyway, do I quit or keep doing the job?" I asked hesitantly. I was praying that he said keep the job. I'd been looking at cars over the last week. I couldn't afford one if I didn't have that money from cleaning his house once a week. And furthermore, according to the driving school that I'd looked up online, I had to have a vehicle of my own to drive at this school because the student cars with the dual brake pedals on the driver's side and passenger side were a thing of the past, at least in this county. Though I guess technically I could just pick up a few extra jobs, but then that'd take away from my roam time, and I wasn't really looking forward to that. "No," Wade grunted. "But I think on top of looking into this, I still need to report it, which I can do. I can claim I have a confidential informant. Got the email through a throwaway email address, and since you can name off one of the individuals in the pictures with the women—" "They're teenagers," I said softly. "They might have all the essentials and look grown up, but I've seen those girls around town. They're still in high school. The two right here," I pointed at the pictures. "They're in the 11th grade. Oscar has a son who is a football player. He played varsity this year. Those girls were on the sidelines cheering for them." Neither man spoke for a long while, processing that news. "The other option is reporting it as an anonymous tip. And that tip will point directly toward me," I told him honestly. Wade's eyes were hard and unyielding. "Sometimes you have to do shit you don't want to do, girl." I looked away. I knew better than most what he was talking about. I did a lot of shit I didn't want to do. Not that he'd know that. But when I looked up at Rome, I knew that he knew what I'd be sacrificing if I told the senator I could no longer work for him. "What do I do with the pictures?" I asked softly. Wade held out his phone. "I'll forward them to my email. You delete them. Having child pornography on your phone is a crime in itself." Kissing the dreams of driving and a car goodbye, because I knew once Wade reported my anonymous tip, things would blow up in my face. I proceeded to get drunk. Really, really drunk. And Rome let me.
Chapter 13. Not today, heifer. T-shirt. Rome. I woke up with my arm about to fall off and my cock as hard as a rock. At first, I wasn't too sure where I was. Then, when I opened my eyes and saw the massive black hair spread out over my chest and the head resting on my bicep, I remembered exactly where I was, as well as why the beautiful Izzy was currently sleeping on me. After she'd shown me her pictures and asked me my advice, I'd suggested she take a shot to calm her nerves. That shot had turned into 4 margaritas, a shot of whiskey, 2 strawberry daiquiris, and a mojito. When she hadn't been able to find her house keys, she said in her haste she might have left them at the senator's house. I'd taken her to my place. From there, I'd laid her on my bed and started to leave her, until she started to cry. And I'd always been a sucker for a woman in tears. After towing off my shoes and shucking my shirt, I'd laid down and gathered her into my arms, listening to her cry about the car she wasn't getting to buy now, as well as the fact that there were pieces of shit on this earth that needed to be gelded. After crying her little heart out, she'd fallen asleep, and I hadn't been far behind. Which led to now. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was now wide awake. Why was I wide awake? Because Izzy was practically laying on top of me, and my dick liked her softness pressed into it. "Izzy," I called softly, running my hand up and down her bare thigh under the silky shorts she still had on. It was so soft. So fucking soft. My hand practically spanned around her entire knee, and I found myself wanting to follow the same trail I'd taken by hand with my tongue. I swallowed hard and started to push her off of me, but she tightened her arms around me. "I was sleeping really well," she muttered darkly. "Why are you waking me?" I was never one to beat around the bush. Hesitation and indecision were not fine traits to have when you were a professional football player trying to protect your quarterback from having his teeth knocked in. "You're lying on top of me and grinding against me and making these noises with your mouth," I told her. "I haven't had sex in a really long time, and I'm not a saint. My dick is about to explode." She went up on a hand which was planted in my chest and stared at me, or at least I thought she stared at me. It was too fucking dark to know for sure without turning on a light. These old walls that surrounded us didn't allow anything to penetrate their depths, even the street lights and security lights outside. "I'm sorry," she said, not moving an inch. "I didn't mean to do those things." "You're still on top of me," I told her, needing her to get off, and fast. "I never said I wanted you to be a saint." Her whispered reply had me stiffening beneath her. I wasn't sure if what I'd heard was acquiescence to do what I wanted to do, or her hazy reply because she was still sleepy and not firing on all cylinders. Or hell, she could possibly still be drunk off her ass and in no shape to be making the decision that I think she might have just made. Whatever the reason, I needed to go. Now. Because if this went any farther than this point we happened to find ourselves at, I might very well do the things I'd wanted to do to her for longer than I was comfortable admitting to. I shifted my weight, rolling her off of me by rolling my body over as well, and groaned when she went with me easily. When I went to move my hips off of her, she hastily threw her legs around my waist and said the last thing I ever thought would come out of her mouth. "I'm not drunk, I'm not tired. I've been awake for an hour, and I want you." All of my concerns that I'd had as I was rolling her off of me took off like a puff of smoke on a windy day. I hesitated. I'm not in the right place. This could turn out really bad. I needed her to know that before I did anything, though I shouldn't have bothered to tell her that. "And I'm not in the right place either," she admitted. "I'm still fucked up over my ex. I have nightmares every night thinking he's in my room with me about to strangle me, and that I have no one to blame but myself because I wanted to marry him despite knowing he wasn't a good man.
I walk everywhere because he held buying me a car and teaching me to drive over my head. And let's not forget the fact that he'd beaten me 4 times over the course of our relationship. And it was only learning that he'd slept with one of my bridesmaids the night before the wedding that had been the trigger point for me to realize that he wasn't the man for me. Despite it being years ago, I still don't have my shit together. I'm a fucked up mess, and I have no one to blame but myself. I growled in anger. Your ex-fiancé used mind games on you, as did your parents, I said, trying not to pry. I had barely managed to keep the "what's this man's name" question off my lips for months now. But last night I'd finally learned it, and it was seared into my brain like a brand. Rodrigo. And it's nice that you agree, because we really shouldn't be doing this. I wanted to ask her questions. I wanted to know what made her tick. I wanted to know all the gory details that there were to know, and I wanted to make her feel better. I wanted to plant my cock inside of her, and I wanted to make sure that she knew that not every man was an asshole like her father and ex-fiancé. Most importantly, I wanted her to know that I wanted her, fucked up mess and all. I wanted to mess her up, and I wanted her to mess me up. I wanted us to be fucked up messes together. But I had a conscience. And that conscience was telling me that this idea I had in my head about her was something that probably shouldn't happen. She might very well be more screwed than I was, and that was the last thing I needed in my life. But for once, my conscience was being overruled by my need, and I wanted her more than I wanted anything. I wanted to forget with her. I wanted to bury myself so far inside of her that all my aches and pains were forgotten. I wanted her, and I hoped she was ready for the man she was about to unleash. I'm tired of caring. I'm tired of everything. I just want to forget the world for a while, she whispered. I could feel her eyes on me, despite not being able to see them, and I wholeheartedly agreed with everything she'd just said. I can make you forget, I found myself saying. My voice was ragged and husky, sounding just as desperate as I felt. Then I felt her small hands on my face before she pulled me down, her lips searching for mine. Turning my head slightly, I allowed her lips to meet mine, and the reins of my control snapped. Her lips felt like the softest, warmest, slickest silk I'd ever touched, and she tasted like the strawberry daiquiri she'd consumed hours ago. The groan that left my chest when her tongue touched my lips was nothing short of explosive. She was so sweet, so controlled, so hesitant that I never once thought she'd want this from me. Knowing that she did indeed want this was playing havoc with my control. I had one hand fisted in the pillow above her head and the other in a death grip on the comforter that was covering her and not me. I'd never thought that it was possible to hate a piece of material, but right then I did. It was keeping us from fully touching. Granted, she still wore her running shorts and I still had on my jeans, but those didn't stop me from feeling all the softness that was Izzy. The stupid blanket was too goddamn hot and thick. Oh, fuck, I breathed against her lips. Do you know what you're doing, sweetheart? It was the last chance she would get. Of course, she breathed. Do you? That was the million-dollar question. I had absolutely no idea what I was doing. That didn't mean that I was going to stop. I had no clue where this would lead after tonight. I had no idea whether it would change the dynamic of our relationship. I had no idea if she wanted a relationship, or if I did, for that matter. Everything was still up in the air, but I knew one thing. I wanted her. This. Right now. Yes, I said confidently. I grinned, then reached blindly to the side table so that I could turn on the lamp. I had to see what I was doing. I felt like it was imperative to how this was about to go for both her and me. Then my mouth was back on hers, and slowly I started to shove down the blanket that was separating us. She moved as best she could without taking that perfect mouth from mine, shimmying and shaking as well as giving me her entire body weight as she tried to lift other parts of her body. When I finally had it down from between us, I nearly groaned at the feel of her full, supple body, even in running clothes, against mine. "Wait," she breathed, reaching over to do something with her phone. Moments later, the flashlight on her phone was lighting the room, and I could see. I could also feel her nipples through the thin shirt she wore, and the soft, rounded curve of her ass felt even better. My hand squeezed her ass tightly, and she moaned into my mouth, pulling back just far enough that she could latch onto my bottom lip and pull it into her mouth. I groaned when she sucked on it lightly, my hands tightening on her. Her ass was so soft, so pliable. I wanted to bite it. She let my lip go and reared up, panting. Both of her fists were planted on my chest, and she was flexing her fingers as she tested the muscles beneath my skin. "I need your clothes off," I growled, my eyes still on those lips. They were puffy and swollen from my kiss, and her face was red along her jaw and cheeks from my beard. "I should shave," I said idly, eyeing that red. I didn't like that I'd caused her harm, however insignificant it may or may not be. She narrowed her eyes. "You ever shave that beard and I'll never talk to you again." My eyebrows drew up in surprise. "You like it?" Her laugh was husky as she went all the way up, her lower body straddling my hips. That's when her eyes widened at the feel of my cock, cramped and uncomfortable in its tight quarters, beneath her. "I've dreamed about your beard," she whispered, moving her hands to the bottom hem of her shirt and drawing it up slowly. I nearly groaned when I realized there was a second shirt underneath. "You're a tease," I panted. "Hurry." She did, making much shorter work of the second shirt than she did of the first. "What do I get since I hurried for you?" she asked teasingly. I did a sit-up and reached for her bra at the same time, yanking the sports bra up so that her beautiful breasts were bared to my gaze. They were everything that I'd ever imagined. Soft, full, round, and perky. Her nipples were a dusky brown, several shades darker than her tanned skin. She had the sweetest little nipples I'd ever seen, and I wanted to devour them for the rest of my life. I groaned and leaned forward, capturing one in my mouth while my other hand went to the other. The gasp that left her lips was nothing short of volatile, as if any second she'd orgasm just from my tongue and lips on her nipple alone. "I've wanted this," she sighed, "since the first time I saw you on the television screen." I would have smiled had my lips not already been busy. Her hands had found their way into my hair, what little of it there was, and started to pull. "Other one," she pleaded. Grinning, I obliged her request and switched to the other lonely nipple, moving my fingers to the original one to keep the peak I'd created hard and tight. She breathed out shakily, her breath fanning my face, and said 2 words. "Want you." My free hand went to her shorts and I started to shove them down her hips, but they weren't budging with the position we were in. Rolling over swiftly so that she now lay on the bed, I dropped her nipple and refocused on her shorts, pulling them off her, or at least trying to. The goddamn things were thick and tight, molding to her body perfectly. "They're running shorts, Rome. I wear them all the time since I do a lot of walking." She laughed as she started to shimmy them down her legs. "They're meant to stay in place." I had no doubt in my mind that they would now. Those things were better than Fort Knox. Had she not wanted them to come off, they wouldn't have. And then they were to her ankles, and I growled when I realized her panties had stayed in place. "Fuck," I growled, reaching for those without taking her shorts all the way off. "You wear too many clothes." She snickered and started pulling her shorts the rest of the way off, stopping when I felt a hair above her pubic bone, and growled. "I like that you don't shave," I told her bluntly. Normally I liked it bare, but on Izzy, it worked. Oh boy, did it work. She blushed lightly. "It feels weird when I shave," she whispered. "I keep the bikini line trimmed down, but nobody ever sees it but me, so I didn't see a point in doing much more maintenance than that." I liked the sound of that even more. My dick was so hard at this point that I feared irreversible damage to it, so I started to pull at the button of my jeans, thankful that it popped loose with the first tug. That had been all I'd intended to do, but the way her eyes had zeroed in on my movement had me undoing the zipper, too. I didn't dare do more yet. Not when I wanted to taste her first. If my dick got loose, it'd be finding the first hot, wet orifice in her body, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. It was when my mouth started to move down her tummy, heading for the promised land, that she stopped me with her hand in my hair. "I've never done this before," she whispered when my eyes moved to lock on hers. I blinked. Like, ever? I also wasn't sure what she was talking about. I know that she'd been pregnant, and despite what teenagers thought, there wasn't such a thing as immaculate conception. A dick and a vagina had to actually be introduced, at least a little bit, for it to ever happen. It wasn't rocket science. She looked at me sheepishly. "I've done it, just not that." She gestured to where I'd been descending my mouth. "Nobody's ever tasted you before?" I clarified. She shook her head. "Aces," I teased. She rolled her eyes, and then bopped me on the forehead with the palm of her hand. "You're stupid." I snorted and then bent down, biting down lightly on her rounded belly just below her belly button. I loved that she wasn't a thin girl. I loved it even more that she didn't look like she'd break in half the first time my hips met her ass as I powered inside of her. I told her so, too. "I love your thighs. I especially love this cute little belly." I dragged the backs of my fingers of one hand along the lower part of said belly. She shivered. "I've hated that for my whole life. It doesn't matter what I do or how much I run. It's always there. It never goes away, despite anything I've tried to do to make it go away." I growled and sucked some of the skin into my mouth, giving her a hickey right above her left hip bone. "I'm not complaining," I told her, squeezing lightly on each hip with my hands, relishing in the way my fingers sunk into her skin slightly. "I like it. I like it even more that you work it so well." She huffed out a breathless laugh. It was either be bothered by the fact that I had a stomach, ass, thighs, and boobs, or own it. And I had other things in my life that were a whole lot worse than my body. Not wanting her to lose her train of thought, I moved my mouth down to the spot right above her pubic hair and sucked that skin, too. She moaned and shifted her thighs, widening them slightly, inviting me to do what I would. Which I did. Sinking my shoulders down between her thighs, my entire bottom half now off the bed, I studied her. The dark skin of her thighs morphed into a pretty pink pussy topped with jet-black pubic hair that drove me wild. And she was wet. I could see her sweet, tight pussy slick with her desire. I bent my mouth down and circled her clit with my tongue. Her flavor burst on my tongue, and the last thing I ever expected to happen, happened. She giggled. "Sorry," she whispered. "It's just that your beard is tickling me." I grinned against her, loving the way she was so different from all the other girls that I'd been with. I loved that she laughed during sex. I loved it even more that she was honest with me. I went for another swipe, this time nearly burying my face into her sweet folds. She gasped and slammed her thighs closed, right on my head as she started to giggle even harder. "Holy fuck," she tittered. "Oh, holy shit. How am I supposed to endure this?" I brought one of my hands up and pried one of her thighs away from my head, looking up at her smiling face. "I've never in my life had this problem before." She started to pant as she watched me. She wanted me to do what I wanted so bad that she was shaking with it, but she couldn't stop the giggling, or the flinching, or the hand clenching. When I tried to swipe my tongue through her wetness, I was very aware of my beard, as well as her gasps.
"Oh my God," she cried out, squirming and laughing. "Stop. Oh, holy shit, stop!"
It was at this point that I was laughing so hard that tears were forming in my eyes. I did what any man would do. I went up to my knees at the end of the bed and shifted so that I could push my jeans over my hips. Then I slowly crawled between her legs. It was only when I had my cock notched against her entrance that I came to my senses. I reared back, suddenly sick to my stomach at what I was about to do. "Condom," I told her. Something changed on Izzy's face.
"You don't need one," she whispered.
I tilted my head. "I can't have another baby," I told her hoarsely. Izzy shook her head sadly.
"Neither can I. Ever."
Something passed between us then. Something unspoken, but very real. I couldn't have another kid because I just couldn't handle it. She couldn't have a kid because she was physically incapable. What a pair we were. I dropped down to my elbows, one on either side of her head, and dropped my forehead to hers. When her mouth came up to touch against mine, the desire that had dimmed during the last 30 seconds started to rekindle. I twisted my hips to try to get my cock back into place, and she took pity on me, lining me up so that I was in the perfect position to just slide in. She groaned when my hips thrust forward, half of my cock filling her in one slow thrust.
"You're big,"
I grunted. "I'm 6'4", Iz. Of course, I'm big." She threw both of her arms over my shoulders and pulled on me until I was giving her my entire weight.
"Doesn't mean that I can't still be surprised that you have a big dick," she told me. "I haven't had anything this big ever."
She was stroking my ego. I bent down and bit her lip. "Maybe you just don't have the best people to compare it to," I growled, pulling back and thrusting forward. She panted as she tried to relax her body. Each moment she managed to calm herself down, I'd slide another inch inside of her until at last I was exactly where I'd wanted to be for so long. Inside of her completely, buried to the hilt in her soft, slick heat. I pulled back enough that I could see her eyes and stared amazed at how hazy they were from her arousal. "You feel good," I rasped. She poked her tongue out to lick her lips, and instead of just getting hers, got both of ours due to my closeness.
"You need to move."
She clenched her muscles. I needed to move. I pulled my hips back and then ground forward, twisting my hips. She bit down on the muscle of my chest. I felt that little nip in my soul.
"Holy crap," she breathed. "What was that you just did?"
I pulled back out and thrust back forward again, wishing for all I was worth that I wasn't as close as I was. I could do this all day long if I had control, which I damn well did not. Izzy was making me realize that any control I thought I possessed wasn't an option with her. She broke down my walls and made me feel things I didn't want to feel. She started to suck on the small hurt she'd caused on my chest, and my balls drew up. "I'm not going to be the MVP of this session," I panted. "It's been too long." Her pussy clenched around me, and I swear to Christ I nearly lost it.
"That's okay," she breathed, "because I'm really close. You don't need to have the skills for long. Please move," she pleaded. "Please, please, please."
I moved, not because of her begging, but because I had literally no choice. It was either move or die, and I wanted to live, at least long enough to feel the sweet clench of her pussy as she came, at least once. I dropped my face to her neck and started to buck my hips, unable to be smooth and sweet like I'd intended when we'd started. When we'd started, I hadn't been aware that her vagina was like a drug addict's fix. I hadn't realized that with one single taste, I'd be signing myself up for the rest of my life to be her willing love slave, if she asked anyway. She wouldn't, but still.
"Harder," she panted into my neck. "Do it harder."
I didn't want to do it harder. I'm trying to hang on to some control, I told her. If I don't, I'm going to hurt you. She scoffed at me.
You're not going to break me, Romero Pierce, she directed into my ear. So hurry up and do as you're told.
I found myself smiling, as well as following her commands. Moments after she gave me my orders, I pulled all the way out until just the head was resting inside of her and slammed my hips forward. My eyes crossed, and I realized that the few minutes I'd said earlier that I could last was much less than I'd originally anticipated. I had maybe 8 or 9 thrusts in me, which was why I moved until my mouth was covering one breast. I bit down softly on her nipple, causing her to arch into me, or at least try to. She couldn't move much with my body weight holding her down and my cock buried so deep inside of her that there was no way she wouldn't be feeling me in the morning.
I need,
she pleaded, her hands going back to my hair, tugging me closer while also digging her fingernails into my scalp.
I need you.
Need me to do what? I asked, grinding back into her. This? Then I thrust forward, giving her my full length, just like she'd asked.
Yes,
she cried out.
That!
I pulled her nipple with my teeth, loving the way the skin stretched up to meet my mouth. I also loved the way her breasts jiggled with each thrust. I kept chanting to myself, hold on, hold on. And then she let go. She came so hard that I thought I died and went to pussy heaven, courtesy of Isadora Solis.
Yes,
she keened.
Oh my God, yes!
I didn't bother holding back anymore. My thrusts became erratic, my hips moving disjointed with hers, but that didn't matter. I came, and came, and came. My release left my body in hard spurts, filling her up until it was spilling out around my cock that was stuffed in her pussy. On top of that, her muscles were still rippling, making my balls very happy to be attached to my body. My own nipples were just as hard as hers, and I wasn't even going to get started on my breathing. How could a man who ran over 5 miles a day and did so much weight training get out of breath after 5 minutes of sex? I had no answer, and I didn't need one. Izzy was my kryptonite, a vortex of sassy, passionate, and loving woman that would take me down at the knees and suck me in willingly. My body weight was once again all resting on hers, so I rolled until we were on our sides, but still just as connected as before. She threaded her legs around mine, and then softly ran her fingernails through my hair as we both came down from one hell of a high. I finally let her nipple go, and then curled one arm around her shapely thighs and tugged her in closer.
I think you spoiled me, she teased. I'll never be happy with just my battery-operated boyfriend again.
I snorted and blew out a breath against her temple. You can come to me when the need arises. She snickered.
That's like every day when I'm around you, she pointed out. But I'm down if you are.
I was so down I couldn't get any lower without laying on the goddamn floor. I'm ready and willing, I said. Anywhere, any place.
You're going to regret that, she whispered sleepily. I've never felt like this before. Not even when I was pregnant and couldn't use my B.O.B. enough. I could literally go right now all over again, as if you didn't literally rock my world only 45 seconds ago.
I licked my lips, tasting the salt from both her body and mine. So, you can't have any more children? I asked carefully. I felt her tense in my arms.
No. After the birth of my daughter, I started getting cysts on my ovaries. Without getting them removed, which it isn't 100% certain that would even work, I'll never be able to have them again. My ovaries don't release the eggs like they're supposed to.
I felt awful, but I was also happy. If she couldn't have any children, that meant that she'd never expect any from me. I was happy about that, wasn't I? Come on, I sat up, taking her with me. Let's go get in the shower. She sighed.
I was perfectly content right where I was.
You were also leaking my cum all over my thigh, I countered.
And though it's a turn-on that I got to come inside of you, it's not a turn-on for me to have it all over me. She snorted in my arms as I carried her bridal style to the bathroom. Once turning on the shower with one hand, I dropped her onto the bathroom mat and waited for it to heat. She felt tiny and delicate in my arms, and she was smiling up at me like I'd just made her world. "What?" I asked quietly.
"Nothing."
She shook her head.
"Just looking."
"You're making me have a complex," I told her, running my hand over my beard. "Do I have something on my beard? Other than her?"
"No," she said, letting her eyes trail up and down my body. "I guess I'm just surprised that someone like you would want anything to do with me."
I yanked her closer to me, and my dick flared to life. It was more than obvious now how I felt about her. "Who wouldn't want you?" I asked. "You're hot, honey." She snorted and reached up to remove the haphazard ponytail from her hair.
"Sure, we'll go with that."
Then she tossed it into the vicinity of the sink and stepped into the shower, leaving me trailing behind her like a puppy. "You don't believe me?" I inquired. She brought her thumb and pointer finger to her side and pinched some of the fat.
"I don't need to be told that I'm overweight to know that I'm overweight. I have a pretty face, but pretty faces don't matter when you're ugly everywhere else."
I would have laughed had I not known that she was 100% serious. "You're not fat," I told her. "You're shapely, curvy, and sweet. I want to eat you up and never let you go." She blushed and shifted her legs, her thighs rubbing together as she did. I watched her nipples stiffen.
"I think we'll have to try cunnilingus again," she teased. "Maybe I was just being a big baby."
I dropped down to my knees in the shower and threw her leg over my shoulder. "Sure." But unlike before, she wasn't on a stable surface, so when she screamed and jumped as my beard tickled her naughty bits, she fell straight to the floor.
"Ow!"
she cried and laughed at the same time. I looked down at her sprawled indelicately on the ground and smiled. So, note to self, no more doing that in the shower. Stable, soft surfaces only. Chapter 14. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Coffee cup. Rome. I wasn't sure what day would bring as night disappeared and the sun replaced the moon in the sky. What I hadn't expected was for her to take very thorough care of me as she sucked me to orgasm, and then demand to go with me today. Why did she want to go with me? Because I was meeting a slew of my old teammates at the local stadium for a pickup game of ball. Which led me to now, feeling the wound in my chest that retiring had left me with. Being back out on that field made me want to throw caution to the wind and play. To be who I was before Matthias became sick, and I became so involved in attempting to find a cure. But I could never go back to who I was then. For one, I didn't have my son with me any longer, and I wasn't the same person now as I was back then. Two, I hadn't played in well over a year. This was a young man's game. At the age of 33, I was well and truly on my way to being old in the game of football. Being back on that field had a surge of adrenaline running through me, though. I hadn't felt the likes of it in a very long time, too long to remember. I couldn't tell you when it was that I started to play. My parents had signed me up for Pee Wee Football League when I was just a 5 or 6-year-old. But it wasn't until I was a freshman in high school that I really started to play the game as it was intended to be played. See, at first, I hadn't wanted to be hit. Honestly, I'd been scared. Tyler, he hadn't cared one bit. But then again, he had been a running back the years that he'd played and was fast on his feet. Skilled with holding the ball? No. But fast? Yes. When he quit during our sophomore year, I'd been terrified to go it alone. Coach Truby had seen my potential, though, and didn't let me give up. And I had him to thank for all my success. How did he help me? By putting me out on the field, full pads, and letting senior after senior sack my sophomore ass until I was so tired and weak I couldn't stand up. It had worked, though. From that point on, I was no longer scared of the ball. "Who's the hottie, Roro?" Truck Mathers, one of the linemen, asked as he looked over my shoulder. I didn't have to turn around to know he was looking at my Izzy. "That's Isadora," Link drawled, spinning the ball up in a spiraling ascent and catching it once it came back down again. "She's his woman, that he says isn't his woman, but actually is. The only thing that's missing between the two of them is the actual title." I turned my glare on the younger man. He was the quarterback and in his prime, but I was a lineman, or at least had been, and I'd taken down bigger pricks than him for my entire career. Plus, big I may be, fast I was. "How about you shut up about my Izzy and go fuck yourself?" I suggested. Link's lips twitched. "Your Izzy?" Link had seen us together last week in town and had immediately latched on to the idea of Izzy and me. He'd sent me a text that night telling me that he was happy I'd returned to the land of the living and that he'd see me at the pickup game. He also threatened that if I didn't come, he'd find a way to make my life hell. I knew he would, too. Link was a big part of my life, and the reason that I had the MC at my back in the first place. He'd also been on the team with me and was one of the only ones in the world that knew that Matthias had cancer. He knew why I'd really quit, and he'd been the one to show me a way to deal with my separation from the team in a healthy way, by prospecting with the MC. I swallowed hard, trying not to get emotional with the stupid kid. He had a good head on his shoulders, and I was happy that I counted him as a friend. I flipped said friend off as a few of the other guys started to laugh. "Want to play a pickup game, old man?" I shifted to see another former teammate, Joe Hoyt, a running back, toss a ball at my face. I caught it like I hadn't stopped holding a football for over a year and shot it back at him like a missile. Joe caught it and grinned, tucking the ball under his arm. I'd honestly never intended to play the pickup game, but I'd worn shorts and a tee just in case they happened to talk me into it, which they were attempting to do. I wanted to play. "I'll go ask if his minds." I paused. We were supposed to go grab food after this. "Tell you what," Joe said, smiling wide. "I'll go ask her myself." Joe was off before I'd even told myself it wasn't a good idea. "Joe Blow isn't going to be nice," Link teased. I sighed and turned, heading off to intercept the man that I knew damn well wasn't going to let me leave without playing a game. But he must have fucking sprinted there after he'd left our huddle because he was already hanging off the railing, talking to her. Izzy was staring down at him like he was a worm, though, making me chuckle as I started to jog lightly toward them. When I arrived, it was to hear the tail end of Joe's conversation. "My mother's going to be all right, but I'm really sad. I need my friend to play with me to make me feel better," Joe finished. I rolled my eyes heavenward. Joe was the biggest pain in the ass on the entire team, and every one of the guys liked him. He was around 30, but he acted like he was 15 at times. And man, the outrageous stories he came up with were sometimes works of art. "So what I'm understanding is, your mother was hurt last week in the fall, and you need to play a game of football with Rome to make you feel better?" she said. Joe nodded down at her. "Yeah." "But I'm hungry, Joe," she teased. "If I sit here for another minute, I'm going to die of starvation." Joe frowned, and I felt my shoulders shaking as I tried to keep the laughter quiet. She was working him like a pro. I smothered a grin with my hand. "Okay," he paused, looking around, his eyes stopping on an unsuspecting woman who was handing out water bottles. "Hey, water girl, do you have any of your cookies?" Jolene, or the water girl, as she was always referred to, but who was actually the sports nutritionist for the team, frowned. "Joe Blow, I'm going to kick your ass if you keep calling me water girl." Joe held up his hands, and he started to fall backward off the railing. Both Izzy and Jolene started to gasp, but Joe caught himself before he could fall more than an inch or two. "I'm sorry, WG. I'll stop. For now," he offered. "But tomorrow I'll likely forget, and you'll have to remind me again, just like you did today." Joe had a steel trap for a mind. He knew every freaking play he'd ever ran and didn't have a single problem remembering anything. Yet he and Jolene had danced around each other like two dogs scrapping for the last piece of chicken. Joe and Jolene had always been the two people that everyone on the team wondered why they weren't together. I never understood why they didn't just hook up and get whatever it was between them over with. Or started. I looked over at Izzy to see her giving me wide eyes. I sent her a wink. hold my stuff. She held out her hand, and I started emptying my pockets, handing her first my wallet, then my phone and keys, followed shortly by my watch. "What have you been doing on your phone over the last hour?" I asked. "You seemed pretty intent on whatever it was you were doing." She shrugged. "Reading something online." My brows rose. I'd tried to catch her attention quite a few times, but her eyes had been avidly focused on whatever it was she was looking at, which inevitably made me curious. "Show me," I demanded. She rolled her eyes, then turned her phone around. All I saw was writing on a page, but one word caught my eye. "Cock?" She shrugged. "I was reading a good book, so sue me. Y'all are boring just standing around." My lips twitched. "That we are. If I get tackled and break my neck, don't laugh at me later, okay?" Her eyes went serious. "I'd never laugh if you were hurt, Rome." I swallowed at the look in her eyes, which cleared just as quickly as they flared. "Good," I said softly. "Do you need anything? I think I have a bag of peanuts and a protein bar in my truck." She rolled her eyes. "I was just messing with old Joe Blow. He gave me this sob story, so I had to lay it on just as thick." I winked at her. Atta girl. Something changed in her eyes then. "Don't get hurt, Rome. I have plans for your body later." The smirk that lit my face at her statement was nothing less than lecherous. "Good. I have plans for yours, too. Getting hurt in any way will fuck with that, and seeing you in those shorts since this morning is making me less than yielding." With that, I turned on my heels and barely caught the cleats that were tossed at my face in time. "You remember how to put these on, don't you?" I flipped Link off. "Fuck you." "Don't hurt him, Lincoln," Izzy ordered. Lincoln held up his hand in the Boy Scout sign and said, "Scout's honor." Izzy looked at him. "Were you a Boy Scout, Lincoln?" Link's lips twitched. "I was for about a week and a half, until they figured out that I was walking 2 miles to the meetings by myself because my dad worked swing shift and couldn't take me. When they found out, they tried to pick me up, and I didn't like the sad looks they were giving me." Izzy's gaze was intense on Link as she saw something else working there behind his usual easygoing nature. I'd noticed it myself a time or two. Though Link was quite outgoing and funny as well as approachable, he was also a lot older than his years. He didn't act like any mid-20s man that I knew. "You're trouble, Lincoln," Izzy said softly. "You'll come to dinner with us after the game?" Link looked a little startled. Yeah," he paused. "I guess." My mouth turned up in a smile. "You're screwed. Just say yes." Link shrugged. "Yes." Izzy's smile was brilliant. "You don't get hurt either." With that, Link's easy grin was back. "My body is worth millions. If I break it, I don't play. Trust me when I say it's never my intention to get hurt. Plus, we're just playing flag football, so no touching at all." Izzy narrowed her eyes. "I know boys, Link. Trust me when I say that it'll get out of hand." "Never," Link disagreed. Let's just say she didn't hesitate to say I told you so when it did, in fact, get out of hand. I was laying on the ground, my balls screaming for me to do something, but there was nothing I could do. I felt someone nudge my side, and I opened my clenched shut eyes to see Izzy standing over me. Her eyes were heated, and she was running that gaze of hers up and down the length of my shirtless body. "You okay?" she asked. I had one hand on my balls and the other one clenched into a fist at my side. I couldn't manage anything but a short, jerky nod. She looked over at Joe, then at Link, who were watching sheepishly. "You know," she said softly to them both, "I had plans for those tonight." Joe snickered as Link's eyes widened. "He'll be okay." "Maybe." She tilted her head and leveled them both with an angry look. "But I told you not to let him get hurt, didn't I?" Link winced. "It was an accident." "It most assuredly was not an accident," she countered. "He gave you the slip and you retaliated by diving at him. Your big fat head hit his junk. It wasn't nice." Link looked chagrined. "If he hadn't said what he said, I would have left him alone." She turned her eyes back down to me. "What did you say?" I didn't dare open my mouth, not when she looked so pissed. It was kind of cute, actually. "He said that Link had his head in his vagina, Joe offered, and that if he needed help pulling it out, he knew a girl in Alabama that would gladly get it out for him. Izzy looked down at me. "Who's the girl?" "Conley," I supplied, just as Link said. "No one." Joe started to laugh. "Link has a girl who isn't really his girl because he won't let her be his girl." "That's very convoluted, and I don't know what it says about me that I actually understood what you said," Izzy teased. I sat up, my balls aching at an 8 on the pain scale instead of the 10 they had been a few moments before, and looked around at the other men. I held my own, because the other 11 men that had played with us were just as tired, sweaty, and worn-out looking as I was. "I'm not sure why you quit," Joe said. "You were making moves out there that you weren't making before you retired." "He's lost some weight," Izzy said. "And he's rehabbed hard. He's a very studious pupil who makes sure he gets all his work done." Joe snickered. "Oh, I'll bet you help him get his work done, after you work him over yourself." Izzy flipped him off. "Now I'm really hungry," she said. "You forgot to get me that cookie." "Aw, shit." Joe turned to look around the field. "Hey, water... WG!" I winced, expecting Jolene to turn around and kill him. She didn't, but you could tell that she wanted to. Jolene turned and raised a brow at the insolent man. "Yeah? Did you ever bring those cookies out here?" She pointed to a box at the end of the table. "You're welcome, by the way." Joe jogged over, pecked her on the cheek, and took off with the box of cookies before Jolene could knee him in the balls like he deserved. But watching Jolie as she watched Joe run away, I didn't see the anger I'd expected. I saw longing. Probably much like the look on my own face when I thought of Izzy, which made me scowl. I couldn't let myself depend on another person again. They left. Always. When you needed them most, they left. My parents had done it, my grandmother had done it, my best friend had done it, then my son had done it. I wasn't going down that road for a 5th time. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Well, apparently I'm a dumbass. I came to my feet with my head and balls pounding, wincing as I took a step toward the water jug that had been set up on the sideline by Jolene. That first step produced a sharp pain that ran all the way down my leg, courtesy of my balls. "Are you okay?" Izzy touched my arm hesitantly. I nodded once, swallowing through the lump that had formed in my throat, and I realized how much Izzy was already beginning to mean to me. "Fine. Just need to walk it off." "Here." Joe shoved the cookies at me, which I in turn handed to Izzy without looking at her. Izzy, or at least I thought it was Izzy, took them, but I didn't turn around to make sure. Instead, I walked over to the water jug and filled one of the paper cups that was stacked on the table next to it. After downing 3 cups of water, I finally turned and heard the conversation going on behind me. "Want to go eat with you? Where are y'all going?" Joe asked. "I'll bring Jolene along. It'll be like a party." Izzy was staring at Joe like he was a bug. "But nobody invited you, Joe." Joe's grin started to fade, and Izzy started to laugh. I'm sorry. I was just joking, I swear. You can come. We'd love for you to come. But you do know that his MC brothers are going too, right? Apparently this place that we're going to has really good crawfish, and they're doing one of those fundraisers where they donate money for each pound of crawfish someone consumes." I felt my lips twitch, loving the way Izzy teased one of my friends as if she did it every day. As if Joe was just a regular person to her, which he was. But he was also one of the most eligible bachelors in the world, thanks to his pretty face. It wasn't often that I saw old Joe Blow teased. "I've never had crawfish," Joe said, sounding intrigued. "How do you eat them?" I then listened through Izzy's 2-minute explanation as she explained how to eat a crawfish. "And then, after you pull all of the meat out of the body, you suck their heads, so you get all the spices out," she finished. Everyone blinked, including me. But I didn't blink because of the impromptu crawfish eating lesson. No, my reaction was because of the visual I got when she started talking about sucking heads. Speaking of heads, the one in my loose shorts was starting to thicken. My balls also gave a pulse of need, which was quickly followed by a pulse of pain shooting through my lower abdominals. Hopefully I hadn't broken myself, because that would really suck.
especially with the way Izzy was strutting her ass in front of all these men, making me feel things I didn't want to feel. My mood hadn't improved by the time we were eating our crawfish. Watching her eat her food had wreaked all kinds of havoc on my nerves. The way she was talking to everyone, acting like she couldn't feel the anger rolling off me in waves, was driving me insane. It was when she leaned over the table and touched Wade's hair because they were talking about how soft it was that I almost lost it. Shoving my half-eaten food away, I latched onto Izzy's wrist and tugged. "Can you come help me for a second?" I didn't give her a chance to really answer, and instead I started pulling her from her chair and dragging her where I wanted her to go. I also didn't miss the knowing looks that the other men at our table shot me as I tugged her away, nor did I miss the looks from the two women in the place. Wade's ex-wife, who'd come in with another man and sat next to our table, and Jolene, who'd been sitting with us and was forced to come by Joe. I didn't care. Izzy was driving me fucking insane, and I had a pressing need that was getting more serious by the second. Something only Izzy could fix at this point. "Rome, what are you doing?" Izzy asked, coming along with me without hesitation. "I have a problem," I said. "What kind of—" she squeaked as I pushed her into the men's room, which, luckily, was only a single stall, and slammed the door. "Rome, what—" The rest of whatever she was going to say was lost on her lips as I pressed her up against the wall and slammed my mouth down onto hers. That was when she finally understood, and not once did she protest. Not when I was slipping those tight-ass shorts off her, or when I picked her up as I unzipped myself. Not when I thrust into her after testing her readiness and fucked her so hard that her back would likely sport bruises from my haste. But I just couldn't stop. Couldn't help myself. Couldn't stop wanting her. Couldn't stop needing her. "Rome," she whispered into my mouth. "Oh God, I'm going to come." I realized right then that not only did I want her and need her, but I loved her.
Chapter 15. Quit posting your problems on the internet. Go to a bar like a normal person. Rome to Link. Izzy. "Can I borrow your truck today?" I asked sweetly. Rome looked over at me. "Why?" He'd been acting really weird lately, and although nothing overt had changed between us or with how he treated me or acted around me, I could still tell something was off. Whatever it was that was bothering him, though, he was doing his damnedest to hide it. "Because I want to go get something, and it's 2 hours away." I paused. "I'll also need to borrow you too. I don't drive, remember?" He sat up from his sprawl on the couch. "You really need to learn how to do that." He paused, sounding sort of miffed. "I don't like that you have to walk everywhere." Well, that made two of us, but I had to do what I had to do. I shrugged. "I've been doing it for forever. I don't need a car right now, and although I do want to get one at some point, I have to have my license first." "Then get your license," he countered. I gave him a droll look. "To get my license, I have to have some sort of driver's education. Then I have to take a test in a car, and I don't have a car. Not to mention, I don't have the money to get a car right now." I was still recovering from the hit I took when I chose to hand off Senator Antilles to my parents' cleaning business. They had no problem taking him on, and they didn't even say thank you. But whatever, $200 a week less sucked ass, and I wasn't doing well. "Why don't you have any money?" he suddenly asked. "You don't have Senator Antilles' place anymore, but I know you don't come cheap, and you clean at least 8 other houses a week, just as big, if not bigger, than Antilles' house. So what's going on?" I leaned against the arm of the couch and stared at him, wondering if he was going to judge me for what I was going to say. "I pay my brother's mortgage," I explained. "Your brother, who has 2 teenagers who could help, a wife who also works, and a job with your parents," he clarified, starting to get angry. I shook my head. "No, the other one, Slade. The one in jail." He blinked in confusion. "Why?" "Because I don't want him to lose everything, I whispered. Because when he gets out in a couple of years, I want him to have a place to go. Somewhere that isn't tainted by my parents who tried to take over the payments on it so that Slate would owe them. This way, if I cover it, when Slate gets out, he doesn't owe them a goddamn thing. His eyes were intense on me.
Tomorrow I'll teach you how to drive, he muttered. And today we'll do whatever you want to do. I don't have anything going on that's important.
I looked down at my hands. You're a good man, Rome, I whispered. Whether you think so or not, you're a good man to me. He stood up then, drawing me up off the arm of the couch and wrapping his arms around me until I was plastered to him.
You were a good woman first. Trust me when I say that I haven't always been a good man. It was only when you came along that I pulled my head out of my ass.
I looked up into his eyes, craning my neck almost as far back as it could go, and realized that this man was it for me. He was my one. All these years I'd been handed disappointment after disappointment, and I couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. I couldn't see that life would ever get better. But then Rome happened, and it was getting to the point where I didn't think I could live without him. This thing we had happened fast, so much faster than it probably would have had our situation been different. However, what we had was right. It was good. It was mine. And I would fight for it no matter what. Seeing the look on Rome's face as he stared down at me, I knew that I'd never be able to walk away from him.
Where are we going?
He asked, lifting his hand to push one of my curls out of my face. I swallowed at the sweet act and said, To Shreveport. He didn't ask questions, and I was glad that he didn't. Instead, he let me go after a quick peck on the lips, and then went to get his socks and shoes on. 10 minutes later, we were in his truck driving down the interstate. 45 minutes after that, we arrived at the man's house that I was buying my item from.
What is this? A tattoo parlor?
He questioned, looking around the area with an eye that clearly said he was ready to defend me from harm at a moment's notice. No. I shook my head. It's something else. Tugging on his hand, I led him to the door. I could feel his hesitancy as we made our way up the uneven, broken concrete walkway that had weeds growing through the cracks. Rome did not like this place at all, and it showed in every aspect of his body language. His shoulders were stiff, and his eyes were constantly scanning the area. His mouth was set in a firm line, and the hand holding mine was hanging on a little too tight. Not because he was scared for himself, but he was scared for me.
Izzy,
he started. I pulled free of his hold and knocked on the door. Rome cursed up a soft blue streak.
Izzy, seriously, this isn't...
A teenager answered the door, and the smile on his face clearly conveyed his excitement.
Ms. Izzy.
Rome's voice halted mid-reprimand, and I turned to him and gazed at his now curious eyes. They said, What did you do? I turned with a smile tugging at my lips and said, Chaz, we made it. Chaz, the boy I'd been talking to over the last week, not to mention FaceTiming with to make sure that I made the right choice, pumped his fist.
And is this your man?
Chaz asked just as excitedly. Rome was wearing his MC vest and had his scowl firmly in place. There really was no smiling when Rome was in public, at least not until I was the only one around. Yes, I confirmed, he's who we're getting him for. Chaz rescues box tortoises, I said softly. I don't know how I ended up looking at his page, really. It all started when I read a story about tortoises crossing the road, and someone explaining that a tortoise lives within a square-mile area, and if you move them too far out of that area, you put them at risk of never finding their way back home again. Anyway, long story short, Chaz here was commenting on the thread about the tortoise, answering the questions people had, and I noticed his name. Chadwick Box Tortoise Rescues. I clicked on his link because I was curious at first. I remembered Matthias mentioning a box tortoise. I didn't expound on the day. He knew the day just as well as I did, as well as the exact moment. He'd told me the story in a letter that he'd written only hours after the conversation. Yet I didn't want to remind him of what I'd kept from him. Instead, I just explained the tortoise's story. I was too scared to look at Rome, so I kept my eyes on Blitz's cage, where he munched happily on a piece of lettuce. "Chaz, you want to tell him about Blitz?" I asked hopefully. If I told the story, I'd probably break down in hysterics. It was just too close to home for me.
"Sure, Izzy," he grinned. "Blitz came to me via courier. Apparently, I'd made such a name for myself that I was left Blitz in a kid's will."
I felt Rome stiffen next to me.
"Blitz was owned by a 15-year-old who passed away from cancer about a month and a half ago,"
Chaz started, unaware of the spiral of grief that Rome was currently dealing with.
"His mother sent Blitz to me when her son passed away, as per his wishes. I was sent a letter from Blitz's owner, Seguin, asking me to make sure I found the perfect owners for Blitz. I was given 3 requirements. 1, the new owner had to be a male. 2, the new owner had to like football. 3, the new owner had to be willing to sign a contract with me, agreeing to follow the care instructions, and if anything happens and Blitz cannot be cared for by you, Blitz would return to me for rehoming."
Silence. Deathly so. I chanced to look at Rome, and wished I hadn't. Rome looked like I'd taken a bat to his stomach and beat him with it repeatedly.
"And then there's this last letter."
Chaz held it out to Rome. Rome looked at it like it was a ticking bomb, but ultimately reached out and took it with graceful swiftness. He didn't hesitate to open it. His eyes quickly scanned the page, his shoulders drooping with each line he read. By the time he handed it over to me, I thought he was on the verge of tears. When I read the letter, I knew why. Dear Blitz's new owner, if you're reading this, it means that the cancer won. I knew at this last round that I likely wasn't going to make it. I'm not sure how I knew. It was just a gut feeling, since the outlook on my recovery was fairly high. I'll start with how I came to own Blitz. He was my grandfather's tortoise, and the tortoise was handed down through each male generation in our family, or was supposed to be at least. I guess now that stops with me since I'm 15, and, well, I won't be having any kids. Anyway, back on topic. My mom is a single parent. When I got Blitz, it was with the understanding that I would work to put food on the table for Blitz. However, now that I know that I'm not going to make it, I want to find him a proper home with a man who will enjoy seeing him as much as I did. I know Blitz isn't the ideal pet, but I also realize that you've done your homework if you're the person that Chaz has chosen, so I hope that you come to care for him like I do. He's named after one of my grandpa's favorite plays in football, which is also my favorite sport. If it's at all possible, once you get Blitz at home and settled, would you take the time to send my mom an update on Blitz? Tell her how he's doing? I know she'll appreciate it. I've listed her contact details on the back of this letter, as well as everything I know about Blitz and how he came to be. Take care of my heart. I've left it with you. Love, Sakine. I swallowed hard and refolded the letter precisely as it had been folded before. What do you think, Rome? I asked softly. So softly that I didn't think he'd heard me. He had. And when his eyes met mine, I knew that we'd be taking Blitz home. The tank was set up in the living room. We'd contemplated setting it up in Matthias's old room, but with the living room getting more traffic, we thought it'd be better for him to be out in the open where we could keep an eye on him. Rome had been very quiet since we'd put Blitz into his back seat. Not a word had been spoken since about a mile into our trip when he asked if I was hungry. And now the only time we'd spoken was when he asked where I thought the best place for him to go would be. Now the tank was set up, and Rome was sitting on the arm of the couch, staring at the tank. I kept looking at him with small glances here and there, wondering if he was about to blow up or kick me out of his house. He did neither. He sat there so long that I started to get uncomfortable standing, so I sat, too. In fact, it continued for over an hour, and I started to get really nervous. Then he just broke. I heard the first sob leave his throat, and I rocketed up to my feet. I stared at Rome in horror. This big, huge man was crying like a child, and I'd done that to him. "Rome, God," I hurried to him. "I'm so sorry." I'd never meant to make him cry. In fact, if you'd asked me before this, I wasn't sure that he could cry. I'd seen him do it once and only once, and that was on the day that Matthias had passed away in his arms. All the other times that every single person was crying, he was dry-eyed. I never in a million years would have thought that I would have elicited this response out of him. "Rome," I touched his shoulder. "I'm sorry." Rome moved like a cobra, latching onto my arm before I could pull away and tugging me into his body. He held me tight like that, his head buried in my neck as he cried. "I love you, Isadora," he said between hitched breaths. "I don't know what I did to deserve you in my life, but I'm thanking my lucky stars right now. I would have never had the courage to get that tortoise, but I'm happy that you did. You push me every day to be a man that Matthias would be proud of, and I can never repay you. You're making me remember my boy, and for that, I'll always love you. You've brought me back from the brink, baby." I felt things inside of me take off in a flourish of stars and sparks. "I love you too, Rome Pierce," I whispered into his hair. "And we've saved each other, baby. Don't you forget it." Rome looked up. His eyes were wet with his last tears, and I kissed them away. "Are you hungry?" I asked. We hadn't eaten all today, and it was going on 2 in the afternoon. But before he could answer, his phone rang. Then my phone rang, followed by a knock at the door. Rome frowned and got up to answer the door. I went for his phone since nobody but clients or my parents called mine. His phone flashed Bayou's name across the screen, and I pressed answer just as Rome pulled open the door to his home and revealed Wade. "Shit's gone down," Wade said just as I answered. "Hello?" "Hey, honey," Bayou murmured in his deep Cajun drawl. "You okay?" I frowned as I looked at the door where Wade was pushing through without waiting for Rome to let him in. "I'm fine." He heaved a sigh of relief. "Good." "Why?" I questioned. "Is everything okay with you?" "Your brother heard some shit in the yard today about something, and I wanted to make sure that you were okay. I'd intended to ask Rome, though, and not worry you at all," he said hesitantly. I rolled my eyes. That was such a man thing to say. "What did my brother hear?" I asked carefully. Rome took the phone from me before Bayou could likely deny me, and I was left staring at Rome's chest as he rumbled about a meeting in an hour. I leaned forward and let my forehead rest against his chest as I tried to think of what my brother could have possibly heard, in jail of all places, about me. I had nothing to do with that kind of stuff. Did I? Apparently, I was wrong. And I did. I stared blankly at Wade and Bayou, who were seated directly across the table from me. "Senator Antilles is what?" "Dead," Wade repeated again. It was his 4th time to say it, after all. My eyes traveled over Wade's hard, unyielding face, to Rome, then to Bayou's. "You're not joking." I paused. "Do they think I had something to do with it?" Wade shook his head. "It happened about an hour before I came over to your place," he explained. "And I'll have to say where I got the photos from now. With a murder investigation pending, I don't have the right to withhold that kind of information." I looked down at my hands. "Rodrigo will know that I was involved." "Rodrigo is the #1 suspect," Wade explained. "He will likely be under close scrutiny until he can be exonerated. He won't hurt you." I closed my eyes. "So, they arrested Rodrigo yesterday. He was released on bail today, and Senator Antilles dies within 2 hours of him being released?" Wade nodded. I felt a headache coming on. "Did you find out who the other man was?" I asked. Wade nodded. An associate of Rodrigo's at his law firm. My belly roiled at that news. They wouldn't have known it was me at all if Senator Antilles hadn't been killed, I whispered, feeling a bad sense of foreboding coming on. You know he's going to kill me, right? Rome threw his arm over my shoulder and pulled me in close. Over my dead body. That was what I was afraid of.
Chapter 16. I don't need someone that sees the good in me. I need someone that sees the bad in me and doesn't give a fuck. Rome's Secret Thoughts. Rome. Yo, I said to the guard in C Unit. Do you mind opening the gate? I want to go talk to someone. The guard, Corey Orman, opened the gate and shrugged. They're in the yard. The yard was the area outside where the inmates went twice a day to get their daily exercise. There was weight equipment, basketball goals, and a small running track. Most of the inmates worked out, but there were some who sat on their fat asses and watched all the other inmates doing what they did. Slate, Izzy's brother, was one of the inmates who worked out. He was benching 350 pounds. Who knows if he could handle more, since that was the heaviest weight that the prison supplied for the inmates. When I walked up to him, nobody was spotting him, which wasn't surprising. He'd been a cop, and nobody in the prison system liked cops except for the guards, other ex-cops, which there weren't many of, and loners that would like anyone, as long as it helped protect them. He clocked me the minute I came up to him. Racking his weight, he sat up, shirtless with sweat running down his chest, and stared at me with Izzy's dark eyes. What? He asked. I offered him my hand. My name is Rome. I'm dating your sister. Slate blinked, staring at me blankly, then reached out and took my hand. We were drawing attention from the other inmates. It wasn't every day that a guard offered his hand to an inmate, but these were special circumstances. You're dating my sister, Slate said blankly. Which one? He knew exactly which one, since he only had one sister. Bayou had informed me that he'd heard rumblings of mine and Izzy's relationship in the yard. How the hell they knew this shit was beyond me, and that he wasn't very happy about it. Mostly because he'd also heard that there'd been a murder and that Izzy was involved in it. I just so happened to get tight with her right around the same time. Since Slate had no other way to investigate the problem, he'd made assumptions that I was the reason his sister was involved in whatever she was involved in instead of her finding trouble on her own, which couldn't be further from the truth. But, being the nice person that I was, I decided to come in early for my shift to inform her brother about what was going on. I snorted. From what I understand, Izzy is the only one. Unless y'all are hiding one from her that she doesn't know about. Slate's mouth kicked up at the corner. Yeah. He grinned then, but it quickly fell off his face. Is my sister okay? I thought about that, then decided to fully explain everything, starting with how we met. I ended it with how she'd found the photos in Senator Antilles' house. By the time I was finished explaining, his fists were clenched on his knees and he was staring at me furiously. She was supposed to live with me after she was injured. She hated being back with our parents, he murmured, sounding sick to his stomach. My fiancé and I had a pool house, and we were going to put her out there. Right before my fiancé was murdered and I went off the rails, I introduced her to Rodrigo. I met the motherfucker during an investigation and thought he and Izzy would hit it off. Then I went down for murder and I found out that he'd started abusing my sister. It was the worst feeling in the world to know that I couldn't do a goddamn thing about it. My world was imploding all around me and I could only sit there and witness it. The idea of losing Izzy was something that made my breath stall in my chest. The idea of knowing that someone I loved was being abused and I could do nothing to stop it was a special kind of torture. The idea of that person being Izzy set something inside of me on fire. I'd had to control myself when it came to her ex, Rodrigo. But the more that I learned about him, the more that I realized what an asshole he really was. I mean, taking advantage of a woman who'd lost her child was bad enough, but abusing her on top of that? Yeah, that didn't sit well with me. I clenched my own fists. You and she make a good pair, then. Both of you knowing what it feels like to lose a child.
he murmured into my darkness. I blinked, seeing him staring at me with his own demons in his eyes. Take care of her, he ordered. I don't want to have to break out of this prison. It might make your friend the warden look bad, but I'd do it to protect my sister. I found myself grinning. You think you could? I questioned curiously. He nodded. I know I could. My lips twitched. You ride? His head tilted. Motorcycles? I nodded. I had one before I moved into my new home. He gestured to the world around him. But I told Izzy to sell it to help pay for my mortgage. Now was not the time to tell him that he most likely still owned that bike. But I couldn't let him think that his sister had not been struggling to make sure he had a life to return to when he got out. About that.
Chapter 17. I'm a fucker-upper. I fuck things up. That's what I do. Izzy to Rome. Izzy. Today was visitation day with Slate, and I couldn't wait to go to talk to him. I had so much I wanted to tell him, and it was like a bubbling pot inside my chest. My happiness about where I found myself was palpable. I'd even ran by my abuela's house and gotten a few of Slate's favorite cookies. The guard usually allowed Slate to sit in the very corner, away from the farthest guard, meaning I might get a chance to slip him the cookies. If I did get the chance, then I'd give them to him. Usually they didn't care. Most of the time it was the inmates around him that I had to be careful of, since you weren't allowed to give any prisoners food and drink. But, like I said, Slate was loved by the guards, and if I didn't get a chance to give them to him during the visitation, then I'd slip the cookies to the guard, and they'd find a way to get it to him. Against the rules, but what the fuck ever. "Good morning, ma'am," the guard, Cosby Johnson, said. "How are you?" I grinned. "I'm great, Cosby. How's the new baby?" Cosby grinned. "Little rascal's a whole 45 pounds. When I got that golden retriever for my wife, I had no idea that he was going to grow so fast." I snorted. Goldens don't get that big, but they do grow fast from what I understand. Cosby skipped over the box of cookies, did a cursory glance in my purse, and then handed it back to me. I wasn't sure why they even bothered at this point. I could have hidden any number of things in there and he wouldn't have found them. Again, that likely had a lot to do with my brother. "Have a nice chat," he said, waving me through the line. I smiled at him and moved out of the way for the next person to be checked, which was a lot more thoroughly than I had been, and headed for my usual seat. Once everyone was checked in, they'd bring the inmates in. Until then, I busied myself on my phone, studying up on my driving laws. Today I was getting a driving lesson. I wanted to make sure I was prepared. I was nervous as hell and honestly questioning whether or not this was the best idea. Maybe I was just not meant to drive. Maybe if I drove, I'd have an accident and die. I was so focused on my thoughts that I hadn't been paying attention to the inmates coming into the room until Slate dropped down in front of me, scaring the absolute crap out of me. "Boo!" Slate's grinning face had me reeling. I screeched, then reached forward and punched him in the arm. "Slate, you bastard! You know I don't like that," I growled. Slate's grin was unrepentant. "The last time you freaked out over nothing, you were pregnant," he teased. He looked immediately sorry that he'd brought it up. I narrowed my eyes. "Shut up. And I'm not mad. You're allowed to mention her." His lips twitched. "Sit down and stop making a scene. You know how I hate the attention." I rolled my eyes and started with my first bit of good news. "He's going to teach me to drive," I smiled. "And then, once I'm good at it, I'm going to go take the test." His eyes narrowed. "So, I heard that you've been paying my mortgage," he drawled. I blinked innocently. "Isn't that what I was supposed to do?" His eyes narrowed. "What you were supposed to do was sell my Harley and then use that money to pay off my mortgage each month. I've heard that you've been paying my mortgage out of your own pocket." I opened my mouth and closed it, suspicion filtering through my mind. How do you know that? I hedged. There was no use in lying. Slate could always tell when I was and didn't hold any punches when he knew it. I was told by your man. He paused. And before you get all mad and shit, you shouldn't. He was just trying to get me to like him. I snorted loudly. Did it work? His eyes went hard. If he protects you, I'll love him. I felt something inside of my chest soften at knowing that my brother would make an effort to get along with him. And since you owe me now, you need to do me a favor, he ordered. My brows rose. What's that? Drive Vanessa's car, he demanded. I bought it for her and it's paid in full, so use it. Drive it. It's just sitting there. In fact, you can have it. I loved that car and wanted Vanessa to drive it, but no one is using it now. It may not have the newest technology anymore and probably will need a tune-up because it hasn't been driven or even started since I've been in here, but it's a good, solid car. It'll be perfect for you. Vanessa's car was brand new off the lot 6 years ago before she'd been murdered. She'd driven it all of 3 times before she'd been killed. It would be a perfect car for me, but I didn't want to take advantage of my brother just as much as I didn't want to take advantage of Rome. Slate, no. He shook his head and his eyes turned hard. I need you to do it. You've taken care of me, and this is the only way I can help take care of you. Take the car, drive it, use it, it's yours. This will make me happy, sis. I looked down at my hands and swallowed. Okay. I didn't want to drive Vanessa's car. Vanessa's car was Slate's pride and joy. One of the first of many fallouts with my parents. It had taken just one time for Slate to show off the car to my mom and dad, showing them the shiny BMW that he'd bought her, for him to realize that they'd never accept her. Vanessa was the turning point for our family. Slate and I realized that we'd never make our parents happy with our decisions. Stop thinking about them, Slate muttered, his sharp eyes on me. They're not worth it. I laughed a little at that. Funny, I said. You can say that all day long, and my head understands, but my heart, on the other hand. Did they meet Rome yet? He asked. Yes. I paused. Well, sort of. See, I quit my job with them when they wouldn't give me time off to help Rome with his son. I then went on to explain the entire debacle. So you claimed Abuelo when you left, did you? He teased. I nodded. I sure the hell did. He leaned back in his chair and laughed. Tell me what else you've gotten up to lately, sister. But all the smiles on his beautiful face never met his eyes, and I knew that they never would again. He'd lost his everything once, and he probably never would smile with true happiness again. Well, at least not until he found his next Vanessa.
Chapter 18. When you finally find true love, hold on to it with both hands. Sometimes tacos can be hard to handle. Izzy to Rome. Rome. You're a natural, I said. You'll ace the test. If you borrow my truck and just go take it and quit being stubborn. She sent me a quelling look. I'm not stubborn. I opened my mouth to offer her the money to buy herself a car, then shut it again. She wouldn't take my money, just like she refused my rides. I'd offered them to her time and time again, and each time she turned them down with a negative shake of her head. I can walk, was always her answer. Rather than getting in a fight about it, I only pulled out the big guns when she was spending time with me. Then she couldn't argue. Why not use mine? I suggested. You know how it handles, and you're driving the truck well. She bit her lip. I guess I could do that. She paused. You really don't mind? I shook my head. No, I don't drive the truck unless it's raining. What was left unsaid was that I had no reason to drive the truck anymore because my son was dead and he didn't need the safety of the cab and his booster seat any longer. She sighed. Slate offered me Vanessa's car, but I don't think I can drive it. I frowned. Vanessa? His fiancée? The one who was shot? She murmured. He'd just bought her a new car for her birthday. Vanessa was pregnant, and he wanted her in something safer. I made a sound in my throat. I asked him if he had a motorcycle, I murmured, sounding just as upset as I felt at hearing that news. He said you were supposed to sell it. She gave me a glare. Yeah, thanks for that, by the way. He yelled at me. I shrugged. I didn't know that he didn't know. She gave me a teasing look. I have my brother wrapped around my little finger. She held it up for emphasis. I was too far gone to tell her that I was wrapped around it right along with him. What do you want me to do next? She asked, coming to a stop in the middle of a large parking lot. Well, you've aced in parking and parallel parking, and you've got backing up down. The next thing to do is to actually drive on the road. You up for that? I suggested. Izzy swallowed hard, looking around nervously. Sure, she squeaked. I started to chuckle. All righty then. I gestured to the open road. Drive me somewhere, darling. So she did. A lot of somewheres. She drove for so long that she even got her first gas-pumping lesson, too. And an hour and a half later, I was dying of starvation and confident that she would definitely be able to pass her driver's test with flying colors. Just when I was about to suggest we go grab some dinner, we passed a cop car that was on the side of the road behind a white sign. Automatically, I looked at Izzy's speed, rolling my eyes when I saw that she was going 1 under the speed limit. Typical new driver. My eyes went to the rearview mirror, and I winced when I saw the cop turn his lights on and pull a bitch, turning around to come up behind our truck. Shit, I muttered. What? Izzy asked, looking at me with a frantic glance back at the road. Cop, I said, jabbing my finger over my shoulder. He's pulling you over. She gasped. Oh shit, I don't have a license, Rome. You still gotta pull over, honey, I pointed out, feeling for her. The first time I was pulled over, I'd been nervous as hell. I almost threw up on the cop's shoes, too. I had a baggie of weed in my pocket, and I was so goddamn sure he'd know just from the look on my face. Luckily, though, I just got a warning, and he let me go. When I got home, I promptly threw the weed away, thankful that I'd been too scared to even try it. It was a good thing, too, because the following week I was randomly drug-tested for athletics. I was thanking God and that cop for pulling me over and scaring the shit out of me. Tyler had looked at me wide-eyed once I got back, sure that I'd smoked the stuff he told me not to even get, but I set him straight by explaining what had happened. We took that as the sign it surely was that we should never go around that crap again. Oh God, oh God, oh God, she chanted over and over again as she pulled my truck to the side of the road. Oh God, oh God. Once she had the truck pulled safely to the side of the road, she shut it off and put her hands up. I would have laughed if she hadn't been so distraught. Put your hands down, honey. I controlled the laughter. He's not going to arrest you. She looked at me like she didn't believe me, but she did as I ordered, putting her hands in her lap and chewing on her lip nervously. I let the laughter I'd been holding back fly when I saw it was Wade getting out of the car. She looked at me with wide eyes, not yet having seen who it was that was pulling her over. What's wrong with you? She hissed at me, staring at me like I'd grown a second head. While her eyes were on me, Wade had made it to her window. I rolled my eyes at him when he lifted one knuckle and knocked softly. Izzy jumped and whipped her head around. The second she realized it was Wade, her shoulders slumped and she dropped her forehead down on the steering wheel. Roll the window down, I poked her. She ignored me, so I reached over and did it myself, or at least tried to. I couldn't get around her, so I gestured for Wade to come to my side and rolled my window down. You're such a douchebag, I chuckled. Wade's smile was unapologetic. We got an anonymous call that there was an erratic driver in a vehicle with a similar description as this one. Wade paused, eyes glancing over at the woman on the opposite side of me. You weren't driving erratically, were you? Izzy's eyes were big on her face as she stared wide-eyed at Wade. She blinked at him in confusion. I haven't even gone over 40 yet. As if there was some magic number that meant she couldn't possibly have been driving erratically since she hadn't gone over that speed. This girl. Wade started to laugh. You do have a taillight out, though, Wade pointed out. Bullshit, I said. This is a brand new truck. He gestured to the back. Come and see. There's a crack in the taillight, too. We all climbed out of the truck and went to the back, Izzy stopping closest to the side of the road as all three of us crowded around the cracked taillight. "It looks like someone took a bat to it," Wade said, looking down at Izzy. "You didn't do that, did you, Izzy?" She flipped him off. Grinning, I gave Wade a look. "Don't tease my girl. She's scared. This is her first official pullover while driving, and you damn well know the only reason you did it was because it's her."
"You didn't." She turned accusing eyes on Wade. "You wouldn't do that, would you, Wade?"
Wade's eyes were full of mischief. "Being a cop is so much fun."
"Being a cop is not so much fun." Izzy stomped her foot in anger. "Cops are dumb."
My lips twitched. "Your brother's not dumb." Izzy paused.
"My brother did dumb stuff like this to me all the time, too. One time he came up behind me while I was running and did that loud siren thing right on my ass. I didn't hear him pull up because I had my headphones in. Scared 8 years off my life, and I fell down. That's how I got this scar."
She held up her wrist and showed us both.
"So he's included in that blanket statement."
Her stubbornness and anger combined to make me want to wrap her up in my arms and fuck the attitude right out of her. But before I could think much more on the subject at hand, a loud whooshing growl had me reacting before I could think. Seconds later, both Wade and I had taken Izzy down to the ground as a black truck passed by so fast and close that the vehicle nearly took Izzy out. Hearts pounding, I stared down at Izzy, who was wincing.
"Ow!"
she cried.
"Did both of y'all have to do it?"
Wade got up and reached for the mic at his shoulder, calling in the truck's description in case someone happened to be in the area.
"I'm sure he didn't mean to almost kill me."
Izzy sat up with her hand on her head. She had little asphalt pieces stuck to her skin where we'd both pressed her down, but luckily none of them had actually torn her skin.
"Jesus Christ, y'all are fast. I kind of always wondered what it'd feel like to be taken down by you, Rome."
I hadn't. I never wanted to experience that again. My heart was in my goddamn throat, and I was finding it hard to breathe. "Jesus," I growled. "It's against the law to ride that close to a police officer's vehicle when it's pulled over on the side of the road for a traffic stop," Wade explained. "Either you change lanes or you slow down 15 miles per hour below the posted speed limit. Fucker broke the law." Wade's grumbled words had Izzy smiling.
"You kind of like me, don't you, Wade?"
Wade rolled his eyes. "Only because you make my brother happy, honey. Don't allow your head to get too big now." Izzy giggled.
"Let's go eat. I'm starved. I need caffeine to make my head feel better. And a cookie. Possibly a slice of cake, too."
Wade and I both snorted. "I'm down," Wade said. "It's my lunch break anyhow." And that was how we ended up back on the road, but this time we were traveling at a much faster rate of speed than the road we'd been on when Wade pulled us over because the posted speed on this road was 60 miles per hour. "There," I pointed. "Let's go there." I gestured to a restaurant across the street, and she looked at it with dismay.
"I'll never be able to pull out in that traffic. They're going 65, Rome."
I chuckled. "Pull in there, and we'll grab something to eat," I suggested. "When we're done, I'll drive home if you're not comfortable pulling out into fast-moving traffic like this." She sighed and put on her turn signal, then eased over into the turn lane. "The key to this is to go fast enough to get you into the parking lot without anyone hitting you, but also with enough control that you don't ram into the building," I teased. She flipped me off, but I could tell that she was nervous. She didn't like traffic, especially when it was moving at a higher rate of speed, but it was also something she'd have to learn to get used to. "The driver at the DMV will take you out on the interstate," I paused, "and the speed limit there is 75. You're going to have to get used to this, honey." She sighed, her shoulders slumping.
"Maybe, but it won't be where I drive every day."
That was true. "There's an opening coming up. Get ready to go. Ease your foot off the brake. Good. Ready? Go," I ordered. Zero hesitation and the perfect amount of speed on her end. "Perfect," I said as she pulled across traffic. "Now back into that spot." She looked at the spot warily and then did as she was instructed. It only took her 3 tries to get it in there perfectly. "See?" I squeezed her, still shaking hands. "You're a natural." Before I could so much as prepare myself for her, she launched herself over the center console and started peppering my face with kisses.
"Thank you, thank you, thank you,"
she pronounced each statement with a kiss. God, I love you.
Chapter 19. The most dangerous drinking game is seeing how long I can go without coffee. Coffee cup. Izzy. Slate's comment from our previous visit stuck with me throughout the following weeks. The last time you freaked out over nothing, you were pregnant. Every time I overreacted about something, like yesterday when someone asked me if I was pregnant when I really just had a few extra pounds in my tummy area, I went back to that statement. It wasn't until a few weeks had passed that I realized that I might actually be pregnant. At first, it started out with my clothes not fitting as well as they once had before I had started spending so much time with Rome and not walking as much. Then it started out with me not being able to run more than a mile before I felt like I was going to die. Something that I'd been able to do since before I could remember. Then, it was the way my brother looked at me after having not seen me from the week before. He didn't flat out say anything, but I could tell he wanted to. His eyes had dropped to my stomach, and he'd stared so long that I'd gotten uncomfortable. It wasn't until he told me to go to the doctor that I figured, what could it hurt? And now, as I exited my doctor's office parking lot, I wondered what I was going to do. Rome made it no secret that he didn't want any more kids. I was scared out of my mind. There were two things in this world I knew that I couldn't live without: air in my lungs and Rome. And I knew without a shadow of a doubt that there was a very good possibility that, by telling him my news, he'd break free and run. Knew it with every fiber of my being. Yet, I couldn't keep it from him any longer. I'd already managed to delude myself for weeks. He deserved to know, and I was getting to the point where I'd start showing any day now. Possibly was showing if my brother could see it after only a week and a half of not seeing me. I'd hidden it for weeks, danced around the subject. But then this morning, I'd had an epiphany. I couldn't keep living like this, dancing around Rome's feelings. Rome deserved to be treated like an adult, not a broken person who couldn't handle the hard stuff. Though this hard stuff might very well break him. He'd been adamant that he didn't want any more children. The possibility of them dying before him was something that he couldn't handle. I knew he had it in him, had the power to break free of the chains that Matthias's death left on him. At least, I hoped that he did. I'd had a blissful few weeks with the man. I got my driver's license, I drove his truck. I still couldn't drive Vanessa's car. We spent every waking moment together that we weren't working. I spent time with his friends, both from his MC and his old football friends. And he loved me. He didn't say it often, but he didn't need to say it for me to feel it. It showed in the little things he did for me, or the way he looked at me. I knew he loved me. I also knew that, given the time to come to terms with this surprise, he'd love our baby too. But it was the coming to terms part of that gave me pause. I knew he wouldn't react well. He'd straight out told me that he didn't want kids. He'd also been talking about getting a vasectomy. He'd been that resolute about never wanting any more kids. And I had a feeling that that was for just as much my benefit as it was for his. But sometimes God didn't let us choose our path in life. Sometimes God picked you up, turned you around, and shoved you so far in the opposite direction that it took you forever to see which way was up again. That was where I was at right then. My direction had changed. And I just hoped that Rome would change his direction with me. Taking a deep breath, I pushed through the door of Rome's house and went in search of him. It took me a while. He'd started to remodel, and with that remodeling came big sheets of clear plastic that cut off one room from the next. "Rome?" I called out, not surprised when I didn't hear an answer. He was here. His bike was out front, but he was likely upstairs. I parted the plastic in the living room and stopped next to Blitz's cage. Smiling, I pulled out a leafy piece of lettuce from my purse that I'd saved from lunch and dropped it into his cage. Once satisfied that our pet was fed for the day, I started to go from room to room in search of Rome, eventually making my way upstairs. It was much harder upstairs. There were cables on the floor and so much sawdust that at times it was hard to breathe because the ventilation in this old house wasn't as good as it was in some of the newer ones. I could hear him now, though, working in the room beyond his bedroom. The guest room that Tyler and Reagan used when they stayed the night, or that some of the guys from the MC crashed in when they tied one on the night before. I paused in the doorway, peeking through the part in the plastic sheeting to watch him as he sanded the floor of the room. Sawdust clung to his chest as sweat beaded and ran down his muscles. He had on an old pair of worn-out jeans that were my favorites, and I felt my heart start to pound. Suddenly, he looked up and grinned. "Hey," he called, turning the sander off. "Everything okay?" I told him that I planned to go see my woman doctor today, but I hadn't told him why. Now, I was sure that he could see the terror written on my face. I swallowed. "I need to talk to you, Rome." He stood up, and I could see fear building in him by the way he held himself. He was preparing himself for a blow. When he'd asked why I was going to the doctor, I told him that I was feeling funny and something was wrong. Now, I had a feeling that he thought I was on the verge of dying. "I'm not dying, Rome," I told him. "In fact, other than one thing, I'm perfectly healthy." His shoulders slumped, and I saw his abdomen clench and unclench as he breathed through the fear. "Then what is it?" he asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I swiped at the traitorous tear that slipped free of my control. Rome took a step toward me then, and I just knew he was about to wrap me up in a hug. I couldn't have him doing that. When he found out, he might very well freak out on me, and despite what I'd said, I was still intimidated by his size, even though I knew he'd never hurt me on purpose. I held up my hand, and he halted mid-step. "Iz, you're freaking me out," he said, a frown on his face that was just as ferocious as the feeling currently taking root in my chest. I licked my lips, then decided, to hell with it. I had to tell him. There was no getting around it any longer. This needed to happen, and denying it wasn't going to change the fact that I was pregnant with his child. "I went to the doctor," I said softly, looking at my hands. "I need to explain something. Will you sit down?" He shook his head. I sighed, unsurprised that he refused. "When I had my baby, it was an emergency." I paused, swallowing. I hated retelling this day, hated it with a passion. It was hands down the worst day of my life. My parents signed a release and told the doctor to do whatever was necessary to save me. But in saving me, there were unavoidable complications that damaged me and left permanent scarring. I have so much internal scarring that I was told it would be physically impossible for me to ever have another child. That day is a total blur to me, and honestly, I couldn't tell you everything that happened. I just remember that when I woke up, they told me my baby was dead, and I'd never have children again. "Your parents?" he asked. I shook my head. My parents, once they signed the required consent forms, left and never came back, I explained. It was Slate who was with me when the doctor told me. "Okay," he nodded. Apparently there was complication after complication. I hemorrhaged. Nothing went the way it was supposed to go, and they said that I was lucky to even have all of my reproductive parts after everything that happened," I murmured. My brother was the one to tell me that I'd never have children again, after my child had already died. "How did she die? Was she stillborn?" he asked hesitantly, as if just saying the words would break me. They wouldn't. My baby had died what felt like a lifetime ago, but still also felt like just yesterday. The hole in my heart would always be there. I'd been very young at the time, and I hadn't realized how much I'd wanted her until she was no longer there for me to have. I nodded. I apparently have cysts on my ovaries and uterus. I never knew about them, and to this day they still don't bother me. But they believe those cysts might have had something to do with the reason I wasn't able to carry to term and that my baby was stillborn. But they're all educated guesses. Nobody really knows why an otherwise healthy and perfect baby dies in the womb. Rome's eyes were intense, and the longer I waited to tell him what I needed to tell him, the harder it got. If I'd known that it was possible, I paused. Here. I handed him a photo from today, and his eyes flicked to it. The moment he saw it, his entire body went still. Everything. His breathing, his gaze, his entire demeanor, all of it went deathly still. No. One word. One syllable. Half of my entire world. I can't do it, Izzy, he whispered. I knew he was going to say that. When his eyes met mine, I offered him only understanding. I know. I told him sadly. I know. I wasn't mad. I wasn't upset. I wasn't anything. I just wanted you to know. With that, I walked out of his door and out of his life, not once looking back. With no other options left to me, I walked home, wondering the whole way what in the hell I was going to do now. Out of all the possibilities that were left to me, the one that reared its ugly head wasn't the one that I ever expected. Chapter 20. Someone really should have asked me before ruining my life. I need to be prepared for how life is going to fuck me. Izzy's secret thoughts. Izzy. I never wanted to drive Vanessa's car. It made me want to vomit. Not because it was in bad shape or anything, but because of what it had once represented to my brother. But I was left with no other option. I couldn't stay. Rome didn't need to see me every day and be reminded of what he'd told himself he couldn't have. I loved him too much, and having lost something so precious myself, I knew exactly where he was coming from. I wouldn't do it to him. I refused. Which was why I was leaving, or attempting to leave. I just pulled my car into my driveway when something shifted on my front porch. Narrowing my eyes, I was surprised to find one of my nephews, Oscar's son Reuben, there. On his right was a girl about his age, the same girl I'd seen in the grocery store with Rodrigo and that woman a while ago, and the same girl from the pictures I found at the senator's house. I got out of the car and walked toward them, a sick feeling building in my gut. "Reuben?" I asked. Reuben stood up so abruptly that the girl leaning on him nearly went flying down my porch steps. "You came back!" he exclaimed. I frowned. "Yeah. For now, anyway. Why?" "Can I go with you?" He paused. "Can we go with you? I overheard Dad's phone call with you this morning. We're both 18 as of yesterday." I frowned. When had that happened? Had I been so caught up in my own life that I'd forgotten something so important? I didn't remember them being 18. The last time I remembered, Reuben had been 16. "Reuben, you're not 18. I paused. "And your birthday is in December." I sighed, knowing that I was right, and feeling relieved that I hadn't missed his birthday. I may not get along well with his father since he chose our parents' side over mine, but I did love his kids, and I had since they'd been born. It was just hard to have a relationship with them when their parents wouldn't allow it. Reuben seemed to deflate. "If I don't leave, he'll kill me," the girl whispered. I felt those words in my chest. "What's your name?" I asked softly. Diana, she answered immediately. He calls me Missy, though. I felt like I'd been struck in the chest. I knew exactly who she was talking about and wished to God that I didn't. Rodrigo had called me Missy as well. That's not how that is done, Missy. Try again. Missy, is that how we act in public? What do you think, Missy? Should you be allowed to eat today? I fucking hated him. And I hated it more that he was treating this young woman exactly like he'd treated me. If she got the nickname, she was likely getting all the other bullshit that came with it. The demeaning words, the ridicule, the beatings. Diana, he's going to kill you too, she whispered. I heard him talking on the phone. He was talking to his partner at the firm. You're not safe here, and neither am I. No matter how much I wanted to, I wouldn't take her with me. I'd be a fugitive then, too. I'll tell you where I'm going, I whispered. And if you happen to get there on your own, well, then what a coincidence. Reuben and Diana both sagged in relief, but both got up to leave only moments after that. Be safe. Reuben's eyes met mine. We will. 2 days later. I looked around the small house with a sad smile on my face. This is perfect, I said. You really didn't have to do this. I looked over at the woman who'd worked alongside me for my parents for years. She had quit a couple of months before I did because her grandmother had gotten very sick. And she then decided to stay at home after her grandmother passed away because she'd met a man here who she felt was worth pursuing. She had another place to live now while she settled her grandmother's estate, and because of that, she had a house available to rent, or sublet, since she'd signed a 1-year lease on it. Do you want to talk about whatever it is that brought you here? Telly asked softly. I know that you're not here because you want to be. Here was hostile Texas, and no, I certainly wasn't here because I wanted to be. I'm not ready yet, I admitted, and I don't know if I'll ever be ready. I didn't place my hand on my stomach, a reflex now. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to do that constantly now. A protective measure, maybe? I also didn't meet Telly's eyes. Instead, I changed the subject. So, you and Finley Hale, huh? I said softly. How did that happen? She shook her head, her eyes smiling. I know you're changing the subject. She rolled her eyes. And Finley Hale and I haven't happened. I'm just living in his house as a live-in nanny for his young daughter. When he's not here, anyway. When he is, I will have an apartment over the garage so I can still be available to watch her. Plus, he's only here a short while. He's going back to Alabama or something as soon as he straightens out his baby mama drama. She may not have actually done anything with Finley Hale yet, but she would. He'd been the one to drop her off with his young daughter in the front seat, and the entire time his eyes had stayed on her. He'd flicked his eyes to me once, and only once, and that was it. Tell me. I gestured to the front steps. What does Finley Hale do that keeps him away from home? For a woman that didn't like him like that, she sure had a lot of good things to say about the man. I also didn't miss the way her eyes lit up each and every time she spoke about him. But like recognized like. Only a lovesick fool could spot another lovesick fool.
Chapter 21. Be a unicorn, not a twatopotamus. Coffee cup. Rome. I felt like something had been ripped straight out of my chest for the second time in my life. What gave me meaning 2 days ago was no longer possible today, and I felt like I was drowning. It was somehow worse knowing that the person that I needed more than air was still alive but just gone from my life. It was like I had cement shoes on my feet and I was at the bottom of the lake. I could see the surface, but I couldn't reach it. I followed her. The moment I knew that she was safe, I went to my best friend and ordered him to take care of her. Now, a month later, I was still no closer to finding my answers. I sat on my couch, staring at the tank Blitz was lazily chewing away at a piece of lettuce in, wondering what in the hell I was going to do. I knew I couldn't keep living like this.
I also knew that I wouldn't, stop loving her. Which led me to thinking about things and realizing that I needed some perspective. I picked up my gym bag and walked out the door, slamming it closed behind me without bothering to lock it. The only thing that I cared about was an hour and a half away, hiding. Then again, wasn't that what I was doing too? My phone rang. "I'm on my way, fucker." "You better not be unless you're seriously going to do something about it," Tyler growled. I frowned, surprised to even be hearing from him. Tyler and I had a falling out. Again. Needless to say, he wasn't happy to learn that Izzy had moved to his town, without me. At first, I'd gone by his house to tell him to watch over my Izzy, to keep an eye on her in case she needed anything or in case Rodrigo decided to show his ugly mug. Tyler hadn't understood what was happening, or why I was refusing to talk about it. Then Izzy had started to show that she was pregnant with my baby, and Tyler had figured it out. He realized pretty quickly that I freaked out something fierce, which I had, and then he accused me of being a coward, which I was. Then he started calling me to tell me each and every time he saw her in town doing something or going somewhere by freaking walking again, and I was a piece of shit for not manning up for my woman and the life that we had created. Needless to say, each time he called, I got less polite about it. And each time I called him to check on her, he refused to tell me anything more than that she was okay. Yes, our relationship was strained, and honestly, I didn't blame him for his anger. Hell, I was angry at myself. But I was just so goddamn scared. Scared that this baby would die like her first one. Scared that it was something in my genetic makeup that had caused Matthias to get sick, even though everyone told me it wasn't my fault. "Rome?" Tyler growled impatiently. I swallowed past the lump that was now a constant fixture in my throat since she'd left me and continued to push my way outside. "What do you want?" I snarled, losing my temper. I'd been doing that a lot lately, too. My mood was horrific, everybody said so. But that was what happened when your heart was ripped out of your chest and your worst fears were realized. I hadn't realized how much I would miss her until she was gone. I hadn't realized just how much her presence in my life kept me sane. I had taken so many things about her for granted, and I hadn't realized it until she was gone. Like the way I missed the smell of her freshly shampooed hair on my pillowcase, or the way she'd clean my house, leaving a little white flower on the stove for me to see when I got home. Or the lunches she packed for me for work, with cute little notes inside telling me to have a good day. Then there were the nights. They were even harder than the days. I'd lay awake for hours wishing her soft body was there pressing against mine. While I laid there missing her, I'd wonder what in God's name I was doing. A baby wasn't a death sentence. It was a blessing. Then I'd remember my son's face as they closed the casket, and I'd remember why I couldn't do it. He'd been so small in that bed of white, his tiny face sunken and sallow from the toxic chemicals they'd forced into his tiny body, had finally been at peace. It was hard knowing he was in a better place, somewhere that wasn't right there with me. A father should be able to protect his son, and I hadn't been able to do that. What business did I have taking care of another child? I was 0-1 when it came to keeping children alive. I didn't deserve to have another one. "Jesus Christ, Rome," Tyler growled. "Swear to God, I didn't call you to listen to you breathe. Are you even listening to me?" I set my bag down on my bike and paused. "Yeah. She went to the doctor today. Reagan went with her. You want to know about the scans they did?" he asked. No, I didn't. But I couldn't make my mouth form the words. "Baby's doing well. Reagan said that Izzy didn't want to know what the gender was, even though that was possible. She said that she didn't want to know until the baby was born because you couldn't know either. She asks about you all the time. Wants to know how you're doing. You ask about her. Why are you doing this?" Tyler said. Something akin to euphoria flitted through me at hearing that the baby was doing well and that Izzy asked about me. Why was I doing this? Because you're a scared little shit who refuses to see what's right in front of his face? "Thanks, Tyler," I murmured. Tyler heaved a long sigh. "Anything new on Rodrigo that I should know about? That I could actually talk about?"
keeping an eye on him. He's being careful. He stays close to his house these days, and I haven't seen him around town in quite a while. Wade tells me they're building a solid case against him, although the young girl that was living with him, one of the star witnesses, ran away. Therefore, they're having to do double the work because she's not there to testify against him, I murmured quietly. Ran away? He asked. I grunted. Yeah, ran away. She was living with him, but the mother moved out of Rodrigo's house the same day that she found out what he was doing to her kid. They both have restraining orders against him. Piece of shit, Tyler murmured. I hope they find her. Will they want Izzy to come back to testify? I hoped not. I'd begged Wade not to bring her in unless it was absolutely necessary, which he promised to do. Maybe, I shrugged, even though he couldn't see me. I gotta go, Tyler. I have a game I'm about to play. Tyler cursed. Don't get hurt, moron. I know that you're not watching out for yourself. You're just asking for it. I was. Everything hurt after I got done playing, because over the last couple of weeks I'd returned to the game I'd once loved, at least partially. The coach liked me, and since I was still a really good player, he let me scrimmage with the practice squad as if I were still on the team. But I wasn't actually looking to go back to playing. I was looking to feel something other than an empty black hole. Whatever. Then I hung up. I played. I played hard, and after practice was over, Link got in my face. Listen, fucker. I know that you're pissed. Hell, I'm pissed too, but at you, not for you. You both played a part in this little predicament you found yourselves in. It's a goddamn miracle, not a prison sentence. Get your head on straight, go get some counseling if that's what it takes, and then go get your woman. I scoffed and turned away. I'm not going to counseling. And I'm not going to lose another kid. You can't lose something you've never had. With that, I walk out off the field, grabbed my shit from the locker room, and headed right out of the stadium. Hell, I didn't even stop to say goodbye to Joe Blow, who was schmoozing up his girl. I headed straight to my bike, and then to the bar that I'd found myself frequenting since Izzy had left. But even there, I couldn't get away. Word had spread that I was there alone, but it didn't stay that way for long. My brothers all circled around me, and with each one who showed up, the more foul my already foul mood became until I tried to leave there, too. But they refused to let me leave, just like they did the next night, and the night after that, and the night after that. They never left me alone, and I slowly came to realize that they didn't plan to until Izzy came home.
Chapter 22. I have two moods lately. 1. Hi, how are you? 2. Talk to me and I'll stab you. Text from Izzy to Reagan. Izzy. 3 months later. I was working my ass off to get clients, and I was proud to say that I had one thing going for me. When people had a pregnant woman practically begging them to clean their house, they usually gave in to her. Which was why I was now cleaning 6 houses every week and 4 more every other week. I rubbed my bump and thought about where my life had taken me. It definitely wasn't where I expected it to go, but I wasn't about to complain. Not when my baby was safe and healthy, and I was making enough money to support myself and this new life whenever he or she decided to make their appearance, though hopefully that wouldn't be for another 3.5 months. I didn't smile. I didn't hang out with people. I kept to myself, and I continued to mourn the loss of my relationship with Rome. But now at least I was only crying when I saw something that reminded me of him, which unfortunately was still pretty regularly. My phone rang, and I glanced at the screen, surprised when I saw it was Wade. I contemplated not answering, but I wouldn't ignore it today. Something told me that I should answer. I hadn't answered any of the calls from any of Rome's friends lately either. Bayou, Wade, Link, Joe Blow, and a few other of the MC members that had all called, I assumed, to check in on me. I was assuming so that they could relate to Rome how I was doing, and rubbing in his face. Whatever the reason, I stopped answering calls from all of them. I didn't want them to hurt Rome in any way, including rubbing his face in the fact that I was doing just fine. especially because I really wasn't. Answering the call, I steeled myself for what I'd hear. What I heard wasn't at all what I expected. "Hello?" I answered hesitantly.
"Izzy?"
Wade's deep voice drawled. "Yeah?" I said softly. "It's me." He breathed out, clearly relieved, as if he hadn't expected me to answer.
"Okay," he said. "I have a lot to tell you."
I waited, unsure if I wanted to hear whatever it was that he had to say, but unable to stop myself at this point. I was so hungry for any word on Rome that it was killing me slowly.
"Are Reuben and Diana all right?"
he started. I frowned. "Reuben and Diana?" I asked softly. "How would I know?" I kept expecting them to show, but they never did. My hope was that they found some other alternative that meant that they wouldn't have to run away. Or maybe they did run away, just not to me. There was a pregnant pause, and then Wade cursed.
"They didn't go with you?"
I cleared my throat. I told them the address where I would be and said if they happened to show up, I'd give them shelter, but I wouldn't take them with me. I didn't want to get them or myself in trouble. He growled.
"I should have tried fucking harder to get a hold of you. Okay, fuck. Do you have any idea where they're at?"
I thought about it. No. I swear to you, I honestly have no clue. Why?
"That's my reason for calling,"
he muttered.
"Rodrigo's trial is next week. We need you to come back and testify about what you saw in those photos. I only have the original evidence, the photos that you sent to me, but they'll be given more weight if you're there to testify as to what you saw at Senator Antilles' house."
So fast? I asked. Doesn't a case like this normally take a long time to come to trial?
Wade snorted. "Rodrigo killed a United States senator to hide that shit. The prosecution believes that they have enough evidence to indict him not only on the possession of child pornography and sexual assault of a minor charge, but also the murder of Senator Antilles. Your testimony could be crucial in validating some of the evidence and convincing the jury, which is why I'm calling. We were hoping that you could come back tomorrow, or the next day."
"How do you know I'm not halfway across the country and can't make it?" I asked softly.
"Because I have friends in law enforcement all over the country, and Rome—"
He quickly went quiet. "Rome what?" I pushed.
"Rome followed you."
I felt my heart start pounding. "Rome knows? Rome followed me here?" I asked softly.
"Yeah," Wade replied. "He knows where you're at. I'm honestly surprised you haven't seen him yet."
I felt something inside of my chest take flight. "Oh," I murmured. "Okay." He chuckled softly.
"Give him time, sweetheart. He's gonna get there. How are you?"
I thought about that question for a long moment. "About as good as one can be when they're pregnant and the father of the baby wants nothing to do with them, I guess." Wade grunted.
"I wouldn't be so sure about that."
I was. Or at least I had been before Wade had called. Now I wasn't sure of a freaking thing. "I can be there tomorrow," I told him, not wanting to talk about anything related to the man that I loved anymore. Doing so just made the hole in my heart bigger, and I couldn't deal with that right now. I still had a lot of work to do.
"Can you get here on your own, or do you need a ride?" he asked. "I have no problem coming down there to get you."
I laughed. "If I can't get my car to start, which I will, I'll just ask Tyler to bring me."
"Yeah,"
Wade murmured, his voice warm.
"Tyler. The man will get his face pummeled if he shows it here. I'd suggest leaving him there for the time being."
I frowned. "What are you talking about?" But Wade didn't feel like answering that since the next words out of his mouth were said with finality.
"I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, girl."
Then I only heard silence. Pulling the phone away from my face, I saw that he'd hung up. Little shit. "What was that about?" I looked up to find Telly standing there, looking at me curiously. I'd completely forgotten about her. I need to go home. Telly smiled. I bet you won't be coming back. I laughed. I'll come back, don't worry. Because I honestly couldn't see that there'd be anything, or anyone, to make me want to stay. Chapter 23. Shit-a-moose, can we use Fandango? Apparently not the words to Bohemian Rhapsody. Izzy. I was back home, and I wasn't sure that I wanted to be. But I had to help. I had to do what I could to make sure Rodrigo never hurt another person. Maybe if I'd said something about how I had been treated by Rodrigo, those girls wouldn't have suffered at his hands. I felt bad because had I pressed charges on the man, maybe he wouldn't have been in the position of power that allowed him to abuse those girls, or maybe people would have known that he was dangerous and stayed far away from him. Maybe. I was full of maybes. I hadn't even made it a half-mile into the town when I saw the first Bare Bottom Guardians MC member. Liner waved at me from where he sat leaning against his bike as he filled up his gas tank. I waved back. The next person I saw was Bayou, who was also leaning against his bike at the restaurant that had been mine and Rome's favorite. He waved and I waved back. It happened like this with Link as well, but he was in the grocery store's parking lot. Finally, when I saw Wade waiting for me at the police station, I realized that maybe I had no clue what in the hell was really happening here. "What's going on?" I asked curiously. Wade grinned. "What makes you think that something's going on?" I rolled my eyes. "The welcome wagon." I gestured behind me, encompassing the entire town with a sweep of my arm. I think 5 members of the Bare Bottom Guardians, Wade. What the hell? It was like they were just waiting for me. Wade grinned. "That's because they were. They were watching out for trouble. Having you as the only witness in the same town as that piece of shit makes him nervous." Him? I knew who he was talking about, but I didn't want to say his name in case I was wrong. "Rome," Wade murmured quietly. "Rome didn't want you left alone for a second, just in case anything happened to you. Plus, we were pretty sure you'd get pissed." I wouldn't have gotten pissed. I was actually kind of flattered that Rome had taken the time to make sure I was safe while I was here. But that also meant that he knew that I was in town. I swallowed. "Is he okay?" Wade shrugged. "He's getting there, honey." I had my doubts about that, but I wasn't about to bring them up with Wade. The sound of another bike pulling into the lot sent my heart into overdrive, but it settled back down when I saw who it was. Bayou. He grinned at me as he pulled to a stop behind my car and put the kickstand down before getting off his bike. I wasn't surprised that he was here. "Hello, Bayou," I murmured when I looked up to see him standing almost directly in front of me. "Hey, girl," he rumbled. "Come here." I went there, straight into his open arms, and wrapped my own around his thick waist. It was a surreal feeling, both having someone's arms around me that weren't Rome's, and just having someone's arms around me at all. Even after all these months, I still craved his touch. Bayou's arms, although warm and welcoming, weren't the ones that I truly wanted to be wrapped around me. But even despite how good it felt to have someone holding me, I didn't stay in his arms very long. I didn't want to. The only arms I wanted to be in were Rome's, now and forever. I'd barely turned around when I felt something poke me in the side. I blinked in surprise and looked down. "Here." Wade fanned a thick stack of envelopes in front of me. "Read these." "What is it?" I asked worriedly. He didn't answer until I took them. "My ex was over there cleaning his house after he had an accident with his tortoise tank. She found those, all addressed to you, but with no address on it. And she stole them," Wade murmured. I didn't know where to start. "Is Blitz okay?" I whispered.
"Blitz?" Wade questioned, looking confused.
I nodded. "Blitz, the tortoise." He threw his head back in understanding.
"Oh, yeah, he's fine, I believe. He was moving the tortoise over to another tank when the table holding the old tank collapsed. Glass went everywhere when it broke. I swear to God it'd been sitting there for a week with him just walking over it, so I sent my ex over there to help clean it up. That's when she found those."
I breathed out a shaky breath, surprised at how freaking scared I was for a few seconds there. "Do I need to read these now?" I whispered. I didn't want to read them now. I wanted to read them in the comfort of my hotel room, where I could cry all I wanted without fear that anybody would ask if I was okay. I wasn't okay. I hadn't been okay for a long time. Wade shook his head.
"Nope. You can read them whenever you want as long as you read them."
"All right," I murmured. "Let's go get whatever it is I'm supposed to do over with."
"About that,"
Wade paused, looking bashful.
"the prosecutor isn't going to be here until tomorrow morning now. I found out about half an hour ago. His mother died."
I deflated a little bit, but tomorrow wasn't too much to ask. I was here, but I just wanted this whole trial to be over, preferably as painless as possible for me. The driving thing still made me nervous, and anything over 30 set me on edge to the point where I was freaking out over every little thing. "Okay," I sighed. "Then I guess I'll go to the hotel I booked."
"You're not staying in a hotel,"
Bayou interjected.
"You can stay at the clubhouse or my place, whichever you prefer, but you're not staying by yourself in a hotel when that piece of shit is still free to do whatever the hell he wants."
I cleared my throat. "Is Rome working today?" I'd love to go visit with my brother while I was here. It was visitation day, after all. I might as well use it to my advantage.
"Yeah."
Wade paused.
"Which is a good thing if you think about it."
I couldn't see how. "How is it a good thing?" I finally asked.
"Because if he'd been able to see you, he would have. He wouldn't have been able to help himself."
Bayou was the one to answer. And I didn't have a thing to say to that. I guess I wouldn't be seeing my brother after all. I couldn't handle seeing Rome. And that was that. The next day, my stomach was tied in knots. I hadn't been able to read my letters from Rome, and I was thinking that I probably never would. Wade asked me to, but I didn't think I could handle whatever words he'd written in them. What if he said that we were a mistake? What if he said that everything was a lie? What if he said that this baby should have never happened? I rubbed my hand over my distended belly, wishing that I could feel the life inside move already. The baby books that I'd read said I'd be able to feel the baby any day now, but it hadn't happened quite yet. The prosecutor looked over the table at me and winced.
"We're not going to file any other charges against him. He's agreed to fully cooperate with us in exchange for our plea deal. That's better than we could hope for if we took it to trial."
My mouth fell open in outrage. So I came all the way here for nothing? That was just plain outrageous to me. Rodrigo hadn't killed Senator Antilles. His partner had, but he'd still forced 16 and 17-year-old girls to do things that they didn't want to. And even if they had wanted to, like he claimed they did, then he should have been the adult and not slept with them on general principle alone. He was a piece of crap and didn't deserve to be on this planet sharing the same air as the girls that he'd abused. Wade moved, and I shifted my gaze to his just in time to see his eyes narrow. "Not for nothing. For Rome." "Rome doesn't want me," I all but snarled.
"Rome wants you."
He tapped the envelopes that he could see sticking out of my purse.
"Read 'em."
I looked away, right at the curious prosecutor who was now staring at me as if I were an interesting bug that he'd never seen before.
"I unfortunately don't get to choose who we prosecute. The DA, district attorney, is the one who decides that. I'm sorry."
He apologized.
"He obviously thinks that whatever he got in return for this plea was good enough to make the deal. I apologize for your inconvenience in coming all the way here for nothing."
With that, he gathered his briefcase that he hadn't even bothered to open and left the small briefing room in the middle of the police station without a backward glance. I was left staring at the empty seat where he'd been sitting before Wade broke the silence. "Read the letters, honey. I swear to God, please, just read them."
Chapter 24. I often try to convince myself that I enjoy the company of others. Then I actually spend time with them and realize that I don't. Rome's Secret Thoughts. Rome. After hearing the doorbell ring, I opened the door to my place with unease teasing my skin. I'd expected Tyler or Wade, hell, even Link or Bayou, possibly even a few other brothers of the MC. What I hadn't expected was my grandmother. "What are you doing here?" I asked curtly. My grandmother pushed her way inside my home without so much as a hello. Instead, she came to a stop right inside the entrance, then turned with her arms crossed over her chest. "I'm sorry." I blinked. "You're... what?" I asked. "Why?" What was I supposed to say here? "It's okay" would never come out of my mouth. My grandmother had chosen my friend over me. Granted, Tyler had meant a great deal to all of us, even her, but Tyler wasn't her grandson. I was. She'd disappointed me. Seemed like I was always going to have disappointment to look forward to. "I'm sorry," she repeated. "I wish I could tell you some pretty words and make it all okay, but I can't. I was wrong. I was so wrong that I will never be able to forgive myself, but I don't want you to be stubborn like me." My brows rose. "How would you know if I'm being stubborn or not?" I asked stiffly. She gave me a look. "You've known that I've been in town since the funeral, hoping that you would give me a chance. So it's not gone unnoticed that your woman friend who you fell in love with is no longer around. Or she wasn't until today." My heart started to pound. I'd heard the same thing, that Izzy had arrived, yet none of my friends had confirmed it for me, knowing it was probably something that should be left alone. But my grandmother had never been one to shy away from confrontation. Seeing as she'd booted my ass to the curb the moment she'd heard that I'd slept with Tyler's woman. "What does this have to do with anything between you and me?" I questioned. She'd studied me with those eyes that had once meant the world to me. "One day you're going to be old and gray like me, only years away from dying, and you're going to look back on the important things in your life, things that you had the power to change but didn't." She looked down, and for the first time I saw how truly old she looked. "You're my thing. I've lived a good life, had a child, a husband that I adored, grandchildren, but I didn't treat one of those precious gifts right. Just like you're not doing." I would have laughed had she not been telling me something I hadn't told myself time and time again since Izzy had disappeared from my life. I didn't know what to say. Even worse, I didn't know that I could say anything to make this right. There were 100 other things I could have done differently, and I'd done the one thing that had sent her running. Now she was back, but would she even listen to what I had to say? I still wasn't 100% on board with the baby. The baby scared the absolute crap out of me. We're talking on a scale of 1 to 10, a 57. The idea of losing another child was terror-inducing to me. I'd lived through one. I didn't think I could live through another. "Don't be me, baby," my grandmother said. "Don't be me." With that, she walked to the door and closed it softly behind her, leaving me reeling. I'd never be her. I'd never give up. Now I just had to prove it. I found her in the first place I looked, Bayou's house. Luckily, Bayou wasn't home. Unluckily, Bayou's place was in the middle of town. He owned the very first house built in Bear Bottom over 20 years ago. It just so happened that the house, although beautiful, was on the corner of a very popular street that everybody and their brother drove down to get anywhere in Bear Bottom. Meaning the moment I pulled my bike over in front of Bayou's house, Bayou would know. The question was, would Bayou do anything about it? My bet was no.
Stepping onto the curb I'd parked my bike next to, I started up the porch, coming to a sudden halt with one foot on the top step and one foot on the porch when I saw Izzy sitting on the swing. A light blanket covering her lap and a pile of letters, my letters to her, in her lap, all but one unread. We sat staring at each other for long moments. In my case, it was because I hadn't seen her in so long. I hadn't seen those beautiful eyes or that hair that looked just as wild and unruly as the day she'd left. It had been 3 months, but nothing had changed, at least not my feelings when it came to the woman sitting in front of me.
Rome,
she whispered, the letter in her hands dropping to reveal the small bump that it had been previously concealing. Something inside my chest tightened, and not in a bad way. Isadora, I murmured. I drew a deep breath, ready to plead my case, to tell her I was a complete and utter fool, but I never got the chance. Why? Because she was launching herself up and off the porch swing, and I was forced to catch her or fall backward down the stairs. I didn't care. I held on to her. I didn't miss a thing. Not the way she trembled in my arms, not the way she held on for dear life as if she was too afraid I'd disappear if she let go, not the way the hardness of her stomach pushed into the flat plane of mine. I smelled the familiar fragrance of her hair, and I felt the softness of her skin. I breathed, truly breathed, for the first time since she walked out my door. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I'm so fucking sorry." She held on tight.
I know.
I didn't move from where I was holding her, not until my phone rang. "Answer it," she ordered, without letting go of my neck. I didn't want to answer it. "Answer it," she repeated. I grumbled, letting go of her with one hand long enough to dig my phone out of my pocket. I put the phone to my ear and said, "Hello? Wade's been shot. We're at the hospital." Izzy must have heard what was said because she finally let go, sinking to her feet and taking a step away. I looked down at her, feeling my heart in my throat, and said, "Let's go." With the letter I wrote her still clutched in her hand, she ran down the porch steps with me and hopped on the bike without a second of protest. It wasn't until we were halfway to the hospital that I realized she was pregnant and likely shouldn't be on a motorcycle at all. I slowed down and took every precaution I could, and realized something very critical. This baby was important to me. I wanted this baby just as much as I wanted Izzy in my life, and it took a brother being shot to make me realize it. Isadora, this is my 4th letter that I didn't send to you. Not because I don't want to, but because I fear that you're not going to be able to forgive me for what I did. I should have never let you go. My mind was screaming at me not to let you walk out that door, but I couldn't make my body move. I couldn't force my feet to lift up off the floor. I'm scared to death. Every time I allow myself to think about a child with you, I think about all the things that could go wrong. I think about all the ways I could screw up, all the ways I did screw up with Matthias. But how will I survive if this baby, someone I will grow to love as much as you and his brother, leaves me too? I can't. I don't want to experience that ever again. But I want you more. I want you, and I'm willing to fight to have you. If that makes me have to face my fears when it comes to this child, then I'll gladly do it. I'll do anything to have you. Even face my biggest fears. I love you. Rome.
Chapter 25. Some days I don't give a fuck. Then there are the days that I don't give a motherfucking fuck. Coffee cup. Izzy. Wade had been shot in the leg, up high near his femoral artery. The details were still sketchy as to how. Nobody knew what had happened, other than it had been in front of his squad car, and nobody had been around at the time of the shooting other than Wade and the shooter. Which meant that Wade would have to wake up to shine light on the details, because otherwise, there was absolutely nothing to go on. Everybody was in that small hospital waiting room as we waited for news on Wade. Hell, even Wade's ex-wife was there. She looked distraught, and it was honestly eerie how worried she looked, as if she cared what happened to Wade. which was in total contradiction to what I'd been told about her since finding my way into Rome's arms in the very beginning of our journey. From what I'd been told, Landry was a selfish person who'd chosen her old life before Wade over her new life with Wade. That included returning to the man who she'd been with before Wade, leaving him and ensuring that they would be together again. Looking at Landry, there was no doubt in my mind that she loved Wade none. She looked gutted. Then there was Link, who'd been sitting off by himself for the last 2 hours on the phone. He looked like he was about to jump right out of his skin. The moment he dropped the phone from his ear and tossed it on the plastic waiting room seat beside him, I stood up, or tried to. The moment my thighs tensed as if to move, Rome's arm tightened around my waist to hold me in place. His big hand splayed over my belly and pressed down. And that's when I felt it. Our baby, moving around inside me and kicking, so hard that I could feel that little foot or elbow. Everything froze in that second. I'd been waiting for this second for a very long time, and to experience it while I was in Rome's arms was better than anything I could ever imagine. Rome felt it too. Another tap-tap against his right ring finger had me holding my breath, hoping for more. And it came, one after the other, tap-tap, nudge, tap. Rome and I stayed that way for so long that I began to have a cramp in my left leg. When the taps slowly subsided, likely indicating that our baby had found sleep after all that energetic exercise, only then did either of us move. Shit, he breathed against my shoulder blades. His breathing was choppy, and I felt tears prickle my eyes. I'd been dry-eyed for barely an hour, but the waterworks were about to start up again. This time because of the beauty we'd just shared, and not because of the ugliness that had brought us to the hospital. I turned in Rome's arms, but Rome didn't move his head. So when I turned slightly, his forehead rested on the side of my now ample breasts. "Rome?" I whispered. He rocked his forehead back and forth, silently saying something that I assumed was, "Please don't talk." I bit my lip, torn between wanting to talk to him and letting him process whatever it was he was trying to process on his own. In the end, I pressed my hand to his head and let him do it on his own, which turned out better than I ever expected. When he finally looked up and made eye contact with me, I felt every bit of need, pain, love, desire, and contentedness that was shining in his. "I love you, Isadora." He paused. "Will you marry me? Will you be mine forever?" I blinked. "You... what?" I asked on a gasp. "Mine. Will you be mine?" he repeated. "Will you marry me?" I swallowed hard, and then replied the only way in the world I possibly could have. "God, yes." Then my whole world was changed, but not for the reason I would have thought. Because the next second, the entire waiting room exploded in activity.
Rome. 1 second I was sharing something monumental with Izzy, and the next the waiting room was in a panic. There were bullets flying everywhere. Gunfire. In the hospital. I moved before I could blink, shoving Izzy down onto the ground and covering her with my body. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I couldn't breathe. People were shouting, chairs were screeching across the white-tiled floor, and I kept feeling sprays of plaster dust hit the walls and floors around me. "Rome!" Izzy cried out, trying to move. I flattened myself down farther, ordering her to stay put. Her struggles ceased, but I could practically taste her panic. Then, as sudden as it had begun, it ended. I chanced looking up, and that's when I felt the line of liquid fire trail down my back. I ignored the pain and picked up my head, seeing the chaos with my own eyes. The chairs were all knocked over and everybody's panicked to move to the ground. People were lying on the floor, some, like me, looking up, while others were quite clearly too hurt to do so. There was blood on the white floor, some of it in a spray pattern,
while some seemed to spread into an ever-widening pool underneath the obviously injured people. But nobody looked dead from what I could tell. Bayou was on the ground, his hand on his waist, grimacing. He'd obviously taken a bullet to the side. Liner, who was across the room, was still sitting up in the chair he'd been occupying earlier, but he had what looked to be a bullet graze along his cheek. He was pale and covering the wound with his hand, but the blood was still seeping out from between his fingers. Wade's wife, ex-wife, was on the ground, her eyes wide open, with a bullet hole in what looked to be her hand. She was staring at her hand out in front of her face, mouth agape. Castile, who walked into the room with us 45 minutes earlier dressed in his police officer uniform, had his firearm secured in his hand as he looked around with alarm, waiting for the other shoe to drop. He was on his ass in the middle of the room and had blood running down one half of his face, making him look like he was on the set of a horror show, which I guess was the truth. We'd just been and lived through our own personal horror show. Link was the first one to stand up just as the doors that had somehow closed were yanked open and the other officers who'd been taking up another part of the hospital waiting room entered. As one, everyone looked at the lone man that was on the ground at the door's entrance, one single bullet hole marring his otherwise perfect face. That's when I recognized him. He was the other lawyer from Izzy's ex's law firm. Chapter 26. I like to have my cake and eat it too. I'd love to have yours and eat it too. Izzy to Rome. Rome. We set up a triage in the main entranceway to the hospital. The waiting room we were just in was now a crime scene, and I was currently having my back disinfected and cleaned by Izzy. Apparently I'd taken a stray bullet, but it had only grazed me down the length of my back. God, you were so lucky, she repeated for the 4th time in as many minutes. This could have been so bad. I knew that just as well as she did. It could have been awful. Nobody but the shooter had died, even though the shooter could have done a whole lot more harm had he been experienced. Just as Izzy was about to continue, Rodrigo was wheeled in handcuffs, as another officer, whose name I couldn't place right then, was leading him. Everybody stopped talking as the newcomers made their way inside, and that was when I noticed why Rodrigo was there in the first place. He had a gunshot wound to his left thigh. 2 teenagers followed him, looking just as murderous as Rodrigo. They both looked malnourished and scared. Another officer in front of them, likely to keep distance between Rodrigo and the children. The 2 teenagers had scanned the hallway around them and seemed to lock on Izzy because in the next second they were both bolting in our direction. I tensed, but the officers stopped them before they could move toward us. "On Izzy!" the kid screamed. Izzy left me like a hot potato, rushing toward the 2 children with a look of horror on her face. "Oh my God!" Izzy gasped as she moved. "Diana, Reuben, oh my God, are y'all okay?" They didn't look okay. Honestly, they looked like they were about to fall over. Then Reuben did just that, or almost did. The officer right next to him caught him around the arms and helped him find a seat directly next to my bed. Diana was in a little better shape, but not by much. "What happened?" Izzy repeated. Reuben's eyes went to where Rodrigo had been taken, and he glared. "That piece of shit kept us in his freaking basement for 3 months, that's what." An hour and a half later, we found out that what the children said was true. The sick bastard, Rodrigo, had kept the kids locked up. Apparently, with the 2 of them ready to run away, Rodrigo had caught them in the act of trying and had locked them up in a makeshift cell in his basement. It was only when Rodrigo's partner had come in and accidentally let them out in his haste to get to Rodrigo that the children had the chance to break free. "He didn't hurt us," Diana said softly. "But he also didn't help us either. He didn't feed us but once a day, and Reuben shared his food with me to make sure that I didn't get too sick." I was feeling sick to my stomach myself. God, what a clusterfuck, I murmured, pinching the bridge of my nose. "I heard a lot while I was in there," Reuben said. "Rodrigo never planned on letting us go, so he didn't hold his words in front of us. His office is in the same room that we were locked in. He did business down there." "What kind of business?" Izzy asked. The kind where he talked about shipments and timing, and how to best hide it from the police? Reuben answered. I think he was a sex trafficker. All was silent for a few moments after that admission. His partner and him were in it together. Then Rodrigo spilled his guts to the cops to get his plea deal. His partner wasn't happy with him, but Rodrigo convinced him that it was the only way that their business wouldn't be discovered. I don't think that partner really knew the business they were in, though. I honestly think he was just a sicko that liked to do teen girls, Reuben continued. Castile looked tired as he listened to the explanation. The other two officers, Officer Beard and Officer Limas, watched in silence, letting Izzy do the questioning for now since she was getting the children to talk, and they felt comfortable with her. Anyway, long story short, Jonesy, the other partner, came shooting shit up at Rodrigo's place, found out that Rodrigo was only getting probation and no jail time, and he flipped his lid. Said he was taking out everybody who screwed him over and went to town. Rodrigo barricaded himself in his room, and Jonesy left satisfied that he'd hurt Rodrigo, and the rest we don't know about. Reuben looked around the room with worry. Sorry. I looked over at the prosecutor who'd been quietly listening in, accusation in my eyes. We told you Rodrigo was a bad man, motherfucker, I growled. The prosecutor's face tightened. I'll take care of it. And he did. Rodrigo was denied bail. The plea bargain was completely wiped from the table. He was charged with attempted murder and kidnapping of children, since they were both still underage, and sex trafficking, as well as the murder of the senator.
Chapter 27. When you start to lose weight and your boobs are like, I volunteer as tribute, text from Izzy to Rome. Izzy. The doctors think Wade might lose his leg, I said to my brother. His ex-wife was also shot, and they think she might lose some function in her hand. His ex-wife? Slade asked. When did they get divorced? My brows rose. He calls her his ex. I don't know when the divorce happened. Funny that. Wade loves Landry. I didn't know what to say to that. Though, over the last couple of weeks as everyone healed from that day, it had been more than evident that the two of them still had feelings for each other. What about Reuben? Slade pushed. I smiled then. Reuben is doing great. He's put all his weight back on and more, and is turning into a mini Slate. He looks just like you, which I think drives the women wild, especially Diana. Slate's lips twitched. I bet that drives Oscar insane. It does, I agreed. He hates that Reuben acts exactly like you. From what I hear, he even has plans on going into the police academy when he's old enough. I think I've convinced him to get his degree first, though. Slate grunted. What about the football player? Last week when I'd visited, I told him all the juicy details that I hadn't been able to tell him in the week since I'd last visited him, and Slate had hung on every word. He loved hearing about everyone and had become invested in them almost as much as I was. Link's girlfriend has a stalker, though he won't admit that she's his girlfriend. He claims she's just a girl who's a friend, that he just so happens to love with all his heart, I drawled. Slate's lips twitched. Give the poor kid a chance. That poor kid is not that much younger than you, dumbass, I teased. And I don't think it'll be long. Link's on his phone more than he's talking to the people around him. He's worried about her. I give it a month tops, Slate teased, then sobered. I hear that Rodrigo's on his way here. Here, as in the penitentiary. The prosecutor had done everything in his power to expedite Rodrigo's sentencing. In the month since Wade had been shot, Rodrigo had pled guilty to all charges that had been lodged against him. At his trial, just yesterday, he'd gotten 93 years with the possibility of parole at 80 years. Tomorrow, Rome said, piping in for the first time. Tomorrow he'll be shipped here. Something passed between Rome and Slate then, and I was left wondering if maybe I should reiterate that Slate didn't need to do anything stupid to jeopardize his own parole. But I choose to stay my tongue. Slate was a big boy, and he knew what he was doing. If he wanted to beat the crap out of the man who had beaten the crap out of me, imprisoned 2 teenagers for 3 months, and starved them, and was the reason behind another man losing his shit and going on a shooting rampage inside of a hospital, well, then who was I to tell him no? Rodrigo deserved what he got. No questions asked. I did relay a little bit of information, though. Rodrigo was shot in the left leg. It still pains him.
Slate. I ground my booted foot into Rodrigo's left leg, staring down at the little fucker who had done so much harm to my family. What had started out as him smacking my sister around had turned into something much worse. "What did I tell you would happen if you ever hurt her again?" I growled, pressing down. Rodrigo started to cry. "What did I tell you?" I snapped. Rodrigo took a deep, steadying breath and tried to breathe through the pain. You told me if I ever hurt her again, you'd ruin my life," he hiccuped. "I'm sorry. I didn't know that boy was related to her, and to you. I would have never taken him if I'd known. You made it more than clear when you found out I was hurting her that you'd kill me. I didn't know." He ended that statement on a wail. I believed the little prick. When I'd found out that Rodrigo had been hurting my sister, we'd had a little chat. That little chat had shown Rodrigo the light, and he promised to never ever touch my sister again, nor would he go near her. We had an understanding that if they saw each other in the grocery store, he'd turn and go the other way. And if he didn't, well, I may be in prison, but I sure as fuck still had contacts everywhere. I knew when things happened in my town, and I damn well knew if Rodrigo was following his word. It gutted me to know that I'd fallen down on the job when it came to Reuben. When Reuben had been born, Oscar had made me his godparent. I took my vows seriously, and it really hurt to know that the fucker currently laying on the floor beneath my foot was the cause of such harm. "All's well that ends well, man," Rodrigo wheezed. "Swear to God, I never meant to hurt them. I just knew the girl would talk, so I couldn't let her out until I knew that I could leave safely. I had too many deals to tie up. I had to do it." He didn't have to do shit, and we both knew it. Too late. I finally stepped off of his leg. "Enjoy having Rome as your guard, though. That's gonna be fun for both of us." As I walked away, I shook Rome's hand, but stopped when I would have normally let him go. "The same goes for you, motherfucker," I told him with a steely-eyed glare. "You had your one fuck-up. She tells me that it wasn't your fault, but I'm still on the fence about it." I dropped my hand. "Don't make the same mistake twice." Rome's eyes went soft. "It scares the shit out of me. I'm literally scared shitless with every step I take." I softened toward the man. I knew what that felt like. Knew it, and hated it. Living in fear wasn't something anyone was designed to do. You shouldn't have to move on from death, especially for loved ones that died way too soon. I should know. Vanessa's and our baby's death felt like a hot fire poker in my chest every single time I inhaled. Sometimes, Rome, you have to move past the fear, or you'll never live again. Sometimes you have to ride that fear and hope it doesn't kill you the next time death sneaks up on you. With that, I went back to my cell and didn't look back. Rome. I walked into my quiet house later that night, very aware of the 2 teenage occupants that were staying there for another few weeks until their dorms opened up at their university. Both kids had worked their asses off to graduate early with their GEDs and would be starting college in the fall. I was even more aware of the way the house felt like a home for the first time since I could remember. The big house now had 3 occupants that weren't guests, that would never be guests. Especially the one currently laying in my bed, sideways. She was in her underwear and one of my old football jerseys. The jersey was so big that it usually hung to her thighs. But, from the way she was situated in my bed, she likely hadn't been sleeping well, and the jersey had worked its way about halfway up her belly, leaving a few of my favorite parts exposed. I grinned and started to strip out of my clothes, tossing them in the hamper to deal with tomorrow. Hopefully, I remembered, because last week I'd done nearly the same thing as I was about to do now and had forgotten that I'd left a pin in the pocket of my pants, splattering the entire wash with spots of blue with my lack of effort. I sat down on the bed to tackle my boots next, Izzy's face inches away from my hip. I could feel her hot breath on my side, and I smiled. I smiled even wider when she moaned and stretched, clearly waking up despite my efforts to allow her to sleep.
I talked to Oscar and his wife today, she whispers into the darkness. They're still mad at me because Reuben refuses to come home.
I grunted. How is it your fault if they don't want to stay with him? That's what happens when you emancipate yourself from your parents.
Oscar's really not all that mad,
she explained, reaching out into the darkness and pressing her hand against my bare back. I felt shivers race to that spot and licked my lips. A part of me still couldn't believe that she was back. It had been a few weeks now since she'd returned to not only my bed but my entire life, and I still felt like I'd wake up from my dream and everything would be awful all over again. It wasn't a good feeling, and though logically I knew that I'd eventually get used to having her back again, I decided that maybe that was one feeling I shouldn't get used to. I needed to appreciate her more than I did. I needed her to know that she was important to me, that she was my entire world.
Dad was fired from 3 jobs when I came back, Izzy whispered. I might or might not have laughed.
I grinned. Your customers are loyal to you, but you are going to have to slow down soon. She grumbled something incoherent.
Maybe, maybe not, we'll see.
I flipped off my first boot, followed by the second, and then stood up to shuck my black tactical pants from my thighs. The moment those were gone, the underwear went next, and then I was free to do what I'd wanted to do since the moment I'd walked in the door. Crawl onto the bed and press my body and very erect cock to her softest places. I love you, Isadora, I growled, grinding myself into her. She gasped and spread her thighs, allowing me to fall in between them.
I love you too, Rome,
she whispered, pulling my face down to hers. With her as pregnant as she was, it made this particular position extremely difficult, but we made it work. 8.5 minutes later, when we both lay panting next to each other, our child started to dance in his or her mother's belly. We still hadn't found out the sex of the baby because we wanted to be surprised, which also kind of scared the shit out of me as well. On one hand, I might be able to prepare myself if I knew the sex beforehand, but on the other hand, Izzy was so excited about us finding out the sex together in the hospital room as our child was born that it was hard to tell her that I needed the preparation. In the end, I decided that the best way was to give her what she wanted. In the meantime, though, I was getting more and more nervous by the day.
It'll be okay, you know, she murmured.
I laughed. How do you always know when I'm freaking out?
Your grandmother told me a few of your quirks.
She paused.
Her and Tyler were over today while you were at work. Apparently you told them I had a bad morning?
Who, me? I teased. I didn't like Izzy being by herself, and I especially didn't like leaving her for 12 hours when I knew she was having a bad day and remembering things that shouldn't be remembered. We helped each other that way, and I knew she'd have done the same for me if it had happened.
How's your back? She whispered.
She'd been devastated when I'd been shot, and even more devastated to know that it could have been preventable if her ex hadn't been such a dumbass. But that wasn't her fault, and despite what I told her, she still beat herself up about it. Perfectly fine, I told her. Didn't twinge at all today. She sighed.
Your grandmother told me that you hide your pain well. She told me this story about you breaking your arm, and they didn't know about it for 3 days because you wanted to play in your Pee Wee League Championship Bowl.
I paused, smiling at that memory. Yeah, I did kind of do that, I admitted. She smacked my arm playfully.
She's coming back tomorrow for dinner. I invited Tyler and Reagan back, as well as Link and Wade, she continued.
My grandmother had returned into my life, and so far I was really enjoying having her back. After she'd learned that Izzy was back, things returned to our new normal. We weren't super easy around each other yet, but we were getting there. My parents were still a no-go, but that was to be expected. Tyler and I had also mended fences. Again. Now we were all just one big happy family.
Wade came by, she confided as I cuddled into her deeper.
The belly that rested against my abdominals rolled, and I found myself giggling. This wasn't something that I got to experience with Tara, and I found myself longing to have had that part of Matthias. Each day was a struggle. Each day I remembered yet another thing that I missed about my baby boy, and I had no doubt that it would continue on like that forever. Matthias had marked me, for better and for worse, and nothing would ever be the same again. Izzy made it better, though, even when she wasn't trying to. Like now, the simple, peaceful feeling of her resting here against me, our baby nestled safely in her body between us, meant the world to me. She just made me better. "Did he tell you the news?" I asked. "What news?" she murmured sleepily. "That he got his job back," I murmured. "Desk duty, but he's back. Until they're sure about his leg, they're not going to give him anything more." "He's pissed." "Rightfully so," she agreed. "And his wife, I can't believe they're still married, is doing okay too. She finally got control of her hand again. I saw her flipping weight off with that hand today." We both had a chuckle at that. "Do you think that they're going to get back together?" she whispered hopefully. I doubted it. "Those two fight like cats and dogs." I yawned. "I highly doubt they'll ever get back to what they used to be." And I hated that for Wade, because despite the tough guy act he put on, he really was in love with his wife. "I also saw Link today," she continued. "He said that they're done for the season. He seemed really bummed about it." I snorted. "Link just made $25 million on a 2-year contract just a few days ago. Trust me when I say he's not sad. Though it sucks they didn't go all the way this time. I was really hoping they would earn another Super Bowl ring." "Means more pickup games, since they don't have to worry about getting hurt." I felt something deep in my chest take off at that. She got me. She knew what I loved and encouraged me every day to continue to do the things that made me happy, like hanging out with my MC brothers, playing pickup games with my football family, or working even though I didn't have to. If it made me happy, and those things did, Izzy was all for it, and the first one pushing me out the door to do it. Though all of those things paled in comparison to spending my days being lazy with her. "When are you going to marry me anyway?" I teased, brushing my lips against her brow. She snorted. "When I'm not hugely pregnant and can walk down the aisle without waddling?" And I was okay with that. As long as she promised me forever, I didn't care when we got there, as long as she was at my side. Epilogue. Today, I'm going to give it my sum. Coffee cup. Rome. "Ma'am," the doctor tried to interrupt Izzy's screaming. "Are you allergic to anything?" When Izzy did nothing but grunt and scream, I turned and said, "She's allergic to penicillin." "And penises," Izzy screamed. "Penicillin and penises." The doctor's lips twitched, but he didn't say a word. "You are not allergic to penises, you big cooter face," Reagan snapped. "You're such a lying slutbag." Izzy flipped her off. "Look where the last one got me." She turned her head so that she could glare at me. "This is all your fault." I bit my lip, unsure of what to say to that, or if anything said at this point in time would come out as soothing or just annoying. The doctor was not Izzy's normal doctor. Izzy's normal doctor had a heart attack 2 days ago, leaving both Izzy and I scrambling to find a suitable replacement. In the end, we hadn't found anyone. Not because we hadn't wanted to, but because our child had decided that 3 weeks before his or her due date was a perfect time to come, making us both lose control. Me, because Izzy was slightly freaking out, and Izzy because she was so damn scared that something bad was going to happen to this baby too. Though she hadn't voiced those words. She was putting on a strong front, but it was more than obvious that she was scared to death, even if she smiled through her fear. The doctor gestured for me to move toward the hallway. I stepped out of the room to join him. "We're going to have to take her in for an emergency cesarean," the doctor explained quickly and quietly. "The baby's heartbeat isn't good. The decelerations are very concerning. We need your consent, though." I felt tears, the stupid traitorous bastards, sting my eyes. "Anything," I said. "Anything you need, do it. Make sure that they're okay." The doctor slapped me on the shoulder. "We'll make sure they're safe, Rome," he promised. I know this is stressful, but you need to be on your game. You need to be the strong one, because she's already freaking out. I was glad that this particular doctor was there today. We'd met him twice, not because we were looking for him as a doctor, but because we'd gone in twice over Izzy being alarmed that the baby hadn't moved in a few hours, and the particular doctor was the on-call one that was there to see any patients that showed unexpectedly. I'm good, I told him, lying through my teeth. I wasn't good. In fact, I was freaking out right along with my wife. And yes, I do mean wife. Last week, Izzy had surprised me. She'd shown up dressed so cutely, demanding to be married before she had my baby that I wasn't able to refuse, which led us to getting married at the courthouse with her brother on FaceTime to give her away. Now, I was more than glad that I got to be her person, to be the person that she leaned on in times of need. I looked over at my wife, who was staring at me with such a horrified, lost expression on her face that I felt everything inside of me still. I was scared. So goddamn scared. I didn't want to lose another baby. I'd just come to terms with having him or her. I wasn't sure I would make it, and I knew without a doubt that Izzy would break. There was no way I could lose her. I loved them both with all my heart. I'm here, I assured the doctor, and I have my shit together. I didn't at all, but I could at least act like I did. Yo, Liner said, interrupting us, coming out of the labor room. Your wife is freaking the fuck out, and she wants me to bring you to her. I wasn't sure why Liner was in the labor room. Honestly, he'd been there since the beginning, and I had a feeling that he was there to make sure I didn't lose my shit and go postal on everyone just in case something went wrong. Like right now. I winced and turned back to the doctor. Can I go in the delivery room with her? She's going to lose it. You're right. The doctor pursed his lips. Normally, all the preparation is done at the same time, but if you hurry and get your clothes on, he gestured to the gown that was on the countertop, and are ready to go in 30 seconds, you can come. The nurses were bustling around Izzy, unhooking her from monitors and unplugging her from God knows what. All the while, my sweet little Iz was watching me with silent tears running down her face. I didn't waste time. I also didn't complain that the stupid pants were 8 inches too long and the booties they gave me to wear only fit over half of my shoe. The shirt was even worse. It was uncomfortable and on the verge of ripping. Yet I put it on and didn't complain.
Izzy. It'll be okay, sweetheart, was the last thing I heard before I couldn't remember a single thing. Now, I felt like I'd been sucking on cotton balls for what felt like hours on end. And I felt something missing. It took me a while, but eventually I was able to crack my eyes open and blink at the shining white lights above my head. I'm sorry I didn't want you, I heard whispered. And for some reason, I knew that Rome's words, my beautiful Rome with his great big heart, wasn't talking to me. He was talking to our child. Our child that, only hours ago, had been in distress and had nearly died in my womb. She knew you wanted her, man, I heard someone whisper. I turned my head and found the room full of people. Wade and his wife were there, though they were an entire room apart. Link was there with some strange young girl that I'd never seen before, yet I somehow instinctively knew was his Conley. Then there was Bayou, who was standing over Rome, looking down at him with a shit-eating grin on his face. Liner was there, as well as a few of the other brothers, but they were in the little alcove that led into the room, making it impossible to see who was there talking to Liner. My guess was Castile, but there really was no telling. The light was piercing, and my headache was damn near debilitating, but I opened my mouth anyway. But Rome's beautiful face, only inches away from our baby's tiny perfect one, was too lovely not to look at. Fuck the way my head felt like it was about to break in half. I'd never forgive myself if I didn't have this stunning memory to remember for the rest of my life. Rome's head snapped up. And that was when I saw the beautiful pink bow on top of our baby's head. It's a girl. He stood up and walked to me. Tears started leaking out of my eyes. "What are we naming her, darling?" he challenged, placing my daughter in my arms. I couldn't breathe, let alone think. Yet this was something I instinctively knew. We were naming our baby after one of her brother's favorite movies. We'll name her Astrid. After the dragon rider off of How to Train Your Dragon, I told him. And that was about when I saw a grown man cry. Tyler, who appeared from the alcove by the door, walked up to us and threw his arm around Rome. "Well, buddy," Tyler drawled, "looks like you got your happy." Nobody replied, but he got part of that statement correct. Rome did indeed get some of his happy. The rest of it was in heaven, with my little girl who had never lived a single day, and Rome's son, who had lived only 1,587 days. The first week at home was nothing short of terrifying. Everything alarmed us. The sound of her breathing, the way she slept for such long hours, and the way she'd make these little noises when she breathed. But one thing that didn't worry me when it came to that little girl, the way her father loved her so freaking much. All it took was one look, and Astrid had found her hero. Rome never put her down, never wanted her more than a few inches away from him. And forget her learning to sleep in her own bed. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if we had a bed in our room right next to our bed forever. "This is Blitz," I heard Rome say. My eyes, which had felt like they'd fallen closed only moments before, instead of an entire 2 hours, this mommying thing was hard work, opened. The first thing I saw was Rome holding Astrid like a football in the crook of his arm. He was standing in front of Blitz's new tricked-out cage in the middle of our living room. Astrid, eyes open for once, was staring at Rome and not Blitz. I didn't blame her one bit. I'd stare at Rome, too. "And this is Toothless," Rome continued, picking up the stuffed dragon that had been Matthias's pride and joy. "I think Matthias would like for you to have him."
Rome, 3.5 years later. "Did you read my card?" Izzy eyed me. I felt my lips twitching. "Yeah." "Did you put her up to it?" she continued. I shook my head. "I only wrote what she wanted me to say." She glared. "She did not come up with that on her own," she snorted. "She really did. She said, and I quote, 'Daddy, write down my exact words. Don't change them.'" I looked at her. "So, when she said to write, 'Mother's Day would not be possible without me, buy me a present instead,' I only did what I was told." She started to giggle, and I threw my arm around her shoulder. "She's only 3.5, yet she acts like she's an adult. Swear to God, this kid is even more adult than me. Should we be worried that she's so advanced for her age?" I shrugged. I always thought Matthias was smart because he was forced to do nothing, and the only way to keep him entertained was to do something to stimulate his brain with him. But maybe I just make smart babies. Izzy rolled her eyes. "Oh, there he is." She started to waddle toward the opening gates, determination in her every step. Then her brother saw her, grinned widely, and swept her carefully up into his arms. Her feet left the concrete for a brief half a second, then he was putting her down to gather her more comfortably in his arms. Izzy was 8 months pregnant with our second child, and despite what everyone else thought, no, she was not about to pop. At least she better not be. We needed that baby to cook a little longer. When Astrid had decided to come 3 weeks early, neither her mother nor I had been prepared. Now we were even less prepared, seeing as we had a toddler who was hell on wheels and demanded quite a bit of our time and energy, though we were about to gain a live-in babysitter anytime we needed it, thanks to Slate being released from jail. Originally, the plan had been for him to go home, but unfortunately his release came with strings attached in the form of an ankle bracelet and house arrest for 8 months, which meant he'd be pretty isolated living alone. So until the time came that he could be able to come and go as he pleased, he was staying with us. But I didn't mind. Slate was a good man, and honestly I knew that Izzy was happy that he was going to be here. And me? I'd do just about anything to make my woman happy. and that included letting her convict former cop brother live with us for however long he wanted to stay.
"Slate!"
Izzy cried loudly, squeezing her brother tightly. Slate caught her awkwardly and buried his face into her hair. "God, it's good to hug you without chains, sister," Slate sighed. That was when Izzy started to cry.
"This is one of the best days ever."
RP, I bet you didn't know that you would end up changing my life, but you did. You've made everything in my life worth living for, and I want you to know that I'd be sad if you weren't here anymore. Now hurry and wake up. I have a hungry toddler to feed, and she only likes her daddy's scrambled eggs. Love you, RP's biggest fan. RP's biggest fan. I'll have you know that your eggs taste exactly the same as mine. You just don't put them on the correct plate. Next time, try the toothless plate, and she'll probably like them. I bet you didn't know that you continue to change my life. Each day I wake up, I'm convinced that I'm living a dream. That at one point the anger and fear is going to come screaming back. But with you lying beside me, that pain, though not gone, is controllable. You've given me people to live for. You know me. You don't mind spending 3 hours a week at a gravesite with my son so our baby can learn about her big brother. You don't complain when I have days that I hurt more than most. Hell, you don't do anything but love and support me, and for that, I owe you the world. There's not one single thing in this world that I could ask for that you haven't already given me. Love you more. RP.